The Songsan Mountains have 36 peaks. Among them, Shamu is the highest. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. It's a good place to build a sect. Mount Shamu is home to 3 martial arts sects, namely Zhongyue in Dongshan, Dawang Temple in Nanshan, and Shaolin Temple at the very top. Zhongyue sect is a Taoist sect with a good reputation, many disciplines, industry. You can say it is the biggest sect in Songshan. Dawang Temple is one of the oldest monasteries, though their reputation isn't as good as Zhongyue's. They say it's all in the past. Although Shaolin Temple is at the top of this mountain, it is the worst. There is only 1 monk and 3 disciples in the huge Shaolin Temple. One night on the main peak of the Shaolin Temple, the master was meditating. He told his disciples that self-cultivation was the way to the shore of the journey. Suddenly, out of the blue, the master announced that he would die that night. The disciples asked what had happened. The master said that when he was meditating, he felt that the end was near. But there is still a little time, so he will explain the consequences. One of the disciples said that this was not the time for jokes. After that, the master turned to his disciple named Ichin. He said that Ichin was innocent with a pure heart, but he was obsessed with martial arts and nothing else interested him. Master asked him to stay the same even after he died. Ichin cried and couldn't stop his tears. Another of the disciples at this moment thought that if the master was not joking about his death, then for the good of the Shaolin Temple he would definitely choose the next abbot of the monastery. And of course, he considered himself the best candidate for the position. Meanwhile, the master turned to Kong and called out to him. The master told him that there is a verse in the Diamond Sutra, all facets are false. And if one sees the facet that is not a facet, one can see the Tathagata. The master said that if Kong is too obsessed with the outer phase, it will confuse him. Kong replied that he understood the lesson. The master said that as a teacher, he hoped Kong would devote himself to the study of Buddhism and he would not let things cling to become an obstacle on the path to enlightenment. The master then called Jia over and told him that he had been smart since he was a child and he had indeed inherited his kung fu. Jia listened to the master attentively, and suddenly the master said that he was handing over his position as abbot to him. Hearing this, the other disciples were shocked. Jia was equally surprised as well. He then tearfully held out his hands for the master to hand him the beads. Suddenly Kong jumped up and started asking the master how he could do such a thing. The master replied that he had made the right decision and asked that they not get into trouble for his sake. Immediately after these words, the master's body scattered like shards of glass in different directions. The disciples reported that the master was dead. Meanwhile, in the real world, the hustle and bustle of the city, evening, a time for adventure. And so Hui Yuanjin drooled at the female body on the other side of the glass. He was like a wild beast that couldn't contain himself. Hua began to dance and said that he was a majestic university student, handsome and smart. And he went through many difficulties, overcame various obstacles to get this super beauty. And now finally his virgin days would come to an end. The boy couldn't wait for this moment. Suddenly, an incredibly beautiful girl came out and called out to Hua. She looked quite cute and seductive at the same time. Upon hearing his name, Hua immediately ran inside. He pounced on the girl saying that today he was a beast and would eat her. The girl was a little wary. Suddenly, Hua vanished during the flight and only his hair was left. The girl started to scream in terror. At this time in the Shaolin Temple, Jie sensed something strange and couldn't understand what was going on. Kong looked at him and calling him younger brother said that since the master had passed away, it was time for the 3 of them to get down to business. Hua in Jie's body began to look around. He noticed the statue of fate, those incomprehensible people calling him little brother. Kong said that their sect was small, but they still needed a leader. At this time, Hua realized after careful observation that he was a hitman. He then stroked himself on the head and started screaming about what had happened to his beautiful thick hair and that it was all a hoax. Evil Hua couldn't understand why he had to move at such a crucial moment, especially others becoming relatives of emperors, aristocrats, or businessmen. And he turned out to be a young poor monk whose master had just died. Suddenly a notification came that the temple abbot's system was starting up. Hua was shocked that there was still a system here. The system brought up a task board for Hua. 1. It is necessary to make advances in the boys' skills. 2. Make Shaolin Temple the largest martial arts sect. 3. Make the abbot of the temple, Jia, the leader of the world's martial arts. Hua got excited and asked the system if it would give money for completing the tasks. The system replied that during the completion of the tasks, it would be set up to sincerely serve him. Then Hua hugged the screen tightly and began to beg the system to let him return to his world to do what he wanted to do, and then he would definitely come back. The system alerted that it had not yet unlocked the return to Earth function and he needed to work hard to complete his tasks. A frustrated Hua then asked the system to give him some information about this world. The system told him that it was not a world with which it was familiar. The folk customs are similar to the ancient times of the country in which Hua lived. Courts and martial arts are present, and literary men and great artists who compose plays and paint pictures, and martial artists who fight fiercely. There are also few people here who live busy lives of peace and stability. In brief, only the strong can get through. Hua was glad that he had gotten the previous owner's memory all at once. He thought that if he could return to Earth, wouldn't it be better for him to live in this martial arts world with 3 wives and 4 concubines? Wouldn't he be happier that way? The system immediately informed him that he was an idiot, and if one of the quests failed, the owner would be killed immediately. Hua took a deep breath and thought that luckily he didn't immediately dive into vulgarity, and told the system that in that case they could come to an agreement. He started tearfully begging the system to replace the first assignment with something else, since he doesn't want to practice the boy's skills. After a while, Kong reflected on the fact that the old monk had embarrassed him. Angry Kong went to his younger brother to say something to him. However, as soon as Kong turned to Jie, Jie replied to him that whether he imagined what a good fortune it was that the master had appointed him the next abbot of the temple and everyone had heard about it. Hua was aware of the fact that while the old monk was alive, he had left his post to his second disciple Jie, and the elder Kong hated him. And then Kong could not object, for he respected the master. But now that the elder is dead, Kong won't wait a moment. Seeing the happy Jie, Kong said for Ichin to at least say something to this boy. However, Ichin was defeated at this time and couldn't listen to their conversations. Kong was even more angered by this. Kong then looked at Jie and said that the situation had fundamentally changed and he thought it would be very fair to choose someone else among the 3 of them. Hua noticed that Kong was determined to gain power. Even when the master died, not a single muscle on his face trembled. It looked like the struggle for the temple abbot's position was inevitable. Also, Hua realized that Kong would have a chance to become the next temple ruler since it was said in the previous order. But Hua grinned and said to himself that it was a pity that this ordinance didn't make sense anymore. Hua then turned to elder brother Kong and asked why he thought master's decision was unfair. Then Kong jumped up and started shouting that because Jie doesn't watch his language, that he is stupid, raping and stealing, and in general that he doesn't know the Dharma. Hua looked at him angrily and asked him that didn't he also have a chance to be the abbot of the temple. Kong was startled and replied that he didn't mean that. He noticed that Jie's aura had become completely horrible and frightening. He couldn't understand what was going on. He had the impression that he was looking at an enraged King Kong. Meanwhile, an exasperated Hua asked Kong that if he was so good at the Dharma, who was the Buddha's father. Kong was confused. He started going through different options in his head, recalling his knowledge, and replied that Buddha had no father. Hearing this, Hua said that the Buddha's father was King Qifang. Hua asked if Kong didn't know even the basics. The frightened Kong replied for him to ask something else as this question didn't count. Hua then asked who is the Buddha's mother. Kong immediately replied that it was Mrs. Maya, the wife of King Qifang. Hua angrily replied that this was the wrong answer. Kong asked how this was possible and whether Buddha was mortal. Hua told him that before becoming God, the Buddha was an ordinary mortal, and the king's wife was his biological mother but not the Buddha's mother. Kong laughed and asked how that was possible. Then Hua asked him again who was the Buddha's mother. Kong replied that he had no mother. Hua began to shout that this was the wrong answer. He said that the Buddha was swallowed by a peacock but soon escaped from its body. And then he took the bird to Lingshan and thought it was his own mother. Hua shouted that Kong didn't even know the basics of Buddhism. Hua then grabbed Kong and asked him which of the 2 of them he thought was more suitable for the position of temple abbot. The frightened Kong replied that it must be Jie. Hua replied to him that this was incorrect. Kong then almost went mad and asked that did the Buddha think that his personality was more suitable than Jie's. Hua replied that it was all lies, and that to the Buddha all beings are equal. He, Kong, Ichin are all the same. Hua walked outside, his aura shining with a mesmerizing blue light, and he told Kong that only they could realize who was suitable. Kong was left completely bewildered. In the meantime, Hua went to the temple abbot's Zen room. In the room, Hua looked at the system and said it was unrealistically cool pulling something like this off. He knew he had a great advantage. Hua then sat down on the bed and said that he had gotten it from Kong and I-Chin and now he could finally see the features of the system. Hua thought that just like his previous life, this lottery system was like a wheel of happiness. The cell the pointer would point to would be his reward. The system has notified that the lottery has been activated and rewards will now be given out once a month. Hua knew that there were 36 cells, 6 of which were books with martial arts secrets, another 6 with scriptures, another 6 with Buddhist artifacts, another 6 construction books, and the remaining 12 sundries. Hua began to familiarize himself with each of the boxes to know the contents. When he reached the miscellaneous section, he learned that there was a ring knife, a pen, an oil lamp, a horse, an eagle, and so on. Suddenly, the system alerted that all 36 cells, secret martial arts books, scriptures, Buddhist artifacts, construction books, lanyas, and sundries were all selected randomly by the system. Then Hua clarified that it turns out that they would be different items in the next drawing. The system replied that they would be. Hua knew that among the 6 secrets of martial arts, the Bone Marrow Sutra is the most advanced and hand strength is intermediate. And all the other books are of low level. Construction books teach how to build a building from scratch, but everything is described in general terms, so Hua wondered if he could build his temple on his own. He then smiled and said that this system was very interesting and with these prizes he would be able to reach his goal even faster. And excited Hua started shouting that he couldn't wait any longer and jabbed his finger at the screen. The wheel of luck began to spin at an incredible speed. Hua watched curiously and said that it was very cool. The pointer almost stopped and Hua began to shout that there was no need for scriptures. Although they are necessary for Buddhists, the Shaolin temple is too poor right now, so scriptures are better left for later. He knew that most of the items in this raffle were useless, except for one. And from his experience from his past life, the biggest prize in the whole roulette was 3 points of light. Hua looked at that wheel and told him to drink the grand prize. He begged it to stop at the right place. It was a real torment for Hua, the wheel kept spinning. Then the guy closed his eyes and said that according to the law of luck, he would definitely get the middle or top level prize. Then he noticed that the wheel was starting to slow down. He hoped the stop would be at the 5th or 6th cell. Hua was getting more and more nervous with each turn. He knew that some things weren't particularly useful for the temple, some things weren't as good as a construction token, and basic martial arts weren't necessary for any Shaolin monk. Suddenly, Hua shouted very loudly, "Stop!" Kong and I-Chin, who were nearby, heard the strange roar. Meanwhile, the system congratulated Hua for obtaining a basic martial art, the Iron Head technique. Hua took a deep breath and thought that if he wanted to become the leader of the martial arts league, using this technique would definitely make him a laughingstock. Hua then clutched his head and said that before he returned, he would have time to be wholesome and wise, literate and virtuous, and rule for thousands of years. Although the Iron Head technique is a basic art, it takes a lot of hard work to learn it. Hua suggested that it might be necessary to use stones. Iron Head technique is a type of physical and internal strength. It uses physical strength to strengthen muscles and bones, and also the inner strength contained in the spirit of man to complement each other and achieve success. And if one were to develop an Iron Head technique, it would be stronger than any stone, which would shatter into small chips and iron slabs would split apart. This technique is invincible. Hua realized that this was wonderful. After a while, the tired and exhausted Hua exhaled in relief. He said that the martial arts secrets provided by the system were very convenient. And right now he had not only learned the techniques but also reached the highest level in this field. Hua now knew that with the combination of this technique and a little inner strength, his head would definitely become his main weapon. But until the need arises, he has decided not to reveal this secret to anyone, for he must first learn to control others. Hua noticed that after using it, the magic power of this book had disappeared, and now it had turned into an ordinary book with blank pages. He realized that of course he wouldn't be able to quickly create a group of martial artists because the system might not count it. At that time, the younger brother Yitzin came in and told his brother Abbott that it was time to cook. Hua replied that it was too early. Then they went outside and Hua took a stone and told I-Ching that he would show him something. And immediately after saying those words, Hua smashed a rock against his head. I-Ching stood there in complete shock. Yitzin started asking what this art was and that it was very impressive. Hua smiled and thought that he really was an idiot who understood absolutely nothing about martial arts. He then turned around and said that it was an Iron Head technique, and if I-Ching listened to him, he would teach it to him in the future. Afterwards was said that after he became an abbot, a realization came to him that he was now a different person and could no longer do cooking. I Ching asked what he should do now. Hua replied that it was very simple, and now I Ching was responsible for bringing water from the mountains and Kong for cooking. And after I Ching brings water, Hua will teach him the iron head technique in 10 days. I Ching almost died of happiness and said that his brother was very kind. Then a happy I Ching grabbed the buckets and ran, shouting that he would be back with water soon. Hua looked at him and thought he was just a carefree child. 2 days passed, and as the old monk got his well-deserved rest, Hua decided to go down to the foot of the mountain and look around for the future Shaolin temple. Hua walked forward, then came to the river and suddenly felt a stomach ache. He had only eaten steamed buns and vegetables for the past 2 days, so his stomach ached. Shaolin temple is really too poor. In the past, when the old monk was alive, he would sometimes do things for people, earning a small amount to live on. But the old monk was gone, so Hua realized that now he had to train well and start earning money. Hua felt that it would be very easy. And when Shaolin starts to recruit a dozen disciples or even more, they will make a huge stage. And that way, they would be able to make money. Hua's other option was to recruit disciples. In the past, when Shaolin trained disciples, they worried about their future life. Only a few people joined the temple. However, very few people will be able to go through such harsh conditions to live. Hua realized that if he wanted to recruit disciples, he should start by becoming famous or offering excellent conditions. Otherwise, with so many different sects recruiting disciples, no one will show up for them. After all, why should people go to the mountains and live a hard life when they can choose a better place? While Hua was pondering all of this, he suddenly saw a girl in front of him. He looked at her carefully and realized that there was this little shepherdess in the past owner's memory. The girl was herding sheep and playing sweetly with her dog when suddenly some man came up and calling her by her name, Lin Ro ordered her to sing another song for his brother. The man then walked over and took the girl by the chin. He said she had better play with him now. At this point, the dog pounced on the man to protect the girl from the man. However, he managed to react in time and threw the dog away. Lin ran to her. The man told Lin to see what happens when she doesn't listen to them. The two men then grabbed the girl. The man told her that if she did not obey, she would be hurt. Lin asked them to let her go and she would sing. Suddenly, the man was hit in the face. The blow threw him back several meters. Lin was shocked. Hua looked at the other brother at this time and said that 2 grown men were trying to establish themselves at the expense of a weak girl. The younger brother immediately ran to his older brother and tried to help him. Lin meanwhile asked the monk what he was doing here. She said that he should run away from here faster since they are young guys from the village and he is not an opponent for them. Lin asked him to call his brothers and sisters who knew martial arts. Hua realized that she thought he was weak. And then the elder brother came to his senses and started shouting that does this bald man want to escape? Then he shouted that those bald donkeys had gotten quite brazen, not only in the mountains. And they had better be careful or he would roll their heads and play soccer with them. Hearing these insults against him, Hua assumed an attack pose. The younger brother immediately started laughing. He told his elder that this bald ass thought he was the strongest monk and that this idiot should taste his punch. Suddenly, Hua accelerated and attacked him, hitting him with his head with all his might. The impact made his younger brother's teeth chatter. At this moment, Big Brother ran up and was about to strike from the back, telling this bald donkey to feel his strength. Hua meanwhile thought that only a real idiot would yell before attacking. Then he turned around and dodged his blow. The battle began, and Hua realized that this guy had a strong boxing technique and an unusual aura. And with Hua's weak inner strength, even with the iron head technique, it would be difficult to defeat him. Hua then carefully looked at Lin. He realized that this girl was the friend of the past body owner, so he can't show his weaknesses in front of her. Meanwhile, the elder ran at Hua with an outstretched fist. Hua was not confused and put his head up. The older man's arm broke from such a collision. Hua then ran up and grabbed him. The older man started apologizing. Hua slapped him and asked him how dare he hit on girls. Hua then told him not to call him monk, but to call him master. The elder began to apologize to the master and promised that it would not happen again. Thereupon Hua said to call him abbot. And then the elder begged the abbot's pardon and asked him to let him go. The younger one at that time was about to run away. Lin noticed it just in time and started yelling that he was running away. Hua looked and let the older man go, saying he could go too. Lastly, he told Hua that his older brother was a disciple of the Chang sect. He would come home in August and take revenge on him. Hua rolled his eyes and thought that of course if you beat the younger one, his older one would come along. It's a classic plot twist in conventional novels. Unexpectedly, Lin came over and asked Monk Jia why he was so reckless and what she would do if he was beaten up because of her. Then Hua smiled and replied that she was underestimating Abbott too much, and that in the online game he had died over 100 times before he could even blink. Lin laughed and said that he was bragging again, and she also asked if he had just called himself an abbot. Lin said that such a thing could not be said and one had to be careful because if his master found out he would definitely punish him. Hua asked her to stop and told her that the most shameless Shaolin abbot was standing in front of her and in the future when she met him it was necessary to call him master. Lin was surprised and asked where his mentor was. Hua told her that his mentor had gone to the paradise of bliss. Lin cried and said that master was a wonderful person. Hua was horrified that she had cried. It was the first time he saw a girl crying. Hua asked her not to be sad and told her that the mentor had gone on a well-deserved vacation. Lin wiped away her tears and replied that she just couldn't control the flow of her tears. The girl then pulled out an apple and said that she had plucked it before and now she wanted to thank him. Hua accepted such a gesture and thought that she was really a very nice girl. Then he took a bite of the apple and thought that if this good gracious sister was his friend, he must return to vulgarity. Under the Shaoshi mountain there are several villages and small towns, but among these towns is the largest and most prosperous town of Lu. Every 15th day of the first Lunar New Year is market day in Lu City. Residents from the Shou Kingdom come to sell or buy goods and some just to have fun. Hua realized that with so many people he was worthy of the title of the most prosperous city nearby. Hua walked through the market and thought about what a good day it was. Perfect for promoting Shaolin. Suddenly he heard passers-by whispering among themselves and saying how tattered his clothes were. Someone said that the old master of Shaolin Temple had passed away. He was a Shariputra and all people with that title must take an oath that they will be reborn in another country. Hua turned around and noticed two men saying that Shariputra cannot be reborn in another country without any punishment. They also told us that if men and women feel well, Amitbaha receives them and watches over them. This can last from 1 to 6 days. Hearing this, Hua realized that they were foreign monks who were lecturing at the foot of Mount Shaoshi. They really don't believe in Shaolin's strength, so Hua decided to show them what he could do. By the way, the town of Lu is not within the Shaolin Temple and any monk can stay there and teach Buddhism. An exasperated Hua threw a couple of punches in the air and said that sooner or later everything would belong to him. The monks watched in amazement from the sidelines. Hua then calmed down and approached the monks. He addressed them as younger brothers and asked if there was anything he could do to help them. Since they were both talking about real Buddhism, which no one has ever appreciated at face value. The monks replied to Big Brother that the world has really changed and no one believes that their Zen sect is real. And they've been telling here for 2 hours. But they haven't received a single coin of donation. Hua smiled and said it would be better if they cooperated with him. And he would give them a show and they would dress him up and they would split the profits in half. One of the monks told the other that it looked like this guy wasn't going to hurt them. The other one replied that this was good because he was afraid he would kick them out for breaking their rules. Then the monk asked Hua that they should just stand by and for that they would get half the profit. Hua replied that this was true, but it could be that he would not get any coins either. Hua then smiled and took the iron from them, on which he started banging loudly. Hua shouted to the whole market for the guests to come over if they wanted to listen to interesting stories. So one of the girls at the market started asking her mother to come over to listen to the stories. Her mother agreed. A crowd of people gathered around Hua. Some said that these monks were so strange, instead of preaching scriptures, they told stories. And so Hua began his introduction. He asked the ladies and gentlemen if they had heard the story of the monk who studied without holy scriptures. This is an amazing person. He was born very handsome and talented. Even His Majesty the Emperor called the monk his brother. He rode a sacred horse, wore expensive robes, ate and drank from golden dishes. However, he believed that money, fame and property were filth. So he wanted to go to the west to study the scriptures. The little girl asked in surprise what was next for the monk. Hua went on to say that he had become the most famous Tang Xian Yin Taoist monk. The people were amused by such a story and began to ask for more story. Meanwhile, the monks were making Hua comfortable. Hua told us that when the world was created and the yin and yang trials began, the world was divided into 4 parts. And this story begins with a monkey from the part called Dong Shinzhou. Hua said that this monkey was very brave to anger the heavenly soldiers and generals. The crowd was laughing with laughter at the story. Then he told that the Tathagata had renounced the Jade Emperor and all the gods, had come out of the heavenly gate with 2 servants, and though everyone sympathized with him, no one could help him. So he recited a mantra and invoked the mountain of the 5 elements. Then he was imprisoned in a prison which was made in this mountain of 5 elements. And when he was hungry, he began to eat the iron balls lying around. When he was thirsty, he drank molten copper juice, and when the people took pity, they sent for him the one who saved him, who then looked at the people, smiled, and said that he would tell them a different story next. The woman then became indignant and told him that if he wasn't running out of stories, then he was making them up. Ho replied that they had originally come for them to give them alms, but now it was too late and they couldn't just leave and return to the temple with nothing. Ho bowed frustratedly and thought about them pouring their money into him already. The little girl went first and threw in a few coins. Then the rest of the people followed the girl. The monks were shocked at the amount of coins Hua had collected through his stories. Meanwhile, Hua told the people that a mitbaha would be with them because they were generous people and the poor monks would now be happier. And if anyone wants, they can visit them early tomorrow morning at the Shaolin temple. All the poor monks will be waiting for them. The crowd dispersed and Hua told his brother monks that now it was time to divide the money and go their separate ways. Afterward, the monks whispered among themselves and said that this guy was the one. Then one of the monks said that his name was Huizheng and his brother's name was Huimeng. So they lost their temple and now have to wander the world. Zheng said that if Hua was from Shaolin, they would be grateful if he accepted them. Meanwhile, Hua smiled and thought that they had taken a bite. Hua then replied to them that although the Shaolin temple does not accept foreign monks, they could try. And he also said that he believes that if a monk is not greedy and can pass their test, he is eligible to join their temple. And then Zhang realized that he was not just a monk, but an abbot. The monks immediately bowed before him and apologized for treating him so disrespectfully. Hua replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Meanwhile, Zhang was thinking how a person dressed as a beggar could be an abbot. Hua then suggested that they split the money. Zhang said that they had not participated in the earnings in any way, so he should take it all for himself. Hua replied that he couldn't do that. Zhang said that they think Mr. Abbot is very talented and will be able to promote his dharma in the future, and they both want to join his temple. Hua realized that if he wanted Shaolin to prosper, in addition to rebuilding, he needed to recruit disciples to make the temple more popular. So he told the monks that he knew at first sight that they were worthy to join his temple. However, Hua realized that they shouldn't think that joining the temple would be very easy, otherwise they wouldn't see him as a true abbot. So he told them that seeing how they both wanted to enter the temple, he suggested that they join the Shaolin sect first. And for the time being, they would be respective brothers. And he will watch them and their behavior and then tell them whether or not they will join their temple. Hua created imaginary sects that would pressure them to work hard for the imaginary sect. Thereupon the monks bowed and said that they agreed, and also that the abbot was merciful and the poor monks would not fail him for anything. After a while at Mt. Shaoshi, Hua was climbing up and the monks followed him. Ming asked Zheng if they had joined the Shaolin temple too hastily. Zheng replied that it was the right thing to do, since he has a hunch that if they follow him, they will always have enough food. Finally they got there, and Hua said, "Here comes that Shaolin temple." Then Hua went to his brothers Kong and Yichin and said that they could meet their brothers. Kong and Yichin were surprised. Hua introduced his brothers and said that they were the new Shaolin disciples Huizheng and Huimeng. Yichin was happy that he now had a younger brother. Kong was wary, he didn't know if these disciples would be obedient. Hua then said that Zhang and Ming would sleep in the room together with Yichin. Now we should rest since there is a lot to do tomorrow. Before going to sleep, Hua pondered that the Shaolin building was too crowded and he was afraid that the small temple would not be able to accommodate many people. So he decided to expand this building as soon as possible, but he needs money to do so. After a while, Hua was excavating. At that time, Kong came to him and said that the blue brick for paving the floor had run out. Then Yichin came in and said that the owner of the brick house had come to ask about money. Just then, Zhang and Min came over and reported that there was no more food in the temple and all their money had run out. Every time Hua went to bed, he saw his brothers in front of him who were always demanding something from him. Such nightmares would make Hua jump up at night. He would see a silhouette in front of him and say he had no money. The next day, Itzin informed him that there were many people outside who wanted to see him. Hua went outside and saw a crowd of people in front of him. They said they had come to hear his stories. Some even came from another city. A woman said her child couldn't sleep last night until she heard the story continue. The little girl asked him to write a book. Hua bowed to them and said that he had not seen them for only a couple of days and they had not changed in any way. He also said that he had planned to worship and incense the Buddha today. But he could tell them the story of the journey to the west, but not for long. Someone in the crowd said that there were also 4 other monks here and he could ask them to do things for him. Jung immediately started pushing the brothers inside and told the men that the 4 of them should go to the foot of the mountain to do some work. Hua told people that right now there was only 1 monk in the temple and the incense often needed to be changed so he wouldn't be able to tell stories for long. People started shouting that they were so early and what should they do now? They asked him to think of something. Then Hua turned around and said that they were lucky as he had an idea. He said that each of them could buy some incense and put it up so that the Buddha would not only see them but also bless them. Hua realized that this was a great way to make money. One of the men immediately said that he would buy 2 sticks of incense, but only to start the ceremony faster. Hua then said that all they needed to do was just throw 3 coins and light the stick on fire. A man came up to do all this and asked, why does incense smell like oil? Then Hua said that there is oil in the incense so that there is more energy from the flame. The more incense that burns, the more devotees will receive the Buddha's blessings. After that, everyone began to approach the incense. Hua told everyone that they should not let the incense go out because it was disrespectful to the Buddha. And if it stops burning, the poor monk will be forced to interrupt storytelling for the day. Also, Hua recalled that the last time he had talked about the great sage Qitian. At this time, Hua thought about the fact that 1 stick of incense in oil costs 3 minutes. And he bought them in bulk, 1 copper coin for each stick, so he earns 2 coins every 3 minutes. Hua realized that he could earn 40 coins in an hour. And if he narrated for 5 hours, he could get 2 silver coins. Hua began to tell a story. He said that the Monkey King said his middle name was the sun. The traveler scolded him and said he was a vile animal. Soon Hua said that it was getting dark, so that was it for today. And if anyone wants to hear the continuation, they can come back tomorrow. Everyone dispersed and suddenly Hua noticed that one of the listeners was still not leaving. The man introduced himself and said that his name was Qian and that he had heard the abbot's name and had come here to meet him. Hua replied that he does not have face-to-face meetings, and if he has something to say, he can speak sooner rather than later, since Hua is going out to dinner and is afraid he will run out of time. Hua thought that this person was very smart and resourceful. He was probably an important person. Qian at the same time thought that this monk was too straightforward. Qian said that he wants to discuss business together, and when Hua tells stories, he will find someone to record it. And when the book came to an end, he would buy the story from Hua to teach people in other cities in the future. Qian realized that this book would have great potential, and it would definitely make a lot of money. As for this monk, he is someone who hasn't seen the world, so he is easily deceived. Hua wondered if it was a coincidence. He knew he had to think of a way to get his head around it. So Hua replied that he wasn't quite sure, but he was still in. He asked how much money he would get out of it. Qian smiled and replied, 20. He understood that 20 silver coins for buying a good book was few and far between. Hua laughed and replied that he agreed, as 200,000 coins was like a breath of fresh air. Hearing such an amount, Qian almost went crazy. He started shouting that he was only willing to give 22 coins. Hua then replied to him that it looked like the reader was not doing business for the good of the faith, so he could leave. Hua turned around, but Qian stopped him and said that they could negotiate a price of 30 coins, or even 100 coins. Hua proudly replied that he communicates with the reader as a friend, but he communicates with him as a fool. After saying that, Hua was even proud of himself and thought. Qian fell at his feet and began to ask Mr. Abbot, what kind of business is this where they set the price as they want? He asked to discuss it again. After a while, Hua still let him inside. At this time, Qian was thinking that he was definitely a speculator who could suck up all his money. After all, he insisted on a full story breakdown and is asking for 50 coins per episode, which means that a story of 100 episodes would cost 5,000 silver pieces. The only thing that comforted Qian was that he allowed him to pay in installments. First for the first 30 episodes, then for the next 30, and so on. In this groove, Qian brought him the written episodes. He couldn't understand what kind of strange monk he was. Hua then asked Qian if he would like to visit the Shaolin temple Yuhang Mountain with him. Qian started to get worried and thought that there was another pit ahead of him. So he replied that he had some other things to do, so he would go. Hua said he wanted to see the devotee off and also wanted to give him a tour of the Shaolin temple. Qian agreed, and now on the road, Hua asked him what he thought about the future of the Shaolin temple. Qian replied that the Yuhang mountain region where the Shaolin temple is located is very large. It is easy to defend and hard to attack, and it is also famous for figures like Zhangfang. Qian also said that he could guess that the future of the temple is quite extraordinary. Hua replied that he was surprised that the devotee knew about the philosophy of the Shaolin temple. Qian said that Shaolin preaches compassion and the salvation of all beings. And it is welcome among the people, but it is not so popular at the moment. And if the temple can get a name in the world, it will definitely attract more attention. Hua thanked him for his opinion and said that their opinions were the same, for he too believed that Shaolin would definitely prosper, but at the moment there were still difficulties. For example, foundations, silver coins, and so on. Listening to this, Qian thought that this was definitely some kind of scam. Hua then asked him to look into the distance and told him that he wanted to erect a mountain gate here and a wall to line the ground with bricks and restore the road up the mountain for everyone, but that would take a lot of silver coins and he's a penniless monk. Listening to this, Qian thought that it was a good thing he was staying as a monk. Otherwise he wouldn't have a place in Lu City. Hua continued his story and said that this was why the poor monk wanted to make another deal with the devotee, citing the future of Shaolin. Hua asked to lend him some coins. Qian asked, what is this guarantee of future income? He then said that although he was optimistic about the future of the Shaolin, what Hua said was just dreams. Hua said he should be bold and treat it as an investment. And if he wants to make a lot of money, it's worth taking the risk. And Hua also said that if the Shaolin did not bring in money, he would tell him an interesting story for free to recoup his losses. Hua began to tell the story. At the end of the day, the 7 kingdoms broke up and united to form Qin. And after Qin was destroyed, Chu and Han broke up and formed Han. The Han dynasty revolted as the impersonator decapitated the white snake and ruled the world. Later, Guana was handed over to the emperor and the dynasty split into 3 kingdoms. Hua then interrupted and asked Qin what he thought of the story. Qin was impressed and said that the story should be sold to him. Hua then recalled that he had mentioned the investment earlier. Qian replied that he was definitely investing money in the business. Hua smiled widely and said that it was the right decision. In his head, he had already calculated the Shaolin temple's property plus 5,000 coins. Now Hua realized that there was indeed enough money and it was time to build. He decided that this was a big project that should be finished in 3 to 5 months, and he hoped that Qian would be able to bring many workers and materials by tomorrow. Suddenly, the system alerted that in honor of the Dragon Boat Festival, he was getting +1 lucky ticket. Hua was very surprised that the system also has promotions every New Year's holiday. Hua started spinning the wheel and asked for the grand prize to fall out. The system alerted that he had won 3 lucky opportunity tickets. Hua rejoiced that he had obtained a super rare item for the 2nd time and luck was indeed on his side. He began to consider himself an emperor. The system alerted that the Lotus Sutra, the wooden fish gong, and the order of construction of the Lagoda of the 10,000 Buddhas had been received. Hua began to examine the fish gong and said that it was no different from an ordinary wooden fish gong and it was a complete failure. Hua then knocked on this gong and an aura of incredible beauty formed around it. The guy opened his eyes and found himself on the sea, sandy beach all around, beautiful girls, warmth. It was incredibly comfortable. Hua realized that this treasure calmed people's minds and allowed them to forget their problems. He decided that when the time came, he would knock that fish gong next to someone who was upset, dissatisfied with life, and maybe that way they could sort themselves out and convert to Buddhism. And then his temple will rise from its knees. After that, Hua took the Lotus Sutra in his hands. He opened the book and from there the image of the flower began to glow. After studying the book for a bit, Hua said that it was a huge amount of knowledge, which was quite attractive. Hua also said that the order to build 10,000 Buddha pagodas is also a good thing, can play a decisive role. Hua remembered that ancient times were especially fond of theories about miracles and false wonders. For example, like colored happy clouds, the appearance of cruel samurai, and golden light. Hua realized that if he came up with something real and hired someone to retell the story, he would attract even more believers. After that, Hua thought that he could donate to the Buddha statues for security and thus he would not have to worry about buying incense in the future. Although Hua regretted that he didn't gain any new martial arts techniques, but all 3 of these things were useful for the temple. The next day came and Hua went outside to practice the iron head technique. Suddenly Qian appeared with a crowd of people. Then he went up to the master and said that he had brought people and they had taken money with them. Seeing this, Hua couldn't help but be overjoyed. He immediately rushed to hug his admirer. After that, Qian handed him a pouch. Hua asked if this was the money they had agreed on yesterday. Qian replied that there were 1,000 silver bars and 5,900 silver bills. Hua rejoiced and said that this was the first amount of money to build a Shaolin temple. After a while, Hua gave orders for the workers to begin construction. He indicated from where they should build the wall around Mount Yuhang. Then showed which part will be completely covered with brick. And the road uphill will be restored and handrails will be installed along it on both sides. Qian stepped closer to him and said that he hoped it would work. Hua asked what is wrong because infrastructure is a top priority and it is better to thoroughly do things now than to remodel in the future. Qian said that what he meant was that to repair all of this, it would take about 30,000 silver, and where would Hua get that money from? At this moment, Qian was worried about his money. And then Hua replied to him that it was too windy and suggested that he go inside for a cup of tea. Qian asked not to worry about it and said that his bank could be called the largest branch and the maximum amount could not exceed 10,000 taels. Then Hua took a deep breath and said that it turns out his authority is not enough. He asked Qian that if he was running a branch, could he tell him where the main office was? Qian replied that the main office was in Jingling and his branch was in the city's district. But to be honest, his bank wasn't even a branch. Qian said that the maximum amount Hua can borrow from the branch is 50,000. But he thinks Mr. Abbott's temple will be built for 30,000 or 40,000. Hua then asked that if Qian wanted to borrow money from the branch, could he recommend a couple to him? Qian replied that it's not a problem that Hua wants to borrow money there, but he's afraid it won't be easy. Since the branch master in the county is a man named Zhao, he is a talented man with a great background. He failed the exam many times and has now become a merchant in a bank. He has a contradictory personality and can easily talk to people, but only if he is interested in them. That's why Qian said Hua can't take a loan without collateral. Hua then asked, what kind of person could Master Zhao like? Qian replied that he likes talented people. And there was one man who wrote a quatrain of 7 characters, then the owner gave him a standing ovation and gave him 50,000 on the spot. Hua thought it shouldn't be difficult. He told Qian to tell Zhao that the poor monk wanted to meet him tomorrow. Qian wondered what talents the monk might have. He thought that after learning about the difficulty, Hua would retreat, but it didn't occur to him that he would want a meeting. In the end, Qian said that he would be at the foot of the mountain tomorrow so they could go to the branch together. The next day came. Qian warned him that the owner had a peculiar personality and if there was anything wrong with the hospitality, he apologized. Hua replied that there was no need to worry about that. They went inside and the guy at the entrance asked Qian where he was from. Qian replied that he wanted to see the owner of Zhao. The guy said that he would call out now and suddenly he stopped and asked that if it was the narrator monk. Hua bowed and replied that it was indeed him, the poor monk. At this moment, Hua thought that he didn't expect to meet a little fan. The guy ran up to him and started saying that he had come to the Shaolin temple 2 days ago to listen to his stories. He assured me that his stories were very interesting. Qian stepped in and reminded the guy that they needed to see their master soon and he should let him know about them. The boy ran and asked the abbot not to leave, since he wants to know what happened to the king of the monkeys after his imprisonment. Hua smiled widely and thought that he was quite a talkative and nice guy. After a while, the guy came back and reported that the owner Zhao said he couldn't accept them now and asked them to wait here. Hua noticed that the guy's emotions were very different from when he left. He thought that the master had deliberately asked him to wait to humiliate him. But what had made him angry? Then Hua asked the guy what his name was, and said that while he was waiting for Master Zhao, he could tell him the continuation of the story. The guy started jumping with happiness and said his name was Huang. He offered Hua tea and sweets to have a good time. During tea time, Hua wondered if the Shaolin temple might actually consider recruiting worldly disciples with powerful martial arts like Huang. Huang asked him why he said the Tathagata Buddha was not so bad. Even if Suk Wukong caused a riot in the heavenly palace, he shouldn't have been imprisoned under a mountain for 500 years. Huang said that when he thinks about it, he gets scared. After all, if it were him, he wouldn't be able to bear it after 5 days or even hours. Suddenly Chien put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to talk nonsense, as Tathagata Buddha is the head of thousands of Buddhas and the person in front of him is the abbot of the temple, so you should not speak ill of the Buddha. Hua bowed and replied that it didn't matter as the Buddha was merciful and he wasn't going to blame him. Hua asked Huang if he had ever seen a statue of the Buddha. Huang replied that he often sees the Buddha statue, and that he has a round head, a big belly, and is always smiling. Also, Huang said that he is better than Boss Chin. Hua laughed and replied that the Buddha also knew that he was very fat and so he wanted to lose weight. Hearing this, Chien almost choked on his tea. Huang was surprised and asked if the Buddha had lost weight. Hua said that the Buddha wanted to lose weight, so he ate vegetarian food every day. He even came up with a special exercise for weight loss. He did it every day but still no weight loss. And in the end, he even resorted to cruel methods such as cutting up meat and feeding it to the eagle, but his weight still stood still. Buddha had used so many methods, all to no avail, and when he learned that Suk Wukong was eating all day and looking better than him, he became envious. And in a fit of rage, he drove Suk Wukong under the mountain of the 5 elements for 500 years, and promised himself that he would lose weight. Chien watched from the side and thought that this abbot really wasn't simple. He didn't adhere to worldly concepts at all. After all, how could an observer joke about Buddha? Soon it was evening, and finally Huang announced that Master Zhao had invited guests to a banquet and was asking them to join them. Chien thought that Zhao letting them spend the whole day here and inviting other guests at night was definitely not a show of friendliness. Chien was going to talk Hua out of it, but Hua told him that if they were invited, then they were appropriate, and asked Huang to see them off. The guy asked to follow him. Soon they arrived, and Huang informed Master Zhao that Shaolin abbot and salesman Chien had arrived. Zhao said that he was happy to meet him, and since everyone was gathered, he would introduce the rest of the guests. Zhao said it was the pride of their county, the fairy of iron tenacity and romantic hero, Qin Dingqing. Zhao also said that Qin is a celebrity in their neighborhood. Not only does he have an elegant literary style, but he is also excellent in martial arts. He's awesome at punching holes with a folding fan, and he once killed 4 great villains outside of town to keep the neighborhood safe. At this moment, Chien thought about the fact that there weren't any 4 villains, just little gangsters. Hua meanwhile bowed and apologized for the disrespect since he was a hero. Zhao then introduced the warden of Fuang Temple, Master Li Xian. He is the younger brother of Master Linggong, the temple keeper, practicing Buddhism and martial arts. Then Zhou introduced Chien and said that he was the treasurer of the bank in the city of Lua. Then he pointed to Hua and said that he was a monk from the temple. Hua bowed and realized that Zhao was clearly hostile towards him, although he had never met him before, so he doesn't know why he's acting like this. Li bowed to him in return and said that the Shaolin Temple is also on Shaoshi Mountain. It is located on the highest point. The place is good, but the sect has long been established and there is no reputation. Li also said that the Shaolin population had also disappeared and with it their skills. And now there are probably only a few disciples left and he doesn't even know how good they are. And also judging by Abbot's age, Li said he should only practice martial arts and is most likely not strong in Taoism. Hua replied that he didn't agree with what Master Li said. Although there are not many disciples in his sect, but everyone is connected by their hearts. And recently some monks have joined them. And as for the theory of martial arts and Buddhism, Master Li's words are even more wrong. There is no limit to learning, and one who achieves this understanding is very good. Hua said he believes his sect is as good as any other sect in Buddhism. And sooner or later Shaolin martial arts will be known all over the world. Master Li got angry and started shouting that his demands were too high and how dare he say that Shaolin martial arts would be known all over the world. Hua told him that in less than 3 years, Shaolin would be known to everyone and Master Li should just wait and see it. Master Li further lost his temper and said that since Abbot was so confident, he wanted to exchange a few moves with him and asked, would he dare to fight him? Hua answered him no, since this is Zhao Seller's house and he is a scholar. And he doesn't like fighting battles. And as guests, they must abide by his rules. And after they come out, they can fight. Li realized that he had come here today to borrow money and so he tried not to cause trouble, but he wasn't going to just let the abbot go. So Li said the discussion would be postponed for a while. But Abbot just said that in his school, Buddhism and martial arts are not inferior to other schools. And since Seller Zhao is a scholar, maybe he can compare Kung Fu from books. Hua gave it some serious thought. Master Li started laughing and asked that if he was afraid. And anyway, if he apologized, they would forget about this situation. Qian tried to say something to the abbot, but Hua replied that it would be better, but if they were talking about Buddhism it was likely that seller Zhao wouldn't be much interested in it. After that, Hua smiled and asked what about poetry. Zhao was surprised at this. After that, Zhao clapped his hands and said that it was a good suggestion, and it was wonderful for him to hear their beautiful poetry. Master Li said that poetry is certainly good for entertainment, but one should not forget the prize as it must be worthy, otherwise the poems will not be very enjoyable. Zhao asked what kind of prize he wanted. Li said that the prize should be something they really want. Li clarified that if the poem he would write was approved by Zhao, he would like to receive the 30,000 taels he had previously mentioned. Zhao replied that if the verse was suitable, giving him that money wouldn't be a problem. Unexpectedly, Chen said that he was from the street, so he had heard many verses, and why shouldn't he become a judge? Hua thought about the fact that it was likely that the three people had already discussed the loan issue and were now just pretending. Zhao asked the abbot what he thought about it. Hua replied that if the poor monk's tee-hee sounded good to his ears, he would have to ask to borrow 50,000 taels. Hearing this, Li grimaced. Zhao replied that in that case it would depend on whether the monk had the talent for it. Zhao then asked what awaits those who lose. Chen said that whoever loses will be fined a bottle of wine. Zhao replied that it wouldn't work that way because if Master Li and the abbot had to drink a bottle of wine, it would be a violation of their commandments. Chen asked what Li thought about it. Li replied that if he lost, he would punish himself with a bottle of wine, just like the hero Chen said. Then everyone looked at the abbot and asked what he thought. Chen meanwhile thought that even if the master was better than the abbot, but he was still their guest and they were humiliating him like this. Hua realized that if Li wanted him to break his commandments, the only one who would do it was him. But he realized that even if he lost, he was not afraid of such punishment. And then Hua replied that since Master Li was so brave, the poor monk could not keep up with him. He said that wine and meat passed through his stomach, but the Buddha is in his heart, and in case he loses, the Buddha will understand the poor abbot. Zhao at this moment thought that this monk had now raised himself so much that even if he drank alcohol and ate meat, it would only give him a good reputation. And for the sake of the temple's development, he is willing to endure humiliation. Zhao drank some water and said that now that they had decided on the punishment, they could officially begin. He turned the glass over and tapped it. Beautiful girls gathered around the corner and began to discuss that there was a very handsome monk there. Li approached the abbot and suggested that he write poems related to Buddhism since they were both monks. Hua replied that it should be so. Li turned away and smiled, thinking that he had prepared some Buddhist verses beforehand and the abbot was no match for him. Master Li went first. He recited the verses with the following titles. Partially entered the vegetarian Buddhist house, regardless of what happens in the sky, and a couple others. Chen applauded and said that it was wonderful as expected from Master Li. So sensual, picturesque, and exciting. Chen then said that the abbot could come out. Zhao thought that Li's poem was good, but there have been better ones. He wondered what the young abbot could do. Hua replied that he needed to look up a couple of variations in his poetry library. Suddenly he realized that he had found the very thing. Hua said that the moonlight today is extremely beautiful. Qian replied that apricot blossoms and the bright moon, wine tasting and poetry is one of the best pleasures. Master Li took a deep breath and told abbot not to delay and hurriedly read his poems. Hua replied to him that a monk develops the mind and impatience goes against the teachings of Buddhism and affects the state of mind. Li replied that poor monks don't stick to that and he assumes that the abbess is just trying to jump off the subject. And suddenly the abbot began to read. He spoke the first words. Zen is like the moon without dust. Everyone looked at him in amazement. Next, Hua read a work of incredible beauty, each word seeming to pass through his soul. Zhao listened attentively and suddenly felt an incredible sense of satisfaction. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was by the river. He saw the abbot next to him and asked what was going on. Hua struck the fish gong again, and after that blow, they found themselves on a huge whale that soared through the air like a bird. Zhao couldn't get enough of it. He said that the feeling of spring wind was really amazing. Hua struck again, and Zhao came to his senses. He opened his eyes and said the lines about free spring were incredible. He then told the abbot that his great aspirations and ambitions had been a lesson to him, and if the abbot could understand this world, he would make a name for himself without putting in the effort. Hua replied that he was honored and fortunate, and at present he wants to build a place for Shaolin monks to live and study, and so he came to ask for his help. Zhao bowed to him in return and said that he admired the righteousness of the abbot. Meanwhile, Master Li got angry and shouted that Zhao still hadn't said whose style was better. Xian took a sip of tea and replied to him that he couldn't even compare to the abbot. Chen told Master Li that it was impossible to realize the comparison between the stubborn stone and the golden jade. Master Li got even more angry. He went up to Zhao and said that he didn't believe what Chen said. And since Zhao is a scholar, let him speak. Zhao then said that the abbot told a great verse and it was the first time he had heard it, so he shouldn't even try to compare it. Meanwhile, Hua took a cup of tea and sat down. Seeing this, Master Li couldn't be reassured that he was about to get the money so easily. Li then looked angrily at Zhao and said that since he was unwilling to lend to him, then he would ask others. Lastly, Li said that the abbot could build his Shaolin temple and spend as much money as he needed to do so, and in case he did not succeed, he could not return the money. Hua replied to him that he didn't have to worry about it since he would do everything right. And even if he didn't succeed, it would only be his problem. Zhao eventually signed a promissory note with Hua and lent 50,000 taels of silver to build the temple, to be repaid when the Shaolin made a profit. The infrastructure construction of the Shaolin temple has finally officially begun, and even the lazy Kong has joined in. Everyone in the temple has united. The day of rising is imminent. It should also be noted that the temple already had its first disciple, Huang Feihong. Hua watched all this and rejoiced at his first victories. Hua continued to tell interesting stories to the people. He said that the red demon pointed his spear at the Monkey King and tried to kill him. And the Monkey King also quickly took out his golden club to swing away. Suddenly someone interrupted his story with a loud shout. Unknown people burst into the temple, and one of them shouted for everyone to disperse in different directions since Lord Nyu was here. A servant prepared a chair for his lord, and the huge, muscular man sat down on that chair. The man also stuck his sword into the ground. When Hua saw this, he thought that these were his precious bricks and that he had saved up for all this for so long. The man then told Hua to listen to him carefully and remember that everyone in the neighborhood who does business and makes money from it must pay him. And also, Nyu said that Hua had told stories here before, so he had already earned about 100 silver. And since he's a monk, Nyu won't force him, it would be better to pay voluntarily. And Nyu also added that Hua would have to pay extra since he personally came here. Apprentice Wan told the abbot that this is the so-called Master Nyu, a simple martial arts instructor. And this guy is nothing, and the people around him are his students. Hua asked Huang how many of these people he had been in contact with. Huang replied that he had not spoken to many. But other than Yo, he has no opponents here, and right now there are many, so Wan said he could handle 3, well at most 5. Suddenly the servant shouted to the abbot that he was actually talking to him, and he had better just take the money out, and then their master would forgive past mistakes. Hua took a deep breath and replied that the point was that wine, sex, and riches were sins, so he advised them to do good instead of evil. And what they sow is what they reap, and what they do today will probably cause them suffering in their future reincarnations. Hua then came closer and said that they could actually quickly put away the sword, repent to the Buddha, and leave immediately so as not to face retribution. Hua was well aware that he wouldn't be able to pay the protection fee. After all, he was now investing in the future lands of the temple. And then Nyu got angry and started yelling that he bald idiot would pay him money without any objection. Hua looked at him menacingly and asked what would happen if he didn't pay. Kong also intervened and said that they were monks and there should be some compassion for them. Disciple Huang started shouting to Kong that such a person was always looking for the easiest way to make money, and if Kong gave up now, he would ask for more in the future. Nyu asked again if they refused to pay. He heard nothing in reply, so he immediately got up from his seat and swung his sword and said that he would destroy their temple. Hua asked how dare he threaten the abbot, and just because they're monks doesn't mean they won't fight. He then told his brothers that it was necessary to deal with these insolents, and Wan began to attack. Kong and Iching also attacked the brigands. Kong poked one of them in the eye with his fingers. And at this time, Nyu decided to attack the abbot. Hua at that moment thought why the strongest one was coming at him. Hua noticed that Nyu wanted to cut off his head. He thought he would let Nyu come closer and Hua would show him what that bald head could do. Meanwhile, Nyu was very angry and yelled that he couldn't take it anymore and would kill that bald donkey. Nyu swung his sword, and at that moment Hua put his head under the sword. The brother monks and the disciple began to shout to their abbot. But as soon as Nyu struck, his sword bounced and flew out of his hands. Nyu couldn't believe that this was possible. After that, Hua took a deep breath and calmly told Nyu to put down the knife and face the Buddha right now, otherwise he would have to act. Nu looked at Hua in horror and started shouting that he was a monster. Then he ran away from the temple in fear. His men, meanwhile, stood bewildered, and Hua asked them menacingly if they would help them get out of here. They started running away and said they would leave on their own and not bother them anymore. People around started saying that Master Abbot was very strong and it was unrealistically cool. Everyone was excited and said that Shaolin Temple was really amazing. However, Huang told Abbot that he had to be careful because Nu still had Chen Jing's support, and he is not someone who should be messed with. Hua replied that it didn't matter who supported him anyway since the Abbot also had support and it was from the Buddha. Meanwhile, Hua thought about the fact that today was the 25th day and it had been a month since he had been here. That meant that at 12 o'clock he would be able to play the lottery. And this lottery will determine if he can handle the future problems associated with Nu. Night came, all the monks went to bed. And the system asked Hua if he would like to use the lottery ticket right now. Hua said yes. He realized that luck was very important this time as the temple had become popular and more enemies would appear. And if Hua can't acquire high-quality martial arts techniques, he can safely start preparing for the worst. Hua knew that after more than 20 days of cultivation, his ability to take qi into his body had become much stronger. And if he could combine that with technique, what happened today would no longer happen. So far, luck was on his side, but this time it would be all about the Shaolin Temple, and Hua didn't know if his luck would continue. Suddenly, the system congratulated Hua for obtaining the Lion Roar technique. It is an iconic Shaolin martial art he can destroy with his sonic attacks. Hua rejoiced, and suddenly he realized that it was midnight. And if he used this technique in the temple, it would definitely cause a commotion, so he decided to go to the back mountain. Lion's Roar is one of the 72 Shaolin tricks. After using it, the tongue explodes with thunder and the sound waves can travel dozens of miles. People nearby will be terrified when they hear it. If they don't have the inner strength to defend themselves, they will be killed by the huge sound waves. In severe cases, people bleed out and die, their arms and legs broken by the vibrations. Meanwhile, Hua came to the mountain and decided to test the technique. He took in a full chest of air and shouted loudly as he exhaled. There was an incredibly powerful sound that cut through the tree trunks and broke them. Hua said that this roar was simply terrifying. Then Hua suddenly felt very bad. He didn't understand what was happening. Hua plopped down on the ground and thought that although he had obtained the full essence of a lion's roar, it didn't mean that he could produce the strongest lion's roar. And he also thought that the reason might be that his inner strength was too weak. And if he didn't learn it, he would be in trouble. Suddenly, Hua heard someone asking in a terrifying voice, "Who's there?" Hua became alarmed. And suddenly someone unknown grabbed him by the throat and asked him who was this child who dared to disturb the old man. At this moment, Hua didn't realize who this master at the back of the Shaolin Temple mountain was. Hua then gathered all his strength and used the lion roar technique. There was a very loud sound. After that, the creature retreated. And Hua reflected that if he had wanted to kill it, he would have done it long ago, but he let it go, and it was most likely a warning. And it's possible that this mystery man can't leave the place for whatever reason, so he can only intimidate. Either way, Hua realized that it was dangerous, so he decided that he had to find a way to get him out of here. Hua came to the temple and thought that according to the plan, the temple could be divided into 4 parts. In the first and second areas would be the Bell Tower, the Hall of Heaven, Guanyin Hall, Vajra Hall, Mita Hall, Weitua Hall, Manjushri Hall, Medicine Master Hall, the 10 Reincarnation Halls, the main hall, and other Buddhist halls. And the rest of the rooms will be mainly for pilgrims and tourists. The third area will be the inner Shaolin Temple, which includes the Jai Hall, dormitories, Arhat Hall, Bodhi Hall, Prajna Hall, Dharma Hall, and Martial Arts Field. And regarding the fourth part, Hua decided that he needed to rely on the manifestation of the Buddha. The system asked if Hua was sure he wanted to use the 10,000 steps construction token. Hua confirmed. The token shattered into thousands of different shards. Each shard literally created a miracle, creating structures of incredible beauty. Hua looked at it and said, "This is the truest miracle. This is the treatment given to the Son of Heaven." Hua thought it was a shame that he had just feared the mysterious man on the mountain. After all, how could he compare to him? Then he went inside. There are 1,500 big and small Buddha statues on the first floor alone. The second floor is similar to the first floor, except that the center Buddha statue has become a bodhisattva. There are over 10,000 Buddha statues on all the other 8 floors. Hua said that these are the real 10,000 steps. Soon Hua climbed to the top floor and thought that the tower had been erected on the ground overnight, and such a miracle would surely increase the number of believers in the Shaolin temple. With a good solid base, it would be much easier to recruit students in the future. Hua realized that he was one step closer to completing the task and thus to freedom. Suddenly, Hua heard Yi-Qin shouting to his brothers that it was time to wake up. And at the same moment, a crowd of people broke into the temple to listen to the stories. As soon as they entered, people began to shout that this was a real miracle and that Buddha himself had appeared. They began to bow and ask that the Buddha bless them and their children. Some asked for help in finding a good man, some asked for a child. Hua watched this and smiled. Then he wished them all good morning from the top floor of the tower. People told him that it was a real miracle. Suddenly Hua took a step forward and began to fall downward. People were startled and were even more shocked. Meanwhile, Hua landed on his head. Yi-Qin ran up to him and asked what was going on here. Hua stood up and said that the Buddha had recently visited his dream. And Buddha said that he was touched by the sincerity of the Shaolin temple, and for that he would create a miracle. And these 10,000 steps are the proof of that. People could not contain their excitement. They asked to be allowed to visit the Buddha's miracle. Everyone was curious to see what was inside. Hua asked them to calm down and said that Buddha had given him an order. This tower can only bless 10,000 families. Therefore, if they really believe in Buddha, they can visit the tower. The rest of us can only watch from the outside and burn incense near the tower. Hua realized that if so many people came in, the tower might collapse. Besides, he needs to rely on this tower to make money and he can't let them in for free. People were surprised that this was the Buddha's wish. Then one of the girls asked the abbot how to please the Buddha. Soon people began to buy Buddha statues from the tower. For 5 taels of silver, Hua sold a small statue. He was selling a medium-sized statue for 12 taels of silver. And Hua also said that if someone paid 100 taels of silver, he would have access to all the rooms. After a while, a huge queue formed outside the temple. Everyone wanted to go inside and see the miracle with their own eyes. Shangguan Xiong was also standing in line with his servant. The servant told him that he had checked everything, and yesterday, after the abbot had scattered all the rascals, he had told everyone that the Buddha would soon appear. And after that, this tower appeared. Shun said that this little temple really should be grateful to the Buddha. Shun asked if he had checked this abbot. The servant told me that the name was Abbot Jie and he had been in the Shaolin temple since he was a child. And when their master died, the power passed to him, and he also has an older brother and a younger brother. Xing asked what about martial arts. The servant replied that Shaolin temple is not famous in the martial arts world, so not much is known about it. Then Xing asked that didn't he say that NYU was ready to attack at any time, and told the servant to go and stir up a conflict between them so that NYU would test all his capabilities. The servant set off and Shun stopped him. He told him to remember that he must have someone secretly guard this abbot if he could really communicate with the Buddha. Meanwhile, a fellow from the crowd approached the abbot and said that here were his 5 taels of silver to ask the Buddha to bless his family. Hua replied that if he was sincere, the Buddha would hear him. Suddenly, Hua discovered NYU in the crowd. Hua thought that this guy was in the crowd waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on him. He realized that he could knock these rascals out with his lion's roar, but since there were so many residents here, he would have to find another way to get rid of them. Hua knew that there was always a way out. Hua then told the residents that the Shaolin temple was blessed by Buddha and would continue to show miracles in the future. And he also said that there are people who want to destroy the temple and make Buddha hate the place, who have come and are coming to the temple repeatedly to do harm. And by acting this way, they are not only enemies of the Shaolin, but enemies of everyone. Hua asked the villagers to think about it and asked if they could tolerate such behavior. The residents revolted and began to shout that they would defend the pagoda, defend the temple. Then Hua pointed his finger and said that it was them, the second bull gang from Dengfeng County. Although Buddha is merciful, they should teach them a lesson. Nu didn't know how to react and got angry. Meanwhile, people from the crowd started attacking them. With the whole crowd, they slaughtered these brigands who were begging for mercy. Hua watched from the sidelines and said that it seems like the mass path is the right decision, and not only can you hide your power that way, but it's good for the future recruitment of disciples. Suddenly, Hua noticed suspicious people behind his back. It was Xiong and his servant. Soon, Xiong approached the abbot and said that he wanted to meet the Shaolin abbot. Hua felt his aura and realized that this man was not so simple. There is a clear division of power over Jianghu, usually divided into Hotian masters and innate masters. And Hodian is further divided into early stage, middle stage, and late stage, and then the great consummation. The early stage refers to cultivating the discipline of internal energy and feeling qi, which is considered to have entered the Hutian realm. The middle stage refers to the cultivation of internal energy with a certain level of attainment. That is, reaching a point where internal energy can pass through the meridians and travel throughout the body. At this time, attacks using any part of the body supported by internal energy can do a lot of damage. In later stages, internal energy can radiate outside the body so that people can clearly feel it. Hotian perfection means that the attainment of inner energy has reached the realm of small success, at which time the energy can be reset, achieving a return to the basics. Meanwhile, Hua noticed that this man's gaze was like a torch and he was most likely a late master Hotian. But Hua didn't realize whether he was an enemy or a friend. Xiong suggested to talk indoors. Hua wondered that as soon as he arrived, he invited him to talk indoors. Is he a Buddhist or does he want to become a monk? Soon Xiong said that he had arrived uninvited to speak to the abbot. Hua replied that he was sorry to have to welcome him here. Xing said that he was a simple commoner with a small fortune, so he was not worthy of the title of guest of honor. Hua told him that if he came to the Shaolin to find an abbot but has to hide his identity, then he is not liberal enough. At this moment, Hua thought about how he didn't trust him. Then Shun asked what the abbot saw. And Hua replied to him that unless he was wrong, Xiong was most likely from the army. Hearing this, Xiong became angry and could not contain his anger. His aura shone incredibly powerfully. Suddenly, his servant rushed in and asked what that murderous aura was and what was going on here. Shun stopped him. Xiong said that if he wasn't sure that he had never seen the abbot before, he would have doubted his identity. Xiong then sat down and said that since the abbot could see who he was, he would not hide that he was indeed from the army. Afterward, he said that this time he had really come to the abbot for something. Because the father of a friend of his had believed in Buddhism all his life and had sought to have something of the Buddha nature in his life. And for this reason, the old man traveled all over the world and spent a great deal of money but was never able to get what he wanted for many years. And a few days ago, Xiong heard that a miracle had appeared in the Shaolin temple, and since he was here on business, he came to visit the abbot, in the hope that he could get something of Buddha nature to help his friend's father fulfill his wish. Hua replied that it was not difficult, but if he believed in Buddha, he should come to their temple in person to show his sincerity. At this moment, Hua thought that he really didn't want to deal with the government, especially the military. He is in favor of peace and order. He also realized that if he didn't agree to his request, Xiong wouldn't back down. And since Hua couldn't resist, he decided to make friends first. Xing said that he had a request and that he hoped the abbot would let him see something of the Buddha's nature so that he could have an idea of what to expect and ask the old man to come back. Hua replied that that would be great. And he also said that Xiong was in a depressed state, so he should listen to the sound and calm his mind. Hua struck the fish gong and Xiong found himself in a paradisiacal place with girls of incredible beauty all around him. Shun asked, "Where is this located?" He was absolutely delighted, and when he came to his senses, he asked if it was the power of the Buddha's nature. Xiong then bowed and said that if one day he left his official duties, he would come to Shaolin and stay with the Buddha for a long time. Hua smiled and said that this string of beads had been personally enlightened by the monk, so he was giving it as a souvenir. Xiong gave his name and said that he thanked the abbot. Hua asked him to go back and ask the old man to come to Shaolin. Leaving, Xiong was surprised that he had called out his name, and this young abbot remained unperturbed. He really is an unusual person. Meanwhile, Hua tried to remember who Shangguan Xiong was, as he had heard this name somewhere before. Hua realized that if he wanted to gain the respect of the officials, he would still have to improve his own strength. Otherwise, if he met an unreasonable person, all his efforts would be in vain. Hua remembered that he had been here for over a month and had participated in 3 lotteries. The next drawing is still a month away, so he needs to practice his skills diligently during that time to avoid situations like this. After all, when Hua used the lion's roar, all of his internal energy was drained. Hua realized that Shaolin had gained popularity now and more people would be coming soon. So he figured they could use such an opportunity to recruit disciples. Soon news broke that the Shaolin temple was fortunate enough to receive the blessing of the Buddha, who sends a pagoda of merit and virtue to bless people. And the abbot of that temple listened to the Buddha's decree, followed the will of heaven, and saved all living beings, wanting to promote the temple and recruit disciples. And soon a whole crowd gathered at the temple gate, a great many wishing to become disciples, and even the elderly grandfather believed in himself. The rules for admission are as follows. Males between the ages of 10 and 25 can have a family, must be in good health and of sound character. Those who show good results can become Shaolin disciples and learn martial arts. They will have to attend morning classes every 3 days. Some were surprised that Shaolin teaches martial arts as they are not famous for it. Someone asked if they provided food, and someone said that if he entered the temple, he could feed each master himself. Someone claimed that Shaolin was a precious place blessed by Buddha. Men approached the reception desk one by one. However, it wasn't just men standing in line. Even a very young girl came in who was asked to go home to her mom. The second phase was to test the physical fitness and stamina of each of the chosen ones. And the third phase was a test of patience. In the end, more than 100 people signed up at first, and after 3 tests, 3 or 4 remained. But in fact, none. Ho was willing to use some tricks to test the will of young people. For example, throw a piece of trash on the ground, drop 2 coins, food, or whatever. Suddenly, all of a sudden, the doors of the temple opened with incredible force and a beautiful white tiger broke in. Ho started yelling for the brothers to close the door now and prevent the beast from rushing in further. Ho held the door and thought about the fact that this tiger is too big. Although it has inner strength, but Ho's actual fighting power is very small even with the help of his brothers. But suddenly Ho noticed that the tiger had retreated. Ho could not understand why the beast had retreated. And right after that a human hand entered the gap. Ho was startled out of his wits. So he decided not to hold the door and saw before him a huge man with the fur of a tiger hanging from his shoulder. Ho thought that if this tiger belonged to this giant, it was better to deal with him. Ho bowed and asked why he had come to the temple this evening. Then the giant turned to the lady and said that the doors of the temple were still open and they had come on time. Ho looked behind the giant's back and saw there an incredibly beautiful girl who had a bandage over her face. Suddenly another little girl with a tiger appeared and asked him to step back, for could he not see that the lady was coming? Ho stood with his brothers, and none of them could understand what was going on here. Suddenly the little girl asked the monks what was wrong with them. And don't they see that their lady is here to worship the Buddha? She asked them to get out of the way. Kong bowed and said that the temple would be closing soon, so if they were here to offer incense, they had better come tomorrow morning. The girl started yelling at him to shut up because he was annoying, and said it was a blessing that the mistress was here. Kong thought this girl was very eloquent. The girl got even angrier and said that if he kept babbling, he might get bitten by the fangs. Suddenly, the girl called the girl named Xiao Chui and said that her words were becoming more and more delusional. The girl then asked if there was an abbot among the 5 monks. Ho stepped forward and said that he was the abbot of the temple. Ho thought that this girl's voice alone makes the heart happy. This is the magic of beauty. Even though he couldn't see her face, he was sure that there was something beautiful under the veil. The girl asked to be forgiven for allowing herself to come at such a time. But there were too many people here during the day, and since she liked silence, she didn't know when the temple would close. Ho replied that he didn't blame her for not knowing, so he invited her in. Ho noticed that the tiger behind continued to look at him. Suddenly Xiao asked her to stop. She said, "Let Iron Bull and De Huang go in first and see if there is an ambush in this temple in case there are people around, and it will be bad if they scare the lady." The girl asked as Xiao didn't have to be so rude. She then looked at Hua and asked for permission. Kong said that allowing a big man with a tiger to trot inside the temple is an insult to the Shaolin. Ho asked him to forgive him and said that if they thought the Shaolin was a place to hide malice, they should leave. The girl thought that this young abbot really dared to stop the Iron Bull and De Huang. He is really brave. The Iron Bull got angry and started shouting that the monk dared to stop him and De Huang's tiger, then he was crazy. He ordered the tiger to go forward. Suddenly the girl shouted for the Iron Bull to stop. But at that moment De Huang had already attacked the abbot. Ho was angry that he dared to attack the Shaolin dignity. Therefore, Ho had no choice but to apply the lion roar. There was an incredible sound. The tiger immediately started whimpering and backing away. Everyone around was incredibly surprised, and the girl couldn't believe that this young abbot was so strong. The brother monks stood there in complete shock. Hua, meanwhile, exhaled and tried to come to his senses. The Iron Bull got very angry and scattered to attack Hua, shouting that he was a brat and how dare he. But suddenly the mistress stopped him. The Iron Bull was surprised and she apologized and asked him to forgive them for such recklessness. Hua noticed that there was only superficial politeness before, but this time there was actually a hint of respect for him in it. The lady said she begged him again to let her enter the temple to place incense. Hua replied that she could go through. Soon the girl went inside and Hua told her that this was the first level of the statue of the goddess of dripping water. Hua knew that in the previous world, the popularity of bodhisattvas in Buddhism was comparable to that of Buddha. Although Buddhism is not as prosperous in this world as in the previous one, the popularity of bodhisattvas is still high. Suddenly Hua was surprised that the lady was going upstairs. He realized that she was not worshipping the bodhisattva. He noticed that this woman benefactor was offering her homage from the dripping goddess of mercy on the first floor to Buddha Rudra on the 8th floor. But she still hasn't found a Buddha she wants to worship. Hua noticed that this girl was rich and he was sure she had brought them a lot of money. Finally, the girl went up to the 9th floor and bowed to the statue of Namo Buddha Amitabha. The girl said that Hua accompanied her to the pagoda today, so she hoped he would keep her situation and what she had to say a secret. Hua replied that she could speak freely. Then the girl took off her veil and turning to face him, she cried. Hua was surprised and frightened to see the girl crying. Meanwhile, the lady lit incense. Hua thought at this moment that luckily he had time to see the world, so he didn't lose his composure, otherwise he would be embarrassed. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. She couldn't even be compared to those big stars in the last days of the world. She was beautiful. The girl sat down on her knees and began to say that she was the devout daughter of Ning Wanjun and she earnestly prayed to Buddha to bless her father for a speedy recovery. Nin said she knows her father's injuries are very serious, but he is still holding on so no one can see his pain. And he stayed in that position, which in her opinion meant nothing, but he couldn't leave because he wanted to forget how her mother had died. Hua thought that it seems like this girl was only born with a father in the family. Ning said that his father thought his sorrows would go away if he started practicing martial arts, but the fiends overpowered his mind and forced him to learn evil skills. And when she saw him the other day, his hair turned white. Hua wondered what kind of evil craftsmanship and what kind of girl. Ning asked the Buddha what she should do, since she has been living with her father since she was a little girl and doesn't want him to leave her. Nor does she want him to make her feel like a stranger. Nin sobbed and said that she was very scared and had no way to convince her father and that he just didn't want to hear. And that having heard of the Buddha's miracle, she the faithful daughter came specifically to ask for guidance so that the Buddha would show her the way. Hua at this time was thinking about the fact that this girl's tears hurt him, but he couldn't help it. Meanwhile, Ning begged to save her father and burst into tears even harder. Hua came closer to her. He asked her to calm down, but the girl didn't hear him. Then Hua took a deep breath and applied a little roar. Hua asked her to listen to him. Ning was very surprised. She didn't expect such power. Hua realized that using a small lion's roar actually stopped her crying, which was quite useful. Nin apologized and said that she had lost control of herself. She held out her hand for him to stand up. Hua said that there are 7 sufferings in life, which include all kinds of human suffering. Ning asked him to enlighten her on this. Hua said that labor pains refer to the cramped and unpleasant conditions inside the womb. The suffering of old age, when a person grows old and becomes mentally exhausted and weak. Suffering from sickness, when the body aches and there is no rest. The suffering of death, when life is cut short by aging or by accident. Suffering from resentment and hatred, when the heart is filled with them and when what is desired is not fulfilled but harmed. It is often the case that people are too fixated on what they desire so badly. They are very often overly persistent and find themselves locked in a cage, unwilling to give up, which adds to their suffering. Nin replied that the abbess was right, and in many points the noble maiden was too obsessive, but in many ways she could not help herself. Ning asked the abbot to enlighten her about the last suffering. Hua replied that the last suffering is separation. There is no greater pain in life than the pain of love and separation. When a loved one leaves, there is nothing we can do about it. And when a loved one is gone, there is only pain and longing for him, her. Hua said she's not old to experience the pain of not having her lover by her side, but he's sure she's already experienced it. Hua wondered why she was crying again, and if it was in a past life, he would have put his shoulder up, but not now. Ning said that resentment and hatred, striving and failing to live, old age and death, love and separation, these are the most important words she took in. Ning then said that they say outside that he is the one who can communicate with the Buddha, so she wants to ask him to teach her what she should do next. Hua asked her to sit down, and at this moment he himself was thinking how he could teach someone with his half-forgotten knowledge of Buddhist scriptures, and this was a trick he could only use once. Hua took the fish gong and thought that this treasure is really worth it. It helps in anxious moments. He asked that Ning just sit and listen to the monk tapping to calm her mind so that maybe she could think things through. Ning was surprised and asked what one tune could do, and then Hua made the first beat. Ning found herself on a green floor strewn with beautiful flowers. The girl relaxed and thought how warm the air was, and it seemed to cleanse her soul. She lay there euphoric and talking as if what had happened to her father wasn't so sad, and she was sure she would find a solution if she took her time. Soon the girl came to her senses and asked the abbot why she had just fallen asleep. Hua asked how she was feeling. Ning thought that this young abbot had a real ability, perhaps he knew some secret. Ning bowed and told him that she didn't know how he did it, but through his instruction she gained enlightenment. Hua replied that she had exaggerated his capabilities and that he had only helped her think through and let go of her worries. And he also reminded her that she should know that when fate closes a door in front of her, it also opens a window somewhere in the corner. Suddenly the girl took his hands and began to say that she understood everything now, and for now she would not go back to her father. She was sure he would figure it all out. Hua wondered why she was shaking hands with him, although he knew that he was handsome and attractive, but he was a Shaolin abbot now and couldn't take such actions. Ning was surprised and thought the young abbot was not impressed with her beauty trick. She then said that the Lord of Faith was planning to give the Shaolin a sum of money for incense. It wasn't much, but enough to keep a few people going for 8 or 10 years. Hua was pleased and bowed and thanked her. But suddenly the girl said that she dared not think so now. Then Hua was upset and asked why. Ning replied that although she was a daughter, she knew that money and other worldly things were like floating clouds to the master. At this moment, Hua thought that money was not an everyday thing, and without money everything turns into a cloud. Ning said that even if a mountain of gold and silver were piled in front of the abbot, she's afraid he wouldn't even look at it. At this moment, Hua thought that he wouldn't just look at it, but he would also take it in his hands. Ning at this time said that it would be a desecration of the abbot and the Shaolin if she repaid it. Hua thought it was sacrilege just the same that she didn't pay. He realized that this girl took him for a high priest and thought he didn't like money but was still owed the money he had borrowed. Ning said that she was sorry to have bothered the abbot for so long, but now she was calm, and she decided to speak frankly. That when she arrived, she saw a notice on the temple door for disciples. Ning asked if the Shaolin abbot was recruiting female disciples. Hearing this, Hua was horrified and asked, "How is this possible? A girl to be a disciple?" Ning said that female believers could find a place to sleep at the foot of the mountain and come to the Shaolin whenever it was time for morning classes. Hua replied that it was still impossible. Since the Shaolin temple does not accept female disciples, it is an ironclad rule that cannot be broken. He asked in amazement that could sound really purify a person to the point of converting to Buddhism. Ning replied that hearing that sound made her want to stay near the Buddha for a long time, and she was very sorry that the abbot did not allow her to do so. And then Ning said let Iron Bull stay in Shaolin as a disciple instead, so that she could contribute to the development of Shaolin. Hua thought it was the same giant man at the door, and realized that he had really underestimated this woman. After all, just now she had put his guard down by showing her true feelings, and now that she had come to her senses, she had figured him out. Hua also assumed that this expression on her face was part of this calculation. She first said that she wanted to stay in the Shaolin, knowing that she wouldn't succeed, but still brought it up to make this Iron Bull stay in the Shaolin. And since Hua had refused her once, it would be bad to refuse her a second time. This is also a common negotiation tactic used in shopping malls in more recent times. But Hua couldn't understand why she did this and whether she really wanted to contribute to the development of Shaolin. Hua told her that all beings have Buddha nature and the Shaolin has always opened its doors for convenience. And it's fine if Tainyo wants to stay in the Shaolin, but he has to pass the test first. Soon, when Xiao heard that Iron Bull wanted to stay in the Shaolin, she was very surprised and had a strange reaction. Ning apologized to Abbot for Xiao's behavior like this. Hua replied that it was fine. Xiao asked Madam why they should leave the Iron Bull behind. After all, he is stupid, and why don't they find someone smart and reliable at the main altar? Ning said that the Iron Bull may be stupid, but he is a sincere person and she is sure he will serve the Buddha well. At this moment, Ning thought that precisely because Iron Bull was stupid, he was the best person for the job and a smart one would definitely be a bad candidate. She realized that even when she showed her real face in the pagoda, she hadn't caused the Shaolin abbot the slightest change of heart. Hu said that he also believed in the sincerity of the Iron Bull's desire to serve the Buddha and he could join the others in the examination tomorrow. However, Hu didn't understand what this woman's purpose was. Since she decided to make Tainyo stay in the temple, perhaps there is some secret related to the temple. Ning meanwhile thought that at first glance it seemed like there was no kung fu, but the roar in front of the gate was clearly the roar of a Buddhist lion that had reached a high level. Ning then said that the abbot could test the Iron Bull, but if he was unable to do so, he could let it go on its own and the lady would leave. Hu realized that she was obviously procrastinating. Ning said, let the tiger go into the forest to come to the rescue in time if the Shaolin temple needed him. Xiao felt sad and thought, what if he didn't have enough food or sleep if he stayed in the forest? And why should the Iron Bull stay in the temple? Suddenly, Xiao realized that the tiger was the best at finding things. She smiled and thought that Miss was so smart. After all, she had openly left the Iron Bull in the Shaolin temple and in the dark she had asked De Huang to look for that one. Hu noticed that this girl was smiling like a bad person. Xiao meanwhile escorted the tiger out. Ning then told Abbot that she had always wondered in her heart if he wanted to know Wang Juan's true identity. Hu replied that in the eyes of his Buddha everyone is equal, and even though the girl's status is noble, but in the eyes of the poor monk everyone is equal. After that, Ning told Xiao that it was already deep night and it was time for them to leave. Xiao agreed. Hu reflected that she was beautiful, skilled in martial arts, had power and status, and a tiger as a pet. But she also has a father who practices malice, so he's afraid she's an unrighteous person. And that was why Hu assumed that this girl was a demon disciple. The next day came. The Shaolin Temple continued to recruit disciples and Iron Bull was among the applicants, passing the tests after everyone else. If he passes the final test of character, he can become a lay disciple of the Shaolin. After several rounds of tests this time, surprisingly, there were a dozen people who made it to the last level in the test. Hu notified everyone that the last test would begin in half an hour, and during that time they could move around freely, but they were not allowed to leave the first level of the tower. The apprentice said that in half an hour they could gather around him, well now they could relax. Meanwhile, Hu sat in his seat and asked the Iron Bull why he shouldn't take a walk, since it wasn't time yet. The Iron Bull replied that he would be here to protect the abbot. Hu asked in surprise if he thought the abbot was capable of protecting himself. Iron Bull replied that Abbot seemed to have some skills, but he still had to protect him like the lady said. Hu meanwhile realized that if the strong body received the lion's roar, it would not be able to remain unharmed. Hu then took a deep breath and the Iron Bull realized that this monk was about to make that strange sound again. However, Hu just exhaled and politely asked for the Iron Bull to go for a walk. Hu realized that since he wanted to work under him in the future, he must be obedient enough to do so. Whether he listened to his mistress or his sister, he must listen to the abbot in the temple. Meanwhile, one of the challengers discovered a gold coin on the floor and immediately picked it up off the floor while no one could see. Juan was watching everyone from the sidelines though and noticed it. Soon half an hour had passed. Hu said the time was up and they should bow for a moment. Then he announced that the disciple recruitment exam was officially over. Everyone around them was surprised and asked the abbot that the last test hadn't even started and how could it end. Hu replied that Shaolin is a Buddhist sect, and the first thing a Buddhist sect looks at when choosing a disciple is a person's heart. He said that he had placed a total of 120 copper plates on this floor. And during the break, everyone found copper plates singly or together, but everyone behaved differently. Suddenly, Hu informed him that there were actually only two people who had passed the test. It was Iron Bull and the Su boy. Hu said that collecting gold is a kind of beneficence, and they distribute the gold to help the needy and do good. So they must not think a mere coin is a trifle, and not to think of evil as a trifle and good as a trifle. It is necessary to accumulate good in order to bring down evil. The frustrated applicants left the temple and as they left, each of them blamed themselves for being too greedy and missing the opportunity to enter the temple. Meanwhile, Hu introduced the first Shaolin disciple, Huang Feihong, and said that this was now their big brother. Iron Bull and the Su boy bowed. Hu said that they would become Shaolin disciples after they went with him to pay their respects to the ancestors. They set off and on the way Hu asked the boy why he was called Su. Su said that he grew up a beggar, always asking for food and no one gave him a name, so everyone started calling him Su boy. Hua told him that being a beggar while picking up money is not a bad thing. And today he will give him a worldly name, Su Chong. It means a bright future. The boy cried and bowed and began to thank him for having a name now. Hua asked him to stand up as he would henceforth be a Shaolin disciple and not a lonely beggar. Soon they lit incense in honor of the ancestors. Hua thought that although he had never met the old abbot, he had inherited the memories. He realized that he owed his skill to the old abbot, but he also loved his disciple and wanted Jia to have some achievements. Hua also knew that although the child's skill was relatively pathetic, but his inner strength was pure, but only until his body became broken after completing all the kung fu techniques. Hua told the three disciples that they had entered the Shaolin temple, and even though they were secular disciples, they also represented the temple, so they should respect their master. Unexpectedly, brothers Kong and Iching came and asked that the abbot take a look at it. They brought the garment and said it was from Master Qian. Some time ago, Hua had asked him to find someone to take care of it. Shaolin is different now, and it is time to change the monk's robes. Kong said that this material costs a lot of money, and lately the Shaolin has been using a lot of silver. Hua was delighted. He replied that it was all right, and people depended on their clothes and horses on their saddles. He realized that the neat and clean robes of the monks were also a means of promoting his temple. A month had passed, the disciples were actively practicing, and even the Su boy was no longer like the old version of himself. Hua praised him and said such great progress in less than a month. He was very talented in martial arts. Su bowed and replied that it was Master Iching who had taught him so well. Iching immediately became embarrassed. Hua said that there was no need to be modest, and if he had not worked and studied so hard, he would not have succeeded. Hua then called Su to meet the guest. It wasn't long before Min came in and reported in a panic that there was a group of people outside the mountain gate who wanted to see the abbot. Hua speculated that it might be someone from the Fuang temple. After all, he had promised that they would meet again. So Hua took his disciple with him and went to the gate. Hua was greatly surprised to see a whole army of soldiers at the temple gate. Suddenly, Hua saw Master Xiong in front of him. He said that they hadn't seen each other for a month and asked how the abbot was doing. Hua came over and said that he was satisfied with everything. Xiong then introduced the abbot to Mr. Guang and said that he was the only one who could communicate with the Buddha. Guan asked, wondering if he could really be great at such a young age. And it seems that this time he had made another trip in vain. Xiong told Guang Yu that although the abbot is young, he has real ability. If he waited a little longer, the abbot would do something special for him. Guan replied that since he was here anyway, it was okay to listen. Hua at this moment couldn't believe that they were talking about him in his own presence, and if they weren't in the army. Xiong then said that they came here from the sectmaster's residence after a subordinate talked to him about Shaolin. Hua replied that medicine cures the sick, but Buddha guides the doomed, and he could see that Master Guan did not trust him. And if so, Hua thinks he doesn't have a destiny with the Shaolin, so they should go back. Guan got angry and asked if this little monk knew what price he would pay for this statement. And whether it was the soldiers behind his back or him, destroying the Shaolin would be the easiest thing for him. Suddenly, Hua laughed very loudly. Su at this moment thought, how can the abbot laugh in such a situation? He is a monk. Meanwhile, Hua said that he was a monk and had been listening to the Buddha's teachings since he was young and knew that everything was deceptive. He asked what their swords and weapons could do to him. Guan asked if he was not afraid of death. Hua replied that he would never trade the piece of Shaolin for Master Guan's enlightenment, so why should the poor monk be afraid? Hua realized that this old man had status and ability, and if they didn't change his mind, he wouldn't take the Shaolin seriously, let alone respect it. Guan at this moment thought that this abbot was truly extraordinary. Xiang asked the abbot not to take offense, as Master Guan was only joking with him and no one would take offense to a person who could communicate with a Buddha. Hua asked if Master Guan really wouldn't destroy his temple. Guan bowed and replied that he wouldn't dare. Hua replied that this was pleasing and asked for Su to close the door. Xiang and Guan stood in bewilderment. They couldn't believe that he would just leave them here. Suddenly the door opened and Guan thought they would be let in after all. However, it was Su. He handed him a blanket and told him that it was going to be cold right now, so they should take this so they wouldn't get sick. Guan turned around and started to walk away. Xiong asked him not to be impulsive again. But suddenly Guan took a blanket and asked him to thank the abbot for his kindness and he would stay outside the gate for the night. Xiong suggested that Guang Yu go down the mountain, find an inn, and return to Shaolin in the morning. Guan said that nothing more needed to be said and that he had decided everything already. He could afford to wait 10 days or 100, let alone one night. Xiong reminded about the festival lord's order. Guan said that they should hurry back as the Buddhist sect was a pure place and they, the people with swords, had no place here. Guan then looked at Xiong menacingly and asked him that did he really want him to drive him away himself. Xiong replied that they were already leaving and asked that Guan be careful not to catch a cold. Night came. Guan continued to sit at the gate of the Shaolin temple, bowing. Meanwhile, Su approached the abbot and said that he was really cool because the old man is really waiting at the temple. Hua said that when someone takes the initiative to ask another person, they are not impressed and even think they are a liar. And when you ignore him, he thinks you have real skills and stick up for him. That's the bad nature of man. Su thanked him for his wisdom and Hua told him to go rest. Hua went to practice his skills. His martial arts had improved greatly over the past time, and the true qi in his body showed signs of flowing. And when true qi can flow throughout his body, he will be considered to have entered the middle Hotian stage. Suddenly, the system alerted that the July lottery was open and asked if Hua would play. Hua has studied the pattern of light points in previous drawings and the distance between the starting point and the prize is significantly different. So Hua got together to calculate this lottery. In the last raffle, there were 14 squares between the lion's roar squares and the grand prize. He thought that if the bright spots are regular, this time he should choose the Bodhisattva precept book. If the judgment is not accurate, the light dots will likely fall to the left or right of the grand prize and a useless item will be drawn this time. But Hua decided to take the risk. He began to say that the poor monk was willing to exchange the idle life of his brother master for a correct judgment of the lottery law. Suddenly, the system alerted that 3 chances for the lottery drawing had been received, asking if Hua would use them. Hua started shouting that of course he would take advantage of it, especially there was a pattern that a poor monk would become rich. Suddenly, the system alerted that 1 piece of self-description, 1 piece of mountain gate order, and 1 reed had been received. And suddenly something like a portal appeared in the system. Hua was scared and thought that whether the system had crashed and there was a virus. And then horse hooves appeared from that portal which prescribed a punch to Hua right in the jaw. Hua was startled and asked what the hell? An incredibly beautiful horse looked at him. Hua walked up to it and realized that it was indeed a white horse. He realized that with her, he would become more respectable when he went out into the white world. Hua then smiled broadly and said that life was getting better, and so was his mood. However, Hua realized that the construction of the structures could be explained by the miracle of the Buddha, but this white horse could not be a gift from the Buddha. So he escorted her out and told her that she could go in and stop at the entrance to the 10,000 Buddha's pagoda. Hua then began to read that the advantage of this technique was that it did not require internal force. And as long as there is a place to take some power, a person can stay light all the time. According to legend, a Dharma teacher once broke a reed and threw it into the river, standing on it to cross the Yangtze River. To cross the Yangtze River with a reed, you have to ride the reed, resisting the wind and waves on the river, and Hua doesn't have that kind of strength yet. Hua decided that when he reached a certain level of inner strength, he would also be able to accomplish the feat of crossing the river using the reeds. And as for this book, now that I Ching Iron Head Kung Fu has yet to be practiced to a small degree, it's not worth giving it such a high level of ease. And none of the others are made to learn martial arts. Hua thought that it was a good thing that not everyone in Shaolin had to know martial arts, so in the future it would be enough for only monks to practice the arts. Hua then went outside and decided to try some light kung fu. He used a couple of techniques and literally floated in the air. After making a couple turns and landing smoothly, Hua said it was perfect. Hua was standing on the roof and suddenly someone addressed him. He turned around and saw Guan standing there. The surprised Guan began to ask the abbot who he was. Hua thought at that moment that he had forgotten that the old man had not left. Suo came down and asked Guan if he had rested yet. Guan replied that he was going to rest. But when he heard the sound, he came to greet him. Hua understood that the purpose of this old man's visit to the Shaolin was to find the tools of Buddhist magic. And at present, Hua only had wooden fish in his possession. Guan asked the abbot if he had anything to say. Hua looked at him and realized that he would calm down if he didn't satisfy him. So Hua told him that the abbot had seen the Buddha again in a dream. Guan was surprised and asked if he had really communicated with the Buddha. Hua replied that the Buddha often confided dreams to him. Guan began to ask what the Buddha had said. Hua said that the Buddha had entrusted him with a dream that he would again manifest a miracle and grant him a mountain gate in the Shaolin. Guan said it was a miracle and that he was 60 years old, but he had never seen a Buddha miracle. And he had never seen anything related to the Buddha nature. Guan also said that his fondest wish is to get an object blessed by the Buddha, and he hopes that the abbot will allow him to see the miracles of the Buddha. Hua then asked how he imagined that the miracles could be seen by outsiders while they were descending. Guan began to say that he was not considered an outsider, and he was also a follower of a Buddha, and had the same opportunity and he should see. Then Hua told him that if Guan should follow him, the poor monk would have to leave everything behind. And he is young and strong, and Guan will not be able to keep up with him. Guan stayed where he was and thought that if one looked at the entire central China, there were only 5 people with weaker skills than him. So Guan shouted for the abbot not to try to get rid of him, as he would still observe the Buddha's miracle. Guan realized that if the abbot had such profound martial arts skills at such a young age, then this young abbot was incredibly strong. Hua, meanwhile, was sure that Guan was watching him and decided to let him see the miracle with his own eyes. Hua applied the technique and said that he would see what Guan would do after that. Then he took the card and threw it against the ground. Hua sat on the ground and the construction card started to take effect. Guan watched from the side and couldn't believe his eyes. Hua began to recite the words Namo Amida Buddha. Seeing all this, Guan almost went mad with delight. Soon a gate of incredible beauty formed above Hua's head. Hua bowed and said that he congratulated the Buddha. At this moment, Hua thought about the fact that Guan had finally seen that Buddha miracle he had been chasing after so much. A surprised and delighted Guan looked at this and said, "It's simply unbelievable." Then Guan cried and said that Buddha is above everything. And it was decided that from today he would become a monk and disappear into the void. Will become an eternal servant of the Buddha and will no longer have anything to do with the affairs of the Red World. Hearing this, Hua was frightened. Guan said that he had a request for the abbot and asked the abbot to initiate him into the San. So from today Guan wanted to be a Shaolin disciple. Hua replied that he was too old to enter his Shaolin, and now that the Buddha's miracle had come true, he should leave as soon as possible. Although Hua had wanted Guan to join Shaolin from the beginning, he was afraid that he would not value what he had gotten too easily. Therefore, Hua decided that he would have to beg him 3 times before he would reluctantly let him into the Shaolin. Guan said to the abbot not to look at age, for his martial arts had already reached great perfection in the Hotian realm. He also said that he could see that the Shaolin was still recruiting students and needed someone to teach martial arts. Hua asked if he thought the abbot would not be able to teach. Guan replied that the abbot's kung fu is unrivaled in the world, but since the abbot is a noble man, he cannot teach talentless youths on his own. Guan said that he had a weak son, but he was a minister, so if someone from the government disturbed the temple, he could deal with it. Hua turned around and told Guan to be careful what he said. Meanwhile, Hua realized that it was for this purpose and gave him the opportunity to see the miracle. It was all for the sake of connections. With this support from the sectarians, neither Nu, Li Xian, nor Fuang Temple would attack Shaolin anymore, and the development of the temple would go more smoothly. Hua also realized that Guan had martial arts skills and experience, and it was the kind of talent the Shaolin desperately needed, not to mention that he had seen a miracle and would have no problem with loyalty. Meanwhile, Guan assured the abbot that he could teach and read. Hua replied that no means no and he must return to the temple. Guan fell to his knees. Hua told him that he was not meant to be a Buddha and why force himself like that. Guan replied that since the abbot did not want to receive him, he took out his knife. Hua got angry, his lion roar erupted. He shouted, "What is Guan going to do?" Seeing the image of the lion, Guan was even more shocked. He immediately threw his knife on the ground. He stammered and began to say that he wasn't trying to disrespect the abbot. After saying that, he grabbed the knife again and pointed it at his chest. Hua started screaming to stop it. However, Guan merely cut off his beard. Hua was surprised and exhaled in relief. Guan completely got rid of the vegetation on his face and said that he had shown his true desire, so he hoped to join the Shaolin. Hua couldn't understand what was wrong with this old man, so he told him that there was no need to suffer. And if Guan is truly sincere in his intentions, he will accept him as a disciple. Guan began to thank him. Guan at this moment was proud of himself for being so smart. He begged, kneeled, shaved his head, and finally impressed this callous abbot. Morning came. The Shaolin disciples gathered around the table and recited a prayer to the Buddha to bless their food so that it would be like medicine for healing. and let food be used like the water of wisdom, to instill peaks in all living beings and increase the roots of wisdom. Suddenly Hua entered and greeted everyone. Then he pointed to Guan and said that he was the new disciple. Everyone welcomed him, and Hua said that he would be responsible for teaching them martial arts in the future. Iching said that it was wonderful and he would study carefully. Guan said that he would be sure to teach them everything he knows himself. At this moment, Guan thought that he had entered the temple later than Jin and Ming, but neither of them had received the title of First Master from the abbot. Hua thought about how, if there was a teacher to guide him personally, he would soon become a better master. And the Su boy is extremely talented in martial arts, and with Guan as an expert he will definitely surpass Iching in time. Hua thought that after that, let Iching, Kong, Su, and Tainyo train other disciples, and soon the temple would have a martial arts system. Suddenly Wan walked in and Hua asked what was wrong. Wan began to shout that a terrible thing had happened. And then he said that a miracle had also appeared in Fang Temple. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Hua said, since the miracle appeared in the Shaolin Temple, Buddhist followers from the surrounding area have constantly come to see the miracle of the 10,000 Buddha pagoda. And later, the Shaolin Temple began to recruit disciples, which raised people's enthusiasm. The prosperity of Shaolin inevitably led to the decline of Fawang Temple. And so it is quite expected that Fawang during this period quietly created a so-called miracle ready to compete with Shaolin. Guan asked, what kind of miracle is this? And are miracles really just cabbages? After all, he had seen the miracles of Shaolin with his own eyes for the first time in his life. Guan said that was right, and they must have a counterfeit miracle. Then he asked the abbot what they should do. Since they are going to have a fair at the temple on July 8th to celebrate the fake miracle. Guan said that on his way here he noticed that some people had already started talking about it. Guan said that he had once gone there to look for something with Buddha nature, but old man Li Kuan had brought him a bunch of rags to fool him, and if it hadn't been a Buddhist temple he would have torn it down. Guan said that if the abbot gave the order, he would go to Fawang Temple and burn it to the ground and look at those who dared to come to the Shaolin to take revenge. Hua asked him not to be reckless as the abbot had already realized what he wanted to do and there was no need to say more. Hua said that Buddha blessed Shaolin and only Shaolin. And he knows that their miracles are false, but it's good that there is such a possibility. I mean, if they want to compete, let them compete. And it's just their choice and their game. The next day came, Su was cleaning the courtyard, and suddenly Guan came and told the abbot that it was for him from a monk of Fawang Temple. Hua looked at this letter and thought it was from the La Dharma Temple. Could it be Li Xian? He started reading, and it said that the abbot of Fawang Temple, Li Kong, was writing to him, and he would be 72 years old this year. He had studied Buddhism since he was a child, and at the age of 9 he became an official disciple of the temple. At the age of 17 he performed pujas and was accepted by all parties. At the age of 30 he became abbot, and at the age of 45 he became abbot. And even so, he dares not say that he is communicating with the Buddha. And Hua is a young monk, less than 20 years old, has been abbot for 2 days and dares to deceive the people. And he prayed day and night to the Buddha for guidance, and the Buddha relented and sent down the Mahamuni temple in the sky to pierce Hua's skin and reveal the Buddha's true intention. Hua read this and said that he had been thinking about how to deal with them, but now they had shown up first. And now you shouldn't accuse Hua of being ruthless. Guan asked why the abbot said so. And Hua replied that it was merely a method of provoking a hypocrite, as could be seen at a glance. Guan read the letter and said that their temple was nothing and Hua would be doing them a favor if he went there, so he asked to be allowed to go with him. Hua looked at him and said that he had a plan for Guan, and said that he needed to go downstairs in a moment. Guan came down and said that he was going to make everything look beautiful and make their opening ceremony a great spectacle. 3 days later at Fawang Temple, residents came to the temple for a ceremony to see the Buddha's miracle. People were surprised that underneath that red cloth was the very miracle. Suddenly, a white beautiful horse appeared among the crowd, with Hua sitting on top of it and Guan walking beside him. The temple monk greeted them and asked if they had an invitation. Guan handed him the invitation. The monk was surprised that the invitation was crumpled, and thought that the abbot of the Shaolin Temple was really here. Guan got angry and asked how dare he detain a guest invited by the abbot of Fawang Temple. The monk apologized and let them pass. Hua, meanwhile, jumped off his horse and told Guan to follow him. Guan left the horse to the monk and said that the sacred horse only eats the best grass, so this must be controlled. Hua noticed that people were being given food. and said that they were smart enough to realize that this miracle propaganda was not credible, so they came up with the idea of distributing porridge. And all this to attract the homeless. Guan said it was so hypocritical and low for the temple. Guan also said that the starting point was the competition with the Shaolin. It was a good deed to benefit poor people. Hua looked around and said that it looked like the Fuang temple had put in a lot of effort this time. Guan spotted a good spot with some shade and suggested that the abbot go there. Hua agreed. Meanwhile, the abbot of Fuang temple welcomed Governor Liu and said they were happy to see him. The governor also greeted them, and suddenly Master Li noticed that the abbot of the Shaolin temple was also here. The abbot told Master Li that the opening ceremony was about to begin, and it was necessary to inform the disciples sooner rather than later. The abbot then asked what was wrong with him. Li angrily replied that it was him and that he would recognize him even in the ashes. The abbot reassured Li and said that they would embarrass him today and the ceremony was about to begin, so arrangements needed to be made. The abbot began the ceremony and said that due to the love of the Buddha, heaven has sent down a hall of merit and virtues to Fuang Temple. And the temple is holding this opening ceremony to invite everyone to see this miracle. Master Li said that recently there have been many rumors on Mount Shaoshi, and some minor sects claim to have received a miracle from a Buddha, which is really absurd. And today he would like to allow the residents to share merit and virtues, but he also wants them to be vigilant and not be deceived by some sects with ulterior motives. Someone in the crowd said that they had seen with their own eyes the miracle of the Shaolin temple, and one day there was no weather and the next day it appeared. Others supported, saying that it couldn't be a hoax. Master Li said that these people must have been asked to come here by a young monk from the Shaolin temple. And he also said that this monk is a liar living off loans, and his so-called miracles are just a way to cheat people to pay back their loans. The villagers asked indignantly how dare he spit in the face of others. And they said they had come here because they had been promised a bowl of porridge and 2 buns for watching the ceremony. And if it wasn't for that bowl of porridge, who would want to come all that way? People began to ask if the miracle was real, for it could have been secretly built. Master Li became even more angry. Guan meanwhile smiled and told the abbot that justice is in the heart. Hua replied that he couldn't pretend, couldn't fake, and couldn't live with his sins. Meanwhile, the crowd was actively discussing whether the miracle could have been built secretly. And since they had not seen it with their own eyes, it was unknown whether it was true or not. Suddenly the monk, who had been silent all this time, coughed a few times to stop the gossip. At this moment, Hua thought that this old monk's inner strength was very strong, at least the Hotian Great Circle for sure. The old monk introduced himself and said that he was the abbot of Sangoku Temple in the capital city. Then he said Master Li noticed the Shaolin abbot here. Hua at this moment thought that this master might even be an ascended master. He didn't expect that the Fuang temple had such a bad character. Hua then stepped forward and introduced himself, saying that he was ashamed that Master Li had only met him with his eyes. People were saying at this moment that this was indeed the Zen master of the great Sangoku temple before whom the emperor was to bow before meeting. Zen master said that since ancient times heroes have emerged from youth. And he heard that the Shaolin abbot is favored by the Buddha. He is exceptionally gifted and intelligent, and so he needs his advice. Hua bowed and said that he wondered what Master Li Ji of Sangoku wanted to ask him, and said that he could feel free to ask if he didn't understand something. Master Li meanwhile told Li Jin that this boy had a sharp tongue and was not easy to deal with, so it was best not to fall for his tricks. Then the Zen master began to relate that a man came to the temple to worship a Buddha and saw a man worshipping the goddess of mercy beside him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this person was actually a goddess of mercy kept in the temple. And then Zen asked the Shaolin abbot, why does Kuan Yin worship Kuan Yin? At this moment, Hua was well aware that it was an illusion created by an internal force. Hua said that it is important to seek Buddhahood, but one should never place one's entire destiny on Buddhahood, one should rely on oneself first. And this is the Bodhisattva's step of warning the world, it is better to ask yourself than others. Then Master Zen said that a warrior holding a live fish in his hand asked Abbot Ring whether the fish was alive or dead. How should the abbot have answered? At this moment, Guan thought that if the answer was that the fish was dead, the samurai would let it go. If it was alive, the samurai would squeeze it to death. Regardless, the answer would be wrong. Suddenly Hua replied that the poor monk had guessed that the fish was dead. Master Li began to laugh and said he was foolish. Because when the samurai released the fish, it fell down and was still alive, and the abbot guessed wrong. Hua bowed and said he guessed wrong, but the fish survived and it was worth it. Master Li started yelling at him not to get smart here, as he had created a rumor that none of them had seen the Buddha miracle. Zen asked to remain calm. Then Hua looked at Master Li and said that he had a stone in his hand, asking if he believed it or not. Li asked how he could know that if he didn't see it. Then Hua opened his hand and a stone fell from there. He asked Li what he didn't see doesn't exist. Zen said that these matters could be discussed later, as it was almost a favorable time to get on with the opening ceremony. The auspicious time came, and the opening ceremony of the miracles at Fuang Monastery began with the recognition of the Buddha's miracles. The monks began to pull down the red cloth. Suddenly there were the delighted voices of people who were amazed. The abbot said that the Great Hero Hall is 20 feet long and 10 feet wide, containing the real body of a Buddha, 4 bodhisattva statuettes, and 4 portraits of bodhisattvas. And also 4 bodhisattvas, 500 Luohan statues, and they all came to their temple a month ago. Hua said he was afraid that he could not have acquired such a building without 100,000 taels. The abbot told me that this door is 1 foot thick and no one can push it without divine power. Hua said that this door is worth a few dozen taels. The abbot turned and replied, "At what for?" Then the rector came to his senses and thought he had been set up and almost fell for it. Then he said that the doors of the temple were now officially open. So everyone can prepare incense, and as soon as the doors open, they can enter. The people crowded around the entrance in anticipation. Suddenly the people began to scream in terror. The abbot asked what was the matter. Then he turned around and saw a huge, horrible snake right on top of the Buddha statue. The abbot began to scream in fear, and the snake immediately bit his face. The monks ran to his aid. Master Li ran up to the abbot and found that he was already dead. Master Zen, meanwhile, was looking up at the sky. He cried and said that the poor monk's sins were to blame. The master asked him where he was going. The Zen master replied that from today the poor monk would close the door of death and repent before the Buddha. Meanwhile, Master Li also began to lament that there had been so much planning and all the hard work was for naught. And suddenly in anger, he started shouting that he knew for a fact that it was all the abbot of the Shaolin temple. Hua asked him not to speak nonsense. For the Buddha had blamed and sent down punishment, and how could a poor monk be blamed? Master Li yelled for Hua to stop being sly, as the Buddha statue can't change by itself and he was the one who did something to it. Hua replied that there were 2 sacred Buddha relics in Shaolin, and if Li could destroy them, so be it, but the poor monk would never do such a thing. Suddenly Hua began to say with a lion's roar that if the Buddha statues break, it only means that the miracles are fake and are being used to deceive. Hua shouted that one should not fake miracles, deceive people, take the opportunity to enrich oneself and insult the Buddhist sect. Then Hua turned around and said that he did not wish to be in their company. And it was a mistake to come here today, so he would return to the Shaolin and repent before the Buddha. Hua began to leave, and people wished him a good journey and said that they dreamed of visiting Shaolin. Meanwhile, Master Li went to see Master Chen. He said he had something to tell him. Li said the story has spread throughout Danfeng County, so he wants to address the issue. Chen asked what Master Li wanted. After all, did he still want to fight when the defeat of Fuang Temple had already been decided? Master Li then said that if Chen helped him defeat the Shaolin Temple, then all of Fuang Temple's income for the next 5 years would be his. Chen replied that it was a good deal, and they agreed, shaking hands. After the failure of the opening ceremony of the Fuang Temple, the temple was severely thinned. After that, there were no more incense bearers in the temple. At that time, Sue's boy came to the market to get some produce. The woman said that next time she would leave the freshest cabbage for the abbot. Venerable Ikong announced the dissolution of Fuang Temple and then disappeared without a trace. The monks, big and small, sought their own way. And only Master Li and 4 or 5 martial monks vowed to take revenge on the Shaolin. The Su boy bought the necessary groceries and was on his way to the temple when suddenly he was attacked, saying that they had finally caught him. Su immediately turned around and used a technique. He dodged and threw several punches. The brigand said he was good, and if he hadn't been a lackey to this vulture, he would have taken him in as his little brother. Su became angry and shouted that he dared not insult the abbot. The robber replied that not only would he insult the vulture, but he would beat Su. After saying that, he attacked Su. But the boy reacted in time and blocked his blow, and then attacked back. The brigand was barely able to stay on his feet from that blow. He wanted to use a couple more techniques, but he couldn't. Suddenly a man came up and held the robber down so that he would not fall. Then the man asked, "Is it a quality of their temple to fight in the street?" Su sensed this person's incredible energy and aura and realized that he was very dangerous. Chun looked at Su, smiled, and then used several techniques, after which Su couldn't even stand up. Chun then tossed the paper to him and told him to keep his life and give this to Abbott. The brigand left with Master Chun, and Chun asked him if he was all right, calling him Little Master. The villagers ran up to Su and tried to help him. Some told him to go to Shaolin as soon as possible. Some said that it was a sin to raise a hand on a small child. After a while, Su lay motionless on the bed in the Shaolin. Guan couldn't contain his anger. He screamed and asked how could this be? He wanted to go and take his anger out on those bastards. Hua replied that Master Chun had always been smart, but this time he dared to attack his students right outside. And the reason is this letter, Hua said. On the first day of August, he will hold the Dengfeng ring to challenge the Shaolin. Guan got even more angry and asked how dare he? Hua said that it was said that Chin had recently gotten close to Master Li, and most likely promised something to Chin to get him to provoke the Shaolin. Guan said a snake and a rat in the same nest. Guan then asked what their next move would be, and if Hua wants to, he will go and kill them. But if Hua doesn't want to be a nuisance, they can call themselves a Buddhist sect and stay out of the way. Hua thought that it was true that the Buddhist sects could avoid the long-planned tournament, but that wasn't what he wanted. Hua remembered his second task. Shaolin should become the #1 sect and martial arts league, which meant that sooner or later, Shaolin should enter Jianghu. After the opening ceremony of the Dharma King's Temple, Hua drew the first half of the Kung Fu of the dragon and elephant and the Kung Fu of one reed crossing the river. Hua became strong as a martial artist of the middle of the rear bowl. Hua realized that with an expert like Guan as his secret weapon, there was no way Shaolin would lose. Hua told Guang Yu that if he didn't go for it, he was afraid that many people, including him, would feel resentful. Guan replied that nothing in this world can be hidden from the abbot, and they can't be bullied in Shaolin just like that. It's enmity and they have to answer. Hua read this invitation and began to shout that how dare he negotiate with him on the terms of the languishing temple. They clearly underestimate him. Hua asked for a pen and paper. He began to write, to fight in the ring, the stakes must be equal. And if Chun wants to participate in the fight, he must show sincerity. Hua wrote his terms, and Guan said that as expected from the temple abbot, not only did the Shaolin not slow down, but also challenged Master Chun. Hua said that Chun wants the wolves empty-handed, but it also depends on whether Hua agrees. Also Hua said that Chun has been in Dengfeng for years, so he must have money. Hua was very happy that they could also make a profit from it. Guan asked him to be a little more careful with the ink. Rumors soon spread that a fight with Chen would take place on July 15th. Some wanted to keep their heads down to avoid getting into trouble. Some were sure that Shaolin would win. Suddenly a very strange man appeared in the marketplace. He looked carefully at the inhabitants and said that he wanted to recognize them. The girls were surprised that he was so big and assumed he was from Bulls. A man asked where the best restaurant was. The girl was surprised he was looking for a restaurant and thought he probably wasn't here to eat people. Then the girl told him that there is a restaurant in Danfeng County, and the white chicken and beef and soy sauce are the best, and the aged flower wine is the most delicious. The man went there. He went inside and asked the guy if he was going to cook food and wine for him and why he was standing there. The guy was embarrassed and replied that this seat was reserved by Mr. Liu. The man smiled and replied that it was no big deal, and asked simply to be allowed to speak directly to the gentleman when he arrived. The guy apologized and said that this gentleman was no ordinary gentleman. He was the son of the richest man in Dengfeng, Liu Yunhe. Suddenly, the guy heard someone behind his back telling Mr. Liu to come visit whenever he wanted. The boy realized that something was about to happen. This Liu was sent by his father to study martial arts at school when he was 8 years old. He didn't learn martial arts very well, but he made a lot of friends. And all day long he wanders around and causes trouble in Danfeng County. Meanwhile, the guy greeted him and said that he must have traveled a hard road. Liu gave him a silver coin and told him that it was already a pretty old technique. The guy was embarrassed and said that he wasn't looking for a reward and asked if Grandmaster Liu could eat later. Liu immediately slapped him in the face and told him that how dare he dispose of his food without fear of him trashing his damn diner. Then the guy apologized and said that his seat was unfortunately taken, and although he asked to vacate the seat, it didn't work out. Liu got even more angry and asked who dared to take his place. He told his brother and sister to go with him to meet the man. Soon Liu walked over to the man and put his foot on his desk. The man was surprised and asked what was the matter. Lu called him a wild man and asked him where he popped out from and why didn't he give way to Master Lu right now. The man got angry and asked who he called a savage. Lu laughed and said that he had called him a savage. Upon hearing this, the man didn't hold back. He jumped up and started yelling that he hated being called that. Lu and his friends immediately grabbed their weapons. However, the man repulsed their attacks with a single blow of his weapon. Suddenly, the girl behind his back asked if the savage wanted to turn around and get it right. However, the man turned around and grabbed her arm and spun her around and fended off the others with it. The girl flew to the far wall. The others immediately rushed to her aid. At this time, Hua and Guan were sitting in the restaurant on the second floor. Guan said that Chen had deliberately used his connections to defeat Shaolin, to invite a wide range of great men to Defeng County to help fight. And this Iron Walker Yushan is one of Chen's invited masters. It is said that he once wanted to become a monk, but because his fighting spirit was too strong, he was not accepted into the temple, so he took on an iron ring armor and called himself a walker. And frankly, even Guan, the person who is about to enter the Ascendant at the completion of Hodian, has a very bad headache from it. Hua smiled and said that was why they were here today. At this time, Lu's friends managed to throw the walker out the window. He fell to the ground and lost consciousness from blood loss. At that moment, Lu ran up and started shouting that he would kill him. Lu raised his weapon to stab at him. Suddenly, a small stone flew into his leg. Lu turned around and shouted who dared to throw that stone at him. Suddenly, he saw Hua on a white horse in front of him. Hua said that all creatures are stupid and kill each other, and since he had encountered this today, he would definitely not allow any more battles here. Lu said that this brat had injured one of his Song Mountain sect, so he must die. Hua said that this has to stop today. And if he still has the strength to fight, then he can go after the poor monk. Lu began to ask if the weaselly stinking monk thought he was afraid of him. Meanwhile, Hua loaded the body of the walker onto the horse. Lu was surprised, for the barbarian weighed at least 200 pounds and the monk lifted him so easily. Lu asked the monk who he was. Hua smiled and replied that he was the abbot of the Shaolin. The people around him immediately began to tell Lu that the abbot was a divine person and he could communicate with a Buddha, and they advised him to obey. After a while, two demonic entities tried to take Shan Yu away, saying that his life was over. The demon grabbed the walker's face and told him not to resist. At that moment, Shan shouted, and when he opened his eyes, he realized someone was punching him in the face to wake him up. Hua said he finally woke up. Shan asked why his face hurt so much. Hua smiled and said that this was a Shaolin temple and he was the abbot. Shan said that he remembered that it had saved him. A Shaolin abbot who is said to communicate with Buddha. Hua bowed and said he was not the one who saved him. Shan said that before he lost consciousness, he clearly saw a bald head. Hua said that he had saved himself, and if not for his persistence, even if the abbot had come, it would have been too late to save him. Shan looked at him admiringly and said he wanted to become a monk. He wanted to become a monk and serve the abbot from now on to repay him for saving him. Hua replied that it was all nonsense. Shan was surprised and felt his incredible deep strength. Hua said he was grateful for his desire to become a monk, but he was sure he was not sincere in his desires and he would quickly get bored. Hua also said that he needed to leave so that he wouldn't get into more trouble. Shan started shouting that he was sincere in his wish. He said that he has visited so many monasteries, but they all see him only as fierce and do not want to accept him. Soon it was the 1st of August. They shouted invitations from everywhere to come and see Shaolin Temple and Fuang Temple fight. The minister said that with the approval of the Defeng County government, Shaolin Temple and Fuang Temple will sign a life and death contract, and the losing side will withdraw from Mount Shaoshi. There will be a total of 5 fights, with the winner of 3 receiving a prize. The first fight will be with Li Xian from Fuang Temple and Iron Bull from Shaolin Temple. The referee shouted that there are no weapons restrictions, no life or death restrictions. The bout begins. The villagers rejoiced that at last it had begun. Some said that the Iron Bull was very strong and that it could break a boulder as tall as a man with a single blow. Suddenly, Master Li appeared and started shouting that the Shaolin abbot was a fake, compassionate, Buddhist scumbag, and today, Danfeng would see his true face. Meanwhile, Hua asked that the Iron Bull play at full strength, do not mess with the opponent and beware of his inner strength. Guan said that Tainyo was born with divine strength and has a good education in martial arts, and even without inner strength he is good. Guan also said that against Master Li with an average Hotian, he was 70% confident of the Iron Bull's victory. The fight began, the Iron Bull attacking first. However, Master Li was dodging quite clearly. Hua watched from the side and said, did Master Li really have the strength to resist Tainyo's chaotic fist strikes? Guan said that perhaps he was hiding his strength. After all, he is a mid-back heaven master, so how could he not have something in his arsenal? Guan realized that if his guess was correct, he was afraid that Master Li's killing move would have little effect on Tai, who had never revealed his true strength to him. Meanwhile, Li thought that this reckless man, so tall and powerful, was moving so fast that it was difficult for him to lean forward on his own. Guan realized that Tai seemed to have no inner strength, so he wouldn't be able to win, and if one bypassed him and then used palm strength, one could beat him. Master Li did so. He touched Tai with his hot palm, and he was left with a palm-shaped burn on his shoulder. Master Li started laughing and said that he was just a poor human from the Shaolin temple and nothing more. Suddenly, Tai lost his temper and said that for the sake of Ms. S' plan, he had been hiding his power, but he couldn't do it anymore. Iron Bull activated his weapon, and then Master Li stood at a complete loss as to what he should do next. A second later, the Iron Bull struck with its weapon, and the spikes wounded Master Li. Suddenly, Hua intervened. He started shouting for the Iron Bull not to kill Master Li. At this moment, Tai had already swung his weapon. Master Li was standing with his eyes closed and had already said goodbye to his life. But when he opened his eyes, he saw the Iron Bull strike the ground, causing a huge trench to form. And then Master Li thought that he was really trying to kill him. Master Li was overcome with fear. Soon, the referee announced that the first half was over and the Shaolin had won this fight. The monk helped the injured Master Li leave the arena. The residents applauded at that moment and said that it was amazing. Some said that the Shaolin temple really lived up to its name, and they all knew that Tai would win. Meanwhile, Hua said that Tai did well, but he needs to go and treat his wound. Tai asked why the abbot didn't let him kill Master Li. Hua replied that it was a simple competition and why kill because of it. Meanwhile, Chin stood to the side and listened and watched everything. Hua said that it was already hell for Master Li to be alive. After a while, the referee announced that the second group of opponents would be determined by lot. It was then announced that the second match would be fought, Iron Warrior Chen against Shaolin Master Yichin. They entered the ring, and Chen thought that something he didn't recall Yichin being very strong in martial arts. Guan said that Chen is not very strong, but he is still in the middle stage of Hotian 1 and Yichin can go higher. Hua said that he had faith in Yichin. After all, he had taken care of him most of all after coming to this world and had taught him the kung fu of the Iron Head and the kung fu of the Dragon Elephant. Meanwhile, Chen started to attack first. Hua thought that from the looks of it, his battle energy was 50% stronger and he would be able to withstand against Chen. Suddenly Hua noticed that the Iron Bull was heading somewhere. He walked over to the carriage. Then the curtain was lifted by a woman's hand and Miss Ning could be seen from there. Hua couldn't understand why she was here and why she had called the Iron Bull. Unexpectedly, Hua and Ning's eyes crossed. Hua smiled and immediately brought himself to his senses, thinking that the little girl wanted to test him, but she was very young. Meanwhile, Shao asked Ms. Ning if Abbot had seen it. Ning replied that he had, but he didn't care. At this moment, Ning thought that there really was such an extraordinary person in the world, and no matter how hard she tried to deceive him, his heart was like iron. Ning ordered the Iron Bull to go back and stay in the Shaolin. Tai replied that he understood. Ning then said that from now on he would be himself and would have nothing more to do with them or his former life. Tai was very surprised, and Ning said that when she returned, she would tell the abbot that after the temple's victory today, she would personally go to the Shaolin and ask the abbot to solve her problems. Shao asked Ning how she knew the Shaolin would win. The girl replied that it depends on what the abbot wants. And if he wants to win, he will win. Meanwhile, the battle continued and Hua stood satisfied. He noticed that Kung Fu had increased Yichin's strength. And with the Fuhu fist he had achieved, Yichin had become a master of the martial art. With empty hands, Yichin could easily fight Chen's iron fan, and his fists and punches were flawless. Meanwhile, Chen thought that this monk was very strong, and if he acted in the same manner, he would lose to him. Therefore, Chen decided not to fight him at close range and stepped back. Chen then flew up and pulled out his fan that he was going to attack with. Guan noticed this and said that it was a concealed weapon and it was so sneaky. Ichin is simple-minded and naive, he is rustic and pure, but there are moments when he shows his other side. Such a character would put him at a disadvantage against an opponent who makes good use of concealed weapons. Chun smiled and said that the monk was good and he managed to push him to this level with just external fist techniques, but alas, Shaolin today is doomed to failure. Guan at this moment told Abbot that why don't they admit defeat, after all, they can't afford to lose Ichin's life. Meanwhile, Chun held his fan up and said that the poor monk was about to die. But suddenly, with a single movement of his hands, Ichin folded Chen's fan. At that moment, Chun was speechless. And after that, Ichin attacked him and said that he would be the first. From such a blow, Chun flew backwards. Chun was on the edge of the arena and Ichin ran at him to make a finishing attack. With horror in his eyes, Chun asked why? Ichin asked, wondering why he was still fine after being hit with a hidden weapon. Ichin said that Iron Head Kung Fu was their abbot's universal martial art. And Ichin couldn't believe that Chin didn't defend against it in a fight with one of the Shaolin. Ichin then attacked and said that if Chin lost, he would have nothing more to say to him. But suddenly a sword that someone had thrown appeared between Ichin and Chin. No one could understand what was happening. Ichin turned his head, and the sword broke in water. Chai Xian said that they admit defeat, and the young master should be lenient. Immediately, the crowd began to shout that the Shaolin Temple had won. Guan also congratulated the abbot on his victory. Chai Xian looked at Chin and said that the situation now was such that further fighting would not change anything. Then he started yelling that it was all because Chin was too greedy, and he should consider it a lesson he learned by breaking his fate. And also Chai Xian said that he would return to the mountain with him today to train, and he would not be allowed to leave the mountain until he reached great perfection. At this moment, Hua was thinking that after today, the Shaolin would become the only Buddhist temple on Mount Shaoshi, and this would raise the reputation of the Shaolin. Hua then thanked the residents for their support, and said that tomorrow he would lead the Shaolin monks' ceremony in the tower, so those who wanted to come could come. The villagers promised that they would come. Soon evening came and Hua sat quietly in the backyard of the temple. Suddenly the gate opened and Ning appeared. Hua asked what the reason was for Mrs. Ning to come to his Shaolin again. Ning said that thanks to his guidance, father was feeling better, but there was something else she wanted to ask the abbot's advice on. Hua realized that this woman was very cunning, and her innocent appearance should not deceive him. Hua said that if the mistress trusts him, she can safely speak directly. Ning said that 30 years ago, the divine monk of the Jianhu world sat on Mount Shaomuro and left behind a relic. It is said that this relic can cure all diseases in the world, prolong life, and make a person invulnerable to all kinds of poisons. And if consumed, it can even increase a person's inner strength by 1 year. Such an unusual object attracted many people from all over the world to search for it, but they came up with nothing. Ning said that still her father had found a small poem that talked about some martial arts masters. She began to read that the young man knows no sorrow, in a humble room empty-headed, looks through mountain and water with hope, the water is far away and the sky is high. Hua said that Madame Ning is trying to test him, and if he makes a fool of himself now, it's not Madame Ning's fault. Hua said that he seemed to have found the answer to this puzzle. Ning asked him to tell him. Then Hua said the first word of the first line, the second word of the second line, and so on. Then the words combine into one sentence, which sounds like high on Mount Shamu. And then the last line of the poem should be added. The relics are high on Mount Shamu. Ning was just surprised. She said that the abbot was so talented that she was ashamed of herself. Hua then said that she thought the relics were on the high part of Mount Shamu, so she left Tai to look for them. Ning asked not to blame her, but the Iron Bull didn't know about it. But the Huang Tiger did use it to find the relics. Hua remembered that he had seen him sleeping in the forest a few times. Is this tiger really reliable? Hua then asked for Madame Ning to sit down and asked if the relic was very important to her. Ning revealed that when she was young, she was betrothed to the son of a martial arts clan. A few years ago, he was dying of cold poison and relied on the clan elders, which gave him the inner energy to sustain life. Ning didn't want to marry him, so she approached him to talk, hoping to break the engagement. He replied that he and she had been engaged since they were young and it was not for her to decide that for herself. That's when Ning lost her temper and started yelling that she didn't like him and why she couldn't refuse. The guy said marriage is a matter of parents and matchmakers, so there is no such thing as like or dislike. Ning got angry and said she would never marry him and would ask her father to annul the engagement. The guy said she was naive and her father's position in the sect was already in jeopardy. And without the support of their sect, he would be snubbed by those who doubt him. He asked Nin how her father can take care of her if he can't even take care of himself. Nin cried and screamed that she didn't like him and she didn't want him to marry her. Then the guy told her that if she could find a cure for cold poison within 3 years, he would break off his engagement to her. And if not, she will marry him. And so Ning told why she is trying so hard to find a cure for the cold poison. And the relics from Shaolin Mountain are her last hope. Was said that you shouldn't put all your hopes on this relic as there was more than one cure for cold poison. Hua thought that if there really was a relic in Mount Shaoshi, it was most likely in the hands of a mysterious person deep within the mountain. Was said that all things in this world are mutually exclusive, there is no poison that cannot be defeated. Ning said that the abbot is truly a supreme monk and she hopes he can find a solution for her as she is at her breaking point. Hua was horrified. He himself didn't realize how this job had come upon him. Hua said that since she is destined to be married to him, she will have to go through a lot to put an end to it, but if she is determined, she will succeed. At this moment, Hua was thinking that he hoped that the girl realized that if she didn't pay, he wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Ning said that thanks to the abbot's guidance, she plans to stay at the inn at the foot of the mountain and come to the temple every day to offer incense and greet the Buddha, expecting good news from the abbot. Hua said he wasn't sure if it was time to pay for the incense, but as the abbot, he was convinced she should show her appreciation. Meanwhile, Hua grimaced and wondered if he was so stingy and heartless that it was just hopeless. Ning asked what was wrong with him and how he was feeling. Suddenly at that moment a crow flew in and perched on a tree. Meanwhile, in the Zhangyue sect, the monks told the abbot that they could not allow the Shaolin temple to continue as it was. After all, at this rate, they will have hundreds of people in less than 2 months. One of the monks said that he had also heard that the new monks had some skills, and at this rate, they would have to cede the name of Mount Shaoshi to them. Temple Abbot Ao Miao said that he knew that, but Shaolin is no longer the same as it was after the Dengfeng ring. He also said that he wasn't sure if he could defeat Shan alone. After all, he's not that easy to deal with. Ao Miao told them to go to the central Chinese branch of the sacred sect and ask people to join forces to destroy Shaolin. The monk was horrified and told the teacher that this is the devil's religion. Ao replied that demon cults are human too, as long as they eradicate Shaolin and pay them. Ao Miao laughed and asked who would know that they did it. Then the monk said that he thought they should first invite the Shaolin to join the alliance. And if they agree, they will not be rivals, and if not, in that case you can resort to other ways. The abbot said that he was a fool, and that they were both sects of Mount Shaoshi, and if the Shaolin joined the Taoist alliance, it would attract the attention of the alliance master, and then things would get even worse. Ao says they can't do what they did before, now they have to do what he orders. Meanwhile, on the back mountain of the Shaolin temple, a white tiger strolled along the forest path in search of a relic. Hua followed the tiger, he couldn't figure out where the hell that stinky tiger was going. As suddenly, Hua saw someone attacking the tiger and said, "How dare the sinful beast come here?" Hua had only intended to follow the tiger, but he didn't expect that he would actually find the mysterious man's hideout deep within the mountain. Hua pondered, the chi wave emitted by his inner strength was able to throw the tiger over 200 feet high. What kind of strength was that? He thought that at the middle Hotian stage, if Hua's internal energy flowed throughout his body, he could also strike with pure internal energy, only it would be underpowered. Then Hua wondered, could it be that the mysterious figure in the depths of the mountain was an innate master? So Hua decided that why don't he go and find out what it was and in the meantime look for information on relics. Then he discovered a large cave. And suddenly he felt the wind bring a floral scent, though it was like the scent of medicine. Hua thought that this mysterious person was probably making pills in this cave. He went inside and noticed that the tiger was also attracted to the healing scent. Hua noticed that both the cave and the mysterious man looked dangerous. But as the old saying goes, you can't catch a tiger cub without getting into the tiger's den. Hua climbed deeper through the narrow opening between the rocks. Suddenly he saw something amazing. He didn't know what kind of medicine he was concocting, but the intense aroma was definitely not like what could come from an ordinary potion. Hua took a closer look and couldn't understand why this mysterious man was chained to the huge potion furnace with this strange chain. Hua thought that maybe he had insulted the abbot in his youth. Suddenly, the mysterious man turned around. Hua hid and thought that the chains on this old man were almost 10 feet long, so his range of motion was a circle centered on the furnace. and within the confines of this cave he could get to anywhere he wanted to go. So Hua decided that he could not go any farther for he would be discovered. Meanwhile, the man picked up the medicine bottle and threw it around, screaming that the damned beast was trying to steal his medicine again and seeking death. Hua caught that bottle, and when he got up, he saw an old man in front of him. Hua greeted him. The man got angry and started shouting that he was the vulture of the Shaolin temple, and demanded that he give him back his medicine. Hua realized he wasn't going to give it back, so he started running. The old man followed him with his technique. It was so strong and powerful that the rocks in the cave shattered and Hua barely managed to get his feet out of there. He fell to the ground and said that today he had truly experienced the power of the inner master's palm. He realized that if that palm hit his head, he wouldn't be able to resist it. After all, the difference between internal and external strength was too great. Hua stood up and said that if it wasn't for his agility, he would have been blown to pieces by now. And luckily the old man couldn't leave the cave and let him take the medicine with him. Hua brought it to the temple, and Guan said that it looked like an elixir, a small pill of the return of the Southern Shaolin. Hua asked what the Southern Shaolin was. Guan told him that there was a very famous temple in the south, also called Shaolin, where monks rarely went for divination or to perform pujas. Their main income is pharmaceutical related. They sell drugs and ask for payment for health care. And if they get rich people, they ask for money, and if they get poor people, health care is free. Southern Shaolin has a good reputation in the region and is never involved in Jianghu affairs. There are 3 very famous medicines in this Shaolin temple. One of them is the golden medicine for external injuries. The second drug is extremely famous in the martial arts world. It is Xiao Hui Dan, which is red in color and has a clear fragrance. People in the jungle often have to pay a high price to get a small rejuvenating pill. The last and most valuable is the great revitalizing elixir. It is said that as long as a person is still breathing, this pill can bring him back to life and is the treasure of the Southern Shaolin temple. Hua said he didn't expect the old man's pills to be so miraculous, and there were at least 100 jars and wooden boxes in the cave. Hua thought that if he could take this old man for his own use, what wealth that would be. Suddenly, Guan and Hua heard someone outside the gate say that self-cultivation and self-maintenance is not the other shore, and the mind is a snow Buddha who knows that to the left is the western sky, and according to them it's just a way to fool themselves and others. Guan immediately told the abbot that the first thing he needed to do was to get rid of them. Hua replied that he would go meet them and let Guan go and mind his own business. Hua came out and asked what the teacher was saying. The monk asked in surprise who he was. Hua said he was the abbot of the Shaolin temple. The monk was surprised that he was the abbot, and said that Hua was not even a few years older than his disciple, and so it was not surprising that he had committed such a disreputable act. Meanwhile, the monk's disciple thought that this was the abbot whom people were glorifying. Hua replied that he was confused by his words. Then the teacher monk asked if Hua knew what the other side meant. Hua replied, the world of bliss. The teacher said that if he knew that it was the world of bliss, then he had been reading the sutras for several days. And today he will teach a lesson so that Hua will understand the true meaning of the other shore and so that he will know that what he does will never reach the other side. It is only by attaining righteousness and realizing the true meaning of Buddhism that Hua can be freed from suffering and reach the other side. Hua smiled and asked the teacher if he was done. At this moment, Hua thought it was another one who wanted to get a smack in the face from him. The teacher replied that he was finished. Then Hua called out to the Su boy, and after a few seconds he came over. Hua said it was one of his students who had only been in Shaolin for a few months and had little exposure to Buddhism in his time. Hua suggested that the teacher talk to him. The teacher began to shout that Hua was being unreasonable and that he knew nothing about Buddhism, so he was putting up the child as a shield. Hua asked why didn't he first listen to what the Shaolin disciple knew about the other side. Su began to say that the Buddha said that the word Paramitha is a cloud to the other shore. To understand the meaning of separation from birth and death, the realm of birth arises like water, which is called this shore. The realm of birth and death is called the other shore. The realm beyond birth and death is called the other shore. Su said that the abbot taught them that the attainment of righteousness and perfection of virtue leads to the state of nirvana, which is the other shore. Hua said his disciple used to beg for food because he was poor and had a naughty temper. The teacher got angry and asked how dare he call the beggar to humiliate him. The teacher's disciple at that moment thought it was all over as the teacher was very angry. The teacher then said that he had heard the abbot say that Shaolin is the only place where martial arts are practiced. Was said that although their temple hasn't existed for that long, the people are united. But the other day the Shaolin won a tournament in Dengfeng, and this is clear proof. The teacher started laughing and said that what he says that he can communicate with Buddha is complete nonsense, and he will always be so arrogant and conceited. Then the teacher told his student to bring his sword. The student was frightened and did not know what to expect. The teacher drew his sword and said that a poor nun of the Yeme Ju Min school was asking him for advice. He then said that the sword is called the Broken Sky. It has been following him for decades and has met quite a few opponents all over Jianghu. He realized that it turned out to be one of the 3 most famous swordsmen in the Jianghu Heavenbreaker world, and this person's skills were definitely above Ixuan. He realized that although he had cultivated the dragon elephant kung fu and studied the palm of great suffering, he was after all a man of flesh. And if He wasn't careful, his life would be over if he faced such a powerful weapon. Then He turned to him, calling him Master Ju Ming, said that this was a Buddhist sect and it was not suitable for martial arts. Ju laughed and asked if the abbot was afraid. He said that he was sure that the so-called miracles were a hoax. He looked at him and offered to go somewhere else. Ju agreed and said he would see what tricks he could pull off. He flew upwards, and the teacher was surprised that this little monk was so good at techniques. The teacher told his student to wait here and he would come back later. The student realized that the teacher is too arrogant and relies on the fact that Yeme is the biggest school. That's why he is so bossy and rude. This time he was kicked out of Shaolin after he ran into a nail in his humiliation at the foot of the mountain, so he decided to get his face back by coming to Shaolin. The apprentice hoped that the master wouldn't be too humiliated this time, or else he would get angry again. He at this moment thought that this old monk was too strong and wielded the Heaven Destruction Sword, so He was afraid that the Shaolin martial forces might be gathered just to fight him. But 1 against 1 would be an embarrassment to the Shaolin, and it would be bad publicity. He realized that the only way to make the master fight the mysterious old man was to drag him into the battle. Whether the old man defeats the teacher or both are defeated, it will still be to the benefit of the Shaolin. The teacher hasn't caught up with him yet, so there's time to prepare. He now realized that he needed to find a way to make the mysterious old man want to fight him. He entered the cave and waved his hand for the old man to see him. The old man asked what he was doing here and if the master had sent him to deliver a message. He bowed and said that he had specifically come here to ask for the elder's help. The old man started laughing and said that he had locked him in this cave and now he wanted to ask him for help. He said that he doesn't know or care about the old generation's grievances, but he has a way to break this iron chain of Xian. The old man was surprised and He said that the chain was made of a special material that was not afraid of water or fire, was not spoiled by any poison, and could not be cut by any sword or knife. But there is a divine weapon known as the Heaven Destroyer that can break through the iron chain. He said that if the old man helped him, he would use the heaven-destroying sword to save him from danger. The old man asked if he was lying to him. He said that he was telling the truth and there was no point in lying. The old man said that if he could rescue him from his predicament, all the pills in this cave would be his, but if he lied. Suddenly He told the old man that the teacher was already here. The teacher rushed in and began shouting for the little monk not to run away but to look at the sword. He was scared for his life and started to run. He shouted to the old man that now was the time. Suddenly, the old man used the palm technique. The teacher blocked this attack with his sword and said that it was very calculated and sneaky. The teacher then flew up and said that whatever his plan was, he would be able to cut it down with his heaven-piercing sword. The old man said it was pretty good, but not even close to the old him. The teacher did not retreat and began to attack the old man. However, the old man concentrated and showed even more inner strength. Suddenly, the old man managed to make the teacher let go of the sword and He grabbed it. He grabbed his sword and after thanking the old man for his help, he immediately started running away from the cave. The old man shouted for him to stand still. Meanwhile, the teacher was thinking about the level of this old man's martial art. The old man began to shout that the little monk had not kept his word and for that he would kill him. The teacher meanwhile also got up and started to leave the cave. But the old man ordered him not to move. The teacher said that this cunning monk not only injured him but also robbed him of his sword. Now the teacher wants to destroy the Shaolin. Suddenly a palm appeared in front of him and the old man told him to leave. The teacher did not understand what was happening. And suddenly there was an explosion. The teacher was in the street and saw the young abbot in front of him. His teacher told him that he was the leader of the Yeme gang and if he died, the gang would not forgive him. Hua said it's not like he wants to kill him and he's the one looking for misery and there's nothing more Hua can do. After saying these words, Hua swung his sword and cut the cliff they were standing on. The teacher would fall down and shout that the stinking monk would still answer and he would definitely come back. Hua said that life and death are in the hands of life, wealth and nobility are determined by God. It didn't matter if the teacher died or not, the important thing was that the sword was now in Hua's hands and he would have the capital to make a deal with the mysterious man in the depths of the mountain. Hua realized that with the sword he could free this old man at any time. But this man was too dangerous and Hua would never act without sufficient certainty. Lastly, Hua shouted to the old man in the cave that the Shaolin would soon open for dinner and if the old man was late there would be no food left. The old man shouted that he would definitely kill this bald scumbag, he should just wait for the moment. Hua returned to the temple and suddenly noticed the little nun sleeping under a tree. Hua approached her and asked why she hadn't left yet. The disciple replied that she had fallen asleep. Suddenly, the girl was startled and asked why Duan Tian's sword was in the abbot's hands and where her master was. Hua smiled and asked that since the sword was in his hands, didn't it mean anything? The girl immediately cried. And within seconds she started screaming loudly that he had killed her master. Hua immediately tried to calm her down and told her that no, she had misunderstood him and he hadn't killed her master. However, the girl could not be quiet, and cried out that her goldsmith was gone, and that he had been cruelly murdered, and that he was a poor, unfortunate craftsman. Hua sighed and wondered why he was getting such a headache. Then Hua grabbed the girl's hand and said that he didn't kill the master. The girl asked if it was true and Hua said it was truer than real gold. Hua told her that the old man's palm was very strong and hurt the teacher and the teacher fell off the cliff and won't recover for another 3 or 5 months. The girl asked where her master was now. Hua said he had come down from the backside of the hill. The girl went over it all again in her head and said that it was the abbot who had thrown the master off the cliff. The girl started sobbing again and said that the poor teacher had traveled such a long way to the Shaolin and even his body didn't survive. Hua hid behind a tree and asked that she not get on her knees and try to pander to him since he had no morals. The girl looked at him pitifully and asked if he would just tell her where her master had fallen and she would go get the body. Hua thought that since he became an abbot he had never been so confused. He is rich in knowledge, but he can't do anything about the crying girl. The residents had already gathered around and Hua realized that he could not let her cry as her tears would ruin his reputation, his soul, his good character. Hua went up to her and told her that if she cried again he would not tell her where her master had fallen and would leave her corpse to be fed to the wild dogs at the foot of the mountain. Hua told her that from now on she would keep quiet and listen to him. The girl didn't even reply anything. At this moment she thought that the master wasn't dead after all and there was a chance to save him. The girl then sat down again by the tree and said that in that case she would stay here and wait for the master to come back for her. Hua explained to her that it was too uncomfortable for a young girl like her to stay in the Shaolin temple, so she should hurry back to Mount Yeme. The girl replied that she didn't know how to get back, and if he had knocked her teacher off the cliff he should be responsible for her. Upon hearing this, Hua was horrified and said that if he had known that, he would have dropped her too. He realized that he had gotten himself into trouble. Hua remembered that fortunately Ning, who was expecting news of the relics, was staying at an inn at the foot of the mountain, and entrusting a nun to her was a great idea. However, the trouble didn't end there. A spy was discovered in the temple and Hua organized the torture. Hua asked as Shan beat the information out of him. Shan asked what his purpose was, and how so in broad daylight he hides in the Shaolin temple to spy on the fair and just good abbot. Shan struggled to get a word out. Hua told him to stop struggling temporarily and let him begin his story. The spy stood up and said that how dare that bald-ass abbot go against their clan, and sooner or later their clan would trample them. Hearing this, Shan gave him a kick from his foot. Suddenly, Shan said that he had not controlled his strength well and nailed him. Hua said that it didn't matter and it was just those Taoist priests from the Zhuanyue clan who had learned that the Shaolin temple was developing too well. Hua ordered that tonight, Shan would throw his body into the Zhongyue clan's backyard to warn them. Hua also said that Shaolin does not invite offense, but is not afraid of it either. Hua realized that he had just defeated the Fuang temple and the Zhongyue clan, and wasn't this like a manhwa plot about a flashy man fighting monsters? Hua then laughed and said that he was indeed the protagonist he was destined to be. Suddenly, Hua noticed that there was someone nearby asking for help. Turning around, he saw a girl there. Hua asked her if she was hurt, But at this moment, Hua only thought that this woman looked too seductive. The girl said she had twisted her leg and asked for help. Hua thought that this woman was as beautiful as Ning. However, Hua clearly felt that this woman's motives were impure. He decided to take his time and see what she wanted. Hua asked if she had someone she came with. The girl replied that she had no one and her feet were just sore. Hua moved farther away from her and apologized, saying that she smelled so disgusting that he couldn't help himself. The girl was surprised and asked what she smelled. Hua smiled and said that she seemed confident in her charm. And it was a pity that with such beauty it was impossible to shake his determination to believe in Buddha. Hua said he just wanted to see what she had up her sleeve, but she was too stinky for him to put up with it. The girl got angry and asked if he had just called her an ugly stinker. Hua replied that there is no difference between beauty and ugliness, a face comes from the heart. He said that he had no talent and was not worth her dealing with him. The girl said he speaks so grandly and doesn't care at all, but why doesn't he look back at her? Hua replied that he just didn't want to see dirty things. The girl got angry and walked over to him. Then Hua asked if her legs had gotten better and if she would be able to walk down the mountain without being carried. Then Hua traveled onward. Suddenly, he whistled and summoned a golden-headed eagle, a product of the system lottery. Hua requested that he follow her and find out who she really belonged to and why she was using charms on him. Sometime later, in the town of Greenfield, Eagle followed the girl and got the information. Meanwhile, Hua thought that he recognized that he was handsome, but not to the point where beautiful women were actively pursuing him. Not to mention she is a superb beauty, perfectly skilled in the art of charm. He realized that someone was up to something and she had been sent to seduce him. Meanwhile, this girl came to the right place and was asked how the mission went. The girl replied that they had taken it too lightly. Hua watched through the eagle and assumed it was her assistant, only where was the person she was corresponding with? Hua was angry as it was completely impossible to hear what they were talking about. Hua suggested that one could go to the corner and eavesdrop, but that would damage his image as an abbot. Suddenly, Hua noticed that this was the same inn where Madame Ning was temporarily staying. Hua realized that this was definitely not a coincidence. He also thought that if he was charmed today and then followed her to the inn, something unpleasant would happen to him. An angry Hua walked and said that this demoness was so two-faced and cunning that she was ready to deceive even a poor monk. And once he settles the matter with the old man in the cave, he will finally be able to deal with those who wanted to set him up. Meanwhile, the girl was brought a basin of water and asked to wash her hands. The girl asked if she looked well. The woman replied that in the entire Tianhai pavilion, she and Sister Tsuyu were the most beautiful girls. Then the confused girl asked that if this was so, then why had she failed to seduce that monk? The woman told her that there was no need to worry, since the stupid monk couldn't even tell the difference between corn kernels and gold. So there was no need to pay attention. The girl began to wash her hands and asked, could an ordinary monk be so close to Lady Wanjun? And was she any better? The woman put her arm around the girl's shoulders and said that Lady Wanjun was only pretending to be a beauty. And the monk liked this image, so he was nice to her. The girl replied that she had to admit that she had greatly underestimated her opponent today. But next time, if she used 5 or 6 levels of power, she would easily defeat any monk. The woman said that Zhu Heng wanted them to take care of Jie as soon as possible. And if they couldn't, he would send the manager to deal with the matter. The girl told her to tell Zhu Heng that even though he was the master of the demon sect, he had no authority to manage the affairs of Tianyahai Pavilion. And if he dares to send someone to deal with Jie, then let him not be surprised if she does not give him a worthy reception. Then the angry girl said that she was Molan, here to prove that she was better than Ning Wanjun. And that Ning was not the best in Tianhai because even such people have weaknesses. Meanwhile, Hua told Mrs. Ning about a game called Beating the Master. Ning was surprised and asked what it was. Hua said that Bei Vor is a card game, the essence of which is to ask each other questions. Whoever loses will be punished. Xiao was also surprised and asked if monks were allowed to gamble. Hua replied that it was not gambling at all and he was a decent monk. Suddenly, 2 unknown monks appeared and said that as an abbot he was insulting the holy place of Buddha by flirting with a benefactor instead of practicing. Hua was surprised and asked who they were and where they came from. The men replied that they were from Shaolin and their names were Ming Xin and Yin. Xiao started screaming and asking what he was talking about. After all, how could they be from Shaolin if this was Shaolin? Has the old man completely lost his mind? Then Xiao asked the abbot whether to call the guards since they were clearly scammers and nothing good could be expected from them. Ning intervened and asked Shao not to talk nonsense and that they should go and worship Buddha for now. Monkey asked menacingly who this woman was and why she was dressed so vulgarly. Hearing this, Shao became even more angry and began to ask who he called vulgar. Ning calmed her down and said that the abbot had guests, so they had better leave, and in a couple of days they would return and find out how to play the game of beating the host. Hor replied that in addition to playing Master's Bay, he also knows how to play mahjong, and next time he can explain the rules to them. At this moment, the evil Shao called Monk Een a fool. Then Een asked Min what just happened, and whether an abbot should talk to young girls like that. Min asked the abbot if his name was Jia. Hua bowed and wondered why everyone and their dog was coming into his room. He should think about putting a guard at the door. Unexpectedly, Min told Hua to listen to him carefully, as he came from southern Shaolin and was the head of the order hall, as well as his mentor by title. And next to him is Een, that is, the elder brother for Jia. Hua bowed and said that they had come a long way and must be hungry, so he would take them to the kitchen. At this moment, Hua thought that he didn't care whether he was a mentor or a charlatan, but if he was going to put on airs in front of him, he had to be prepared to get punched in the nose. Een started shouting that how dare he feed them scraps. They are not dogs. Min ordered him to shut up and not to embarrass himself. Min then asked Hua if the previous abbot Xian Min had not told him about his situation. Hua thought at this moment that the master really didn't say anything about it. But he still had some guesses, but now he wants to behave inappropriately to see their true faces. Min said they couldn't blame him for not knowing. But if that was the case, he would tell him why the temple was called Shaolin. Hor replied that he was in no way rushing him, but he had never heard of Xian Min's name, although they said that this gentleman was his mentor. Therefore, they are either delirious with hunger or simply swindlers, and therefore did not fear the wrath of the Buddha when they came to deceive the monks on sacred land. And after that, Hua very dramatically said that it didn't matter, and no matter what kind of people they were, if they came to their senses, then Buddha would forgive them. Then Hua took out some coins and said that the poor monk only had 2 copper coins. He said that the first one was given to him by the master when they went to do puja. And the master told him to be hardworking and frugal, even if the Shaolin temple became famous and prosperous. Een intervened and asked Hua if he would ever finish, as the master had something he wanted to say. And suddenly Hua used a lion's roar and shouted, "Silence!" Min and Een ran back. Min was shocked and thought, this boy really knows the lion roar technique. And who taught him this? After all, Xian Min did not know this technique. Hua meanwhile continued his story and said that he borrowed the 2nd copper coin to buy his first incense. It means a lot to him. And today, Hua gives these 2 coins to them, the 2 gentlemen, in the hope that they will leave their life of crime and take the right path. Hua handed them coins and, shedding tears, said that Buddha would bless them and forgive all their sins. Min couldn't stand it, anger overcame him, and he began to shout that this was an incredible disgrace and humiliation. He told Hua to stop acting crazy because his mentor was Min Xian, and he visited him back when he was still building northern Shaolin. And even though the first abbot gave him the temple, there are rules in Shaolin that must be followed, and they have irrefutable evidence. Een asked what this whole circus was about, and where has anyone ever seen such a thing, a monk who doesn't recognize his own sect? Hua smiled and replied that he was not lying, and that his mentor was indeed not Min Xian, and his mentor was called Xian Qi. Suddenly Min started laughing and said that he understood everything. And he said that when he and Min Xian came here, the teacher told him not to tell anyone that he was from southern Shaolin. So he changed his name. Hor replied that there was no evidence for this, so he did not believe it. At this moment, Hua thought that he had known this from the beginning, but with such manners, it was too early to acknowledge him as his mentor. Then Min said that whether he believed him or not, he was interested in whether there was an old man on the mountain hiding in a cave at the back of the Shaolin temple. After all, as the abbot, he should know about it. Then Min said that he came here because of this. Since the old man was extremely skilled, he would not be able to be a worthy opponent, but while he was tied down, they could use a trick. Hua then asked what his connection was with the old man in the cave. Min replied that he didn't need to worry about that and that he would take care of him himself. Min activated his aura and said that he would live on the back slope of the mountain for a month and then leave. But during this time, no one was allowed to go there. And if Hua didn't agree, he would have to get rid of him. At that moment, Hua noticed how sinister he was. He knew that he was still not strong enough to fight such an opponent, so if Min wanted to stay, so be it. After all, it's unlikely that Hua will be able to stop him, and besides, he's going to deal with that old man, and that's to his advantage. Hua then replied that Min was his senior in rank and could do whatever he wanted, so he could live on the back slope of the mountain. But since there were no houses there, they would have to build a hut themselves. Ian laughed and told Hua to know his place from now on. And then he told Min that this boy had no respect for his elders at all, and sooner or later they would have to teach him some sense. Min replied that it was okay and his anger would not stop them from putting the plan into action. They just had to wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, Hua was observing them with his eagle eye technique. He knew that the cave where the old man was imprisoned was full of elixirs and perhaps even legendary relics. Hua wondered how he could allow two monks with clearly ill intentions to do whatever they wanted on his territory. He was still worried that he couldn't stop Ming Xin from staying. Now that he had finally taken action, Hua would be able to catch them off guard. Hua called the eagle and flew with it. As he passed Ian, he thought that he would deal with him later. Hua arrived just as Min was talking to an old man in a cave named Du Laochi. He said he had prepared a corrosive potion for him. Now Hua also knows the old man's name. Min said that if this potion was applied to an iron chain, it would become brittle in less than an hour. And Laochi, with his strength, would be able to easily break it. Laochi suddenly replied that he knew what Min was up to. Min immediately became tense and scared. Laochi said that he knew that Min wanted to take all his elixirs for himself, and asked why his disciple was not with him. Min breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was a good thing he hadn't figured it out. He told the old man that, as he had already said, everyone was already dead and only he was left, and Min was the only one who could let him out. But if Laochi did not believe him, he could leave. The old man replied that he was sick of sitting here, so Min could carry his potion. And once he got out of this cave, Min could take whatever he wanted. Then Min said that he had come to his aid and asked if Laochi would like to thank him with a gourd of great elixir. The old man replied that it was a very valuable elixir and he could not give it to just anyone. Then Min threw him a small bottle of corrosive potion and said that if it worked, Laochi would give him the elixir. But first, he should just pour a little of it on the chain. The old man caught the bottle and dropped some of the potion on the chain. And as soon as he saw that it worked, he told Min to quickly throw him the potion. Min's eyes lit up and he immediately threw the bottle to the old man and ran forward. Hua watched from the side and thought that Min had given away the potion so easily and had not even mentioned the great elixir that he had just begged for. There was a reason for all this. Hua knew that Laochi was very knowledgeable about medicine, but it seemed like the potion was very skillfully made since he didn't notice the difference. Suddenly there was a scream. Laochi began to scream that it was poison and Min had deceived him. The old man said that Min was a heartless monk. Min said that he just had to accept his fate. He said that he added hogang powder and bone solution to the potion, which did not affect the color and smell. Laochi asked why Min decided to poison him since he had agreed to give him all the medicine. Min replied that 30 years ago during the battle on Mount Shaoshi, due to Laochi's mistake, Kong Yin's mentor was seriously wounded and soon died. And his body remained here as a relic of Sharaputra, of which he was the keeper. Min started shouting that it was all because of Laochi and that he was the one who injured Kong Yin. And the master locked him in this cave, which will allow him to prepare elixirs and pills. But in reality, he wanted Laochi to remember what he had done forever, and to regret his actions forever. Laochi replied that Min was right and it was his mistake, but it was not that simple. However, Min said that he did not care anymore. And he plans to take not only the medicine but also bring the relic of Sharaputra back to the southern Shaolin. With its help, he will be able to lure the students to his side and take the post of abbot. Hua was eavesdropping at this time and finally understood Min's plan. Laochi began to shout that he would rather burn this relic in the furnace than allow such trash to get hold of it. He said that so much time had passed and Min was such an idiot. Laochi asked him if he really thought that the relic could be gotten rid of so easily. Min told the old man not to be so confident because he was weakened by the potion and would only be able to use a third of his strength. Laochi smiled and replied that Min was not the only one who could make poisonous potions and let him look at his palm. The poison that Laochi made from herbs had already entered his body. Min began to shout in rage that he would kill the old man. At that moment, Hua realized that the time had come. Hua attacked Min from behind. At that moment, he thought that Laochi could not die, because he would still be useful to him. Min noticed Hua and said that he was worthless. He used one of his strong techniques and told Hua to rest in peace. Hull managed to dodge and said that he was not a fool to engage in direct combat with him. And with the poison in his body, Min would not last long anyway. We didn't have to wait long. After a couple of seconds, Min fell to the floor and blood poured out of his mouth. Meanwhile, Hua turned to Laochi and said that a few days ago he did not dare to come to his aid. Laochi replied that in his place he would have done the same. It would be stupid to let some old man go without knowing who he was or why he was shackled. Then he stretched out his hand and said that dust to dust, earth to earth, all in vain. And the decrepit old man, who will soon be 100 years old, should take life and death more simply. Hua then asked him if he wanted to go out and look at the moon. Laochi began to tell him that 30 years ago, monk Kong died trying to save him. After that, Kong locked him up here so that Laochi could atone for the sin. And the old man did not leave the cave for 30 years, and it would have been better for Kong to simply kill him than to leave him to live alone. Then Laochi told Hua that this was the first time he had had so much fun in a long time, and Hua could have Sharaputra's relic and any medicine he wanted. Hua raised his sword and said that he thought Master Laochi had already paid his debt. After saying this, he struck and cut the chain. The old man burst into tears and thought that from this moment on he was freed from suffering and starting a new life. Hua bowed and said that the old man was free. Laochi was incredibly happy to hear these words, and soon they went outside. Laochi saw the Milky Way, the starlight, and he said that he had not seen it for 30 years. Now he would not be sorry to die. Meanwhile, Hua gave the eagle an order. He knew that Min was dead and he had to get rid of Yin, otherwise who knew what he might do. Hua told the old man that everything that happened today would remain between them and this starry sky. He asked what Laochi was going to do now. Laochi replied that all his friends and relatives were dead and he knew nothing. He asked what happened to Zhanghu. Hua asked if he wanted to go to Qianhu and see for himself. The old man replied that it was a dangerous place and he was too old to fight. Hua then asked if perhaps he could become a monk. The old man replied that he was no longer good for anything and that he didn't want to train anyone anymore. And why would he need an old slacker in the temple? Hua smiled and said that they still didn't have a cleaner and asked if Laochi wanted to try. Hua then said that the old man could see the temple and they had just started rebuilding it recently. But everyone is working tirelessly and is very optimistic, and the residents are happy with the changes. Laochi said that he would go with him if everything was as he said, then he would stay in the temple, but if not, he would leave. Soon they came to the temple. Laochi said that he wanted to climb to the top of this pagoda, but with such a decrepit body. Hua asked the old man to follow him and he would show him his room. However, Laochi sat down on the ground and said no. Hua told him that in life, a person experiences ups and downs, both happy and sad events happen to him, but in the end, everything returns to normal. Hua asked if the old man had any regrets. Laochi replied that regrets meant blaming himself for Kong Yin's death. As for his enemies, he doesn't care about them anymore. In Zhanghu, it's every man for himself, so he can't hate them. And now all he wants is to live out his days in the Shaolin temple. At this moment, Hua thought that the main thing was that the old man wanted to stay here, in which case the problems would be solved. As for a quiet life, Hua didn't plan to bother him with trifles, but if something serious happened, he would have to intervene. So Hua told the old man that from now on he was no longer Laochi, but a nameless elder of the Shaolin temple. The old man bowed and said that now that he had become part of Shaolin, he would like to hand over the relic to the abbot. Hua took the relic and bowed, saying that he would take care of it and would not give it into the wrong hands. At this time, at night in the rain, the guy carried the girl on his back and said that there was very little left. Soldiers on horseback galloped after them. One of them shouted that they had to search the village to find them. The guy told the lady that they were already in Dengfeng, Lu City was very close. And then they would pass through Zhengzhou, and after that they could contact the authorities. The girl called the guy by the name of Yuing and said that his mistress would soon leave this world. And he needed to leave her and go ahead. He had to deliver a message to the priest. Yu reassured the lady and said that the rain had washed away the tracks, so they wouldn't be able to catch them and she had to stay strong. The lady replied that she was so tired and you should leave her and save himself. Yu replied that he would try to find a place where they could rest. Yu walked a few more meters and fell to the ground from exhaustion. At that moment, an eagle was sitting on a tree and noticed them. After a while, Yu opened his eyes and began to shout and ask where he was and where the lady was. A boy came up to him and said that he had finally woken up after lying unconscious all night and all day. Yu began to ask where he was. Before the boy could answer him, you heard the lady scream and ran after her. At that moment, the boy thought that you shouldn't worry so much because his mistress was fine and there was no need to rush around like that. At this time, the lady asked that no one approach her, and Hua tried to calm her down. You suddenly burst in and started shouting for the monk to take his hands off her. Guan did not tolerate such impudence and used an attack. You flew back several meters. You knelt down and said that who would have thought that the monks, having sworn to protect all living things, would decide to unite with the rebels. Hua asked what that meant. He said that he had saved him and put someone in charge of him while he was unconscious. And he could thank him for that. At this moment, Hua didn't understand what was going on at all and why this guy was addressing her as Her Highness. Suddenly, the girl turned to the abbot and said that if he had nothing to do with the rebels, then in the name of Princess Staten she ordered Guan to be killed. Guan said that even the emperor's daughter could not give such orders. And he had only seen her once when she married his son. Guan asked, so why did she want him dead? The angry princess asked if he really didn't know. At this moment, Hua stood there in complete shock at the titles of the people gathered here. At that moment, the girl said that in that case she would tell about what happened 10 days ago. In the morning, she brought her husband tea and unwittingly became a witness to the conversation. Feng told Guan that they would kill Lady Zhao Yuanji at the border of Dongfen, then the killer would escape to Shandong. The hoof prints would lead to their general's house and thus there would be a reason to bring troops into Shandong. In this way, Guan would not only receive the support of the imperial family, but would also be able to control the provinces. Guan said that Zhao was so stupid that she would die without even realizing that she was just a stepping stone on his path to the throne. Zhao said that Tianzhao Guan wanted to kill her and frame the governor of the neighboring province so that he would have a reason to send troops into Shandong. That same day, you gathered more than a dozen guards and, under the pretext of evening prayer, took the lady away. When Tianzhao learned that they had escaped, he sent a pursuit. And out of more than 10 guards, only you remained alive. Hearing this, Guan got angry at his son and started shouting that he was an idiot. Then he approached Hua and said that his son was going to sow chaos and plunge the common people into a state of war. And he could no longer consider this man his son. Guan was overcome with anger and began to ask Hua to allow him to finish off this bastard himself and restore peace. Hua replied that he definitely had personal security and since he dared to organize the murder of his wife, he would not be afraid to take on the responsibility of killing his father as well. Hua asked you what they were planning to do now. You replied that Tianzhou had probably blocked all the roads to the capital, so they needed to figure out a way to get to Chang'an and inform the emperor. Hua told Guan that his son was planning treason, and even if he broke off all relations with him, his actions could reflect on Guan's life. Therefore, Hua suggested that he personally escort the princess to the capital and appear before the emperor, which would help him avoid punishment. Soon Hua began to think that this was not a good thing. For the sake of the common people, Guan was ready to go against his son. Hua decided that if he did not return within a month, he would send someone to look for him. The next day came, a crowd of people gathered at the gates of the temple. And one of them said that, as he had said, the Shaolin temple was the best in the whole country. He spoke admiringly, telling them to just look at the road they had laid out and that these gates were so majestic. Suddenly, a servant approached him and said that no matter how much he admired the temple, they had to search it to see if Yu Ying was hiding there. The guy replied that the abbot of Shaolin is an enlightened monk who can communicate with Buddha. And how could he possibly think that something was wrong here? The man replied that they had to follow the governor's orders. The boy agreed and asked them to behave appropriately. Then the boy smiled broadly and said that he heard the melodious ringing of a bell. The man put his hand on his face and thought that his master was an idiot. Hua suddenly came out and said that they had not seen Mr. Li for a long time. The boy began to jump for joy and asked the abbot how he was doing. Meanwhile, the men behind him thought he was disgracing them all and the young leader needed to be more serious. And what the hell did this monk do that the master was groveling before him like that? Meanwhile, Li said that half a month ago he and Lady Huang Shi were on their way to the Shaolin temple to ask Buddha to bless their marriage when they suddenly saw a pillar of golden light. On this day they saw a miracle with their own eyes. The abbot received the blessing of Buddha and a bell tower appeared. Then the majestic sound of the bell penetrated his very heart. Li felt as if he had ascended to heaven and heard the voice of Buddha himself. Hua asked Li why he came to Shaolin. Meanwhile, the servants behind him mentally answered the question that because he was an idiot. However, Li smiled and replied that there was one small matter. The leader of the alliance asked me to convey an invitation to the abbot. He hoped that Hua could participate in the martial arts demonstration. Hua wondered why they decided to invite them, and it would probably be bad to refuse. Hua guessed that maybe because the demon sect had been very active recently, the Heaven's Path Alliance wanted to form alliances with new sects to counter it. Or Hua Wuji learned about Zhao and is now afraid that the emperor will act against Tian Zhao. In this case, the Heavenly Alliance, which is a pawn, cannot stay away, so he gathers an army. Hua said that in that case, he asks Mr. Li to tell Master Hua that he will definitely come to the tournament on October 1st. Li replied that he would meet him at Songzan School and no one would dare touch Hua as long as he was around. Li asked the abbot to tell him his name so he could register it. The man began to type it in, thinking that this was all so ridiculous and stupid. Meanwhile, Hua was thinking about how he had managed to spin the roulette wheel twice in honor of the holiday this month. He had won the construction of the Arhat Hall and the Kung Fu training. He built the hall yesterday, all that remains is to show it to everyone and at the same time raise his authority as an abbot. Seeing the new miracle, everyone was delighted and began to say that the Shaolin temple was truly blessed by Buddha. Hua told them to follow him and showed them a huge number of golden statues. The boys began to admire them like children again. Meanwhile, Hua was thinking that all his buildings that he won in the system always had some additional effect. The wooden fish has a calming effect, the grandeur of the mountain gate makes people feel more important, the ringing of the bell improves well-being. Now Hua was curious about the effect of the Arhat Hall. He remembered feeling a surge of energy when he entered here. Could it be related to martial arts? Hua began to meditate and suddenly realized that the Arhat Hall doubled the results of training. He understood that if his students trained here, they would be able to reach a new level by the time of the martial arts demonstration. Soon Hua told his people that training would now take place here. And the Arhat Hall would not only fill them with energy but also help calm their minds. Hua then handed I Chin a book and told him to train hard and not bring shame to the Shaolin temple in the tournament. He also informed all the boys that they must train their martial techniques diligently in order to present them at the show in October. The boys said they would try. Hua thought with a smile that the Shaolin Temple was united in its desire to become the best martial arts school. After some time, Hua was riding a white horse around the city in a great mood. When he suddenly saw the crowd, he couldn't understand what was going on there. And suddenly he noticed Mo Lan. Was she really being attacked in broad daylight? Lan took out her sword and began to attack, saying that she would kill those bastards. However, the opponent dodged and said that such graceful hands should not hold a sword, she should be more careful so as not to damage the snow-white skin. Lan replied that they were scumbags, not even close to the heroes of Dathan. The man replied that he did not see a single hero here, but he had met many such impudent ones. After these words, Lan struck him right between the legs, after which the man immediately fell to the ground. The second man called her a prostitute and, raising his sword, attacked the girl. At this moment, Hua appeared and blocked the attack, grabbing the sword with his bare hands. The man got angry and thought that this stinking monk was strong. Hua asked him who allowed them to do anything arbitrary in Dayton. The man said that he would explain everything to him now, the idiot. Lan screamed for the abbot to be careful. However, Hua, without much effort, with one blow of his fingers threw the enemy back several meters. The man was lying on the ground and those around him were saying how strong the abbot was and what power he had. Someone shouted that the monk had destroyed public property and should pay. Another objected and said that the abbot had stood up for them. Meanwhile, Lan approached Hua and said that she was grateful to him for saving her life. At this moment, Hua thought that even though she was trying to set him up, he couldn't just close his eyes and walk past a damsel in distress. Lan said they were leaving, but those idiots from Fusong would still come back for revenge. Hua replied that it was okay, if they decided to come back, they would meet Mr. Brick, and if they ran away, Mr. Brick would fly after them. The girl Xiao began to say that the abbot was so funny. It was not often that one could hear such threats from a monk. Ning told her that for such a thing she would be left without a snack today. Hua approached Lan and said that it was time for him to go. Meanwhile, Lan was thinking that this Ning was acting like God knows what again, and the abbot was acting like a child. Ning said that the abbot heroically saved the beauty, and she couldn't even imagine how many hearts he had captured today. Hua was embarrassed by what he heard. He replied that he was a simple monk. At this moment, Hua could not understand why Ning was flirting with him since she had no feelings for him. Hua then told her that he actually came to Dayton to meet her. Ning was surprised and asked, "Really?" Hua replied that yes, he had found that very relic. Hearing this, Ning simply couldn't hold back her tears. Hua said that however, the relic of Shariputra was a great treasure and should remain on top of the tower. Therefore, he could not allow her to take it, and if her fiancé wanted to be cured, he would have to come. Ning said she could never thank him enough. Hua replied that he hoped the master would recover and Ning would be happy again. Ning asked Hua not to worry and said that she would definitely bring her fiancé to Shaolin for treatment. After some time, Hua was making his way through the forest when suddenly a crowd of warriors began shouting that they were cowards and were afraid to fight Fusang's warriors. The warriors were determined to avenge Tanaka. Hua, meanwhile, thought that he had been riding so calmly, and then they started yelling. The warriors raised their weapons and began to run towards Hua, shouting that they would destroy him. Hua thought how reckless they were. Well, now he could try out divine kung fu. He decided to use the will of the flower goddess. Hua tore off a petal and blew it on the warriors. At that moment, they imagined that their mother was standing in front of them and they all began to hug her. Hua understood that the divine kung fu was just a deception, but it had several stages. And the second stage was the will of the flower goddess. Meanwhile, at the governor-general's residence, the warrior reported to Tianzhao that they had gathered 1,000 of their best horsemen to patrol the borders. And everyone who left or entered was subject to strict inspection, but the eagle literally carried the princess above the siege. As she flew away, the princess said that their attempts were useless, since she was under the protection of heaven, and they would not harm her. Tianzhao asked why they did not pursue them. The warrior replied that they had gone in pursuit, but the eagle had flown too fast. Tianzhao kicked the warrior and called him useless trash. The warrior begged for mercy as he had already set up an ambush in the capital, and they would intercept the princess before she reached the palace. Tianzhao took a deep breath and said that he thought that if he lost, it would be to a renowned warrior, not an eagle, some stupid bird. A sect master named Wuji said that there would be a martial arts tournament soon and they would be able to enlist the help of the masters. Tianzhao replied that he would leave it to him and asked how things were going with Shaolin since his father had become a monk. Hearing about Shaolin and the monks, Commander-in-Chief Shan was surprised and horrified. He asked Tianzhao if he was talking about the Shaolin temple in Dengfeng. After all, a monk had recently attacked his people, and he was just about to take revenge. Wuji thought at that moment that this bunch of idiots were more trouble than they were worth. They had only just appeared and were already in trouble. He told Mr. Shan not to worry, because in a few days the monk himself would come to them, and then he would be able to take revenge. Tianzhao said that none of this mattered, and when he captured this province, he would appoint him as the abbot of Shaolin, and he could do whatever he wanted. Meanwhile, Hua was talking to the girl and asking her if she was used to living alone. The girl replied that Sister Wan Jun and her assistant had left and now it was a bit boring and all she could do was light incense in the temple. Hua replied that in that case he would find her a new place to live and a friend with whom she could spend time. The girl was surprised and asked, "What other friend?" Hua, meanwhile, thanked the eagle and continued his surveillance. He saw that Zhu Ming had returned and had even invited the local heroes. They would probably unite and seek revenge on him. Hua decided to eavesdrop on their plan. At that moment, the girl asked him if he wanted her to leave. Hua replied that he would take her to a girl and they were about the same age. The girl replied that she had already guessed that he was talking about that little shepherdess with the black dog. Hua replied that it was and she had already arrived. He really hoped that the girls would get along with each other. Hua then sent them out to take a walk and get to know each other better as he had some business to attend to and it was time for him to return to the temple. Meanwhile, Zhu told the heroes Simu and Zheng that she was so glad that they were able to come to Zhangzhou to help her. She said that the Shaolin temple was on Mount Shamu and there they would find the monk who had stolen her sword. Zheng replied that as a Buddhist nun, she should understand that there is no need to rush into such matters. Sima said that besides, they were not here just to help her. Zhangzhou was about to enter difficult times, which meant there would be many chances to prove themselves. Zhu replied that of course their affairs were much more important, but this monk had not only stolen her sword, but had also kidnapped her disciple, and this could not be overlooked. Sima and Zheng looked at each other and started laughing loudly. Zhu asked what she said that made them laugh so much. Zhang replied that they were not idiots and Ju had always looked down on them until she lost her sword. And this monk managed to not only rob her but also wound her, which meant he was not so simple. Sima said that they were not going to rush and follow her plan. And first they would gain power in the Zhangyue sect and only then would they go to Shaolin. In that case, Ju said that she would help them destroy the Zhangyue sect. But they had to promise to fulfill her request. Hua meanwhile watched all this and thought that he definitely wouldn't let them take over Zhangyue. Night fell and Ju, along with Simu and Zheng, set out to conquer Zhangyue. Zheng said that they had taken out the guards without making any noise and if they killed Miao they could behead the sect. At this time Hua along with Tai Nyo and Yushan were outside the wall. Hua said that they were planning to eliminate the leader and they could not allow that to happen. Then he adjusted his headscarf and said that it was barely hanging on his bald head. Tai told the abbot that he could not see them. Hua replied that he needed to check at the back pavilion. They went to the back pavilion and Hua said they were on the roof. He ordered Tai to set the fire. And Yushan will have to wake up all the monks and lead them to the fire. After a while, Yu began to shout that there was a fire and there were thugs in the temple. Ju got angry and said that they seemed to have been spotted. She ordered Sima and Zheng to kill Miao while she dealt with the loudmouth. Then Ju jumped off the roof and pointed her sword at Yushan. At that moment, we used a city-destroying strike. Ju received the blow. She didn't even have time to react, dodge, or block the attack. Ju grimaced and wondered where such a strong man had come from in this wilderness, and why he was getting under her feet. Meanwhile, Zheng and Sima attacked the monks. Everyone around raised the alarm and began shouting that thugs had entered the school. Sima meanwhile shouted why the hell Ju Ming hadn't finished him off yet. Meanwhile, Miao gave orders to capture the thugs. Zheng, Sima and Ju headed straight for them. At this point, Hua suggested that the boys watch how it all ends, since in the end they played a significant role in this battle. The battle began. Ju began to shout that she could no longer hold them back, and that something had to be done. Sima shouted at Zheng to stop playing around and show what he was capable of. Zheng immediately began to puff out his cheeks and green energy flowed out of his mouth. Hua watched from the side and thought, how is this even possible? This is Ouyang's toad art. The monks were also surprised. They could not understand what kind of technique this was and such a strong aura. Zheng began to destroy one after another. Hua at this moment thought that this was amazing, and could it be that he had reached the level of Xiantian? Miao suddenly intervened and, calling him a bastard, asked how he dared to mock his students, and offered him a fight since he was so brave. After these words, Zheng used a technique and Miao was unable to block the blow. However, Miao immediately came to his senses and said that he would fight to the end. At that very moment, Miao felt someone else's energy. Zheng began to shout for Sima not to interfere. Sima smiled, took out his sword, and told Zheng to let him have some fun too. Sima raised his sword and used the 10,000 swords technique. Seeing this, Hua told the boys that it seemed like they couldn't handle it alone and needed help. Sima attacked Miao. Zheng intervened and said that he would add more slime. Miao held on with all his strength. At this point, Hua intervened and pushed Sima and Zheng back. Sima asked, "Who is this?" Hua scratched his head and thought that the iron head technique always helps out in situations like this. Ju immediately realized that this was the same person who had injured her. She immediately drew her sword and attacked him from behind. However, before Hua could react, Tai Ning and Yushan stepped forward to protect him. Hua said that there was no need for that. Ju moved forward in a clear trajectory straight towards Hua. However, before she could blink, Hua knocked the weapon out of her hands. Hua looked into her eyes and said that she was also the head of the Buddhist sect, so why was she acting like a crazy person? Hua then used one of his techniques and said that her behavior was offensive to Buddhism. Ju was thrown back several meters and injured. She stood up and asked who he was anyway. Hua turned around and said she didn't deserve to know. Ju got angry and called him an arrogant brat. She grabbed her sword and said that she would destroy him. At this time, Zheng and Sima were fighting with the monks. One of them thought that these bandits were very strong and if this continued, they would be able to destroy the sect. So the student decided to use the hidden brick technique. But Zheng immediately turned around, threw the brick away, and called him a fool. At that moment, a stone flew straight at Ju's head. She fell to the ground and the disciples began to say that even heaven could not tolerate this vile nun. Meanwhile, Zheng destroyed the main hall with just one blow. The monk thought that this toad art was terrifying. Sima told Zheng that they had to retreat as there was no point in continuing the battle. Zheng replied that these old men would not let them go so easily. So he started using toad art again to deal with them. Zheng concentrated his energy and then with one powerful wave knocked the monks to the ground one after another. Then Zhang and Sima started to run away. Since it was an opportune moment, they jumped over the wall. And then Hua and the boys were already waiting for them behind the wall. As soon as they jumped over the wall, Hua used a lion's roar. Miao was nearby and asked what the lion's roar was and whether he, Jia, was the abbot of the Shaolin temple. Hua looked at Tai and said that he didn't even think about taking off that skin, and because of him they were exposed. Hua then approached Miao and said that since he recognized him, he no longer saw any reason to hide. Hua bowed and introduced himself. Soon, Tai and Yushan began helping to gather the injured students. Yushan also actively set the broken bones of his students. It was painful for the students, but they had no choice. Miao approached Hua and said that despite the past grievances, they saved them today and he will never forget it. Miao also said that he did not even know how to thank the abbot. And if there was something in Zhongyue that Hua considered a worthy reward, he would be happy to give it. Hua smiled and asked if he really looked like such a mercenary person in the eyes of the master. Hua said that today he came and completely by chance heard how these bandits were planning to raid the sect. And Hua helped not because he expected a reward, but because people should protect each other. Hua then added that since the master had such a biased attitude towards Shaolin, he thought it would be better for them to leave. Miao immediately began to bow and say that the abbot had misunderstood him and that this was not what he meant at all. Miao said that now that the Zhongyue sect had suffered so many losses, he really didn't know how he could repay the great kindness. Hua smiled evilly and thought that if that was the case, he could disband the sect and give the territory to him. But Hua bowed and said that the monks were compassionate, lived according to the teachings of Buddha and also followed the laws of heaven and earth, and they did not expect anything in return. Miao thought about it and replied that he was wrong. He then went to Hua and said that he had one request. 10 days later, on the way to a martial arts tournament, Hua rode on horseback with his students walking alongside him, singing a song. Facing thousands of heavy waves, blood hot like red rays of the sun, courage like forged iron, character like pure steel, soul rushes forward, and the gaze beyond the horizon. At that moment, Hua thought that the song perfectly conveys the character of Shaolin, unites and raises fighting spirit, and it should be made a temple song. Hua then took out a scroll and said that he wondered what was written in the letters that Kong gave him. Hua opened the first letter, in which the girl wrote that she had met her mentor. However, Teacher Ju said that she wanted to retire and put all her efforts into her development. So the girl stays in Shaolin and she really likes living with Sister Ro, and she also learned to play the Master's Bay. Hua read it and thought that it was good that he managed to persuade Ju Ming to say goodbye. Otherwise, the feelings of her devoted disciple would have been crushed. Hua then opened the second letter. Guan wrote that the princess had been delivered to the capital safe and sound. And during all this commotion he managed to cross the border unnoticed, so the abbot need not worry. Meanwhile, Master Miao arrived at Shaolin and said that all their property had burned to the ground, and fortunately Shaolin had bought the land. Hua began reading the third letter. Mr. Chen wrote that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the person Hua asked to find had already begun restoring Zhongyue. And taking this opportunity, Chen asked, "When will the new book be published?" After reading all this, Hua thought that Miao was not a stupid person. After assessing all the destruction, he sold the land at a very low price. And now the territory of the Shaolin Temple is expanding so quickly that it is necessary to create a new construction plan and also think about how to recruit new students. Meanwhile, Kong said that he also wanted to go to the tournament with them and see the world at the same time. He also added that Abbot Miao had sent a box. Kong said that he thought it was something important, so he decided to hand it over. Hua opened the box and was surprised to see a key inside. Kong rummaged through the box and said that there was another letter. Then Hua was even more surprised. He began to read the letter, which said that the man came to Shandong when the air became colder. After graduation, he wanted to leave the battles and return to Xiqing in his blooming youth, but his handkerchief was full of tears. While reading the letter, Hua became angry and threw it to the ground, shouting that this old man decided to play charades with him as if he had nothing better to do. Suddenly, Hua felt the heavy breathing of a donkey. And suddenly, a donkey appeared in front of him, with someone lying on it. The man galloped past Hua and said that he had left early in the morning but still not first, but the monk was riding a horse and he was riding a donkey. And even so, he managed to overtake those two idiots. Meanwhile, Hua, sitting on his horse, said that although the road was wide, he walked along the side of the road, looking at the people whose hearts were like a dense forest to him. Although it was not always convenient to walk in a group, it was better than walking alone. The man began to laugh and told the monk to say something else because he was so stately like Buddha in the flesh. Hua smiled and the man said it was amazing that he had no hair on his head was like an egg. Hua got mad and said that it was the sickest one. Hua thought at that moment that this one-eyed man was not a pirate to walk around with an eye patch, and he ridiculed him in a couple of sentences. Hua also said that no matter how fast a donkey runs, it can never overtake a great dragon and only a path remains from its tears. The stranger got angry and started shouting that the bastard had decided to make fun of him. He also said that he always thought that monks were out of touch with reality, but today his opinion has changed. The man rode on, and Hua thought that this old man was not so simple and there were many strong masters in the Jianghu, so they should be more careful. After all, Hua knew that if he met a master who had reached Xianyan, he would have a hard time. Finally, Hua and his team arrived at the designated place. He immediately told the guys to be careful and not to get into fights. As Hua passed by the people, he heard rumors that two teams from the demon sect had gathered an army to attack Tianyahai, and they said that a war would break out. Hua then wondered if the man they met along the way was really Zhou Qin. Walking a little further, Hua heard the men discussing that they had personally seen Zhou Qin's one-eyed tiger and Luo Tsai's multicolored phoenix. Now Hua understood what Ao Miao was writing. In the first line, if you put some letters together, you get Chen Ku. Chen Ku, this is Ao Miao's real name, so this sentence means he came home. The letters in the second sentence spell out Hua Wuji. Then it talks about some poor people who thought that maybe they were talking about beggars. Now he understood that if they decided to attack him, it would definitely not be during the tournament. Hua looked around carefully and looked at the crowd of beggars. Hua immediately noticed that the strong man did not look like a poor person. And the soldiers were clearly not ordinary guards. Some strange aura was emanating from them. Hua realized that it seemed like this tournament was a trap. He then decided that he would not put his students in danger. So Hua ordered Tai to follow him. He decided that he had to think of something so that they could leave first. Meanwhile, Iqin was enjoying himself at the fair. Hua grabbed him by the collar and said it was time to go. Iqin was surprised and asked what happened. Hua asked Tai to cover for them and said that he felt like something was wrong and they might be trapped. Iqin shouted loudly that it was impossible. Hua immediately closed his mouth and told him to be quiet and listen to him. Hua said that he had just realized that something was wrong with this tournament and he ordered Iqin to take his place and lead everyone back to Shaolin. Iqin was embarrassed and told the abbot that if there was any danger, they should face it together. Hua looked at him and said that there were not many disciples in the Shaolin temple, so their safety was paramount. Iqin burst into tears and Hua said that if things got bad, he could easily leave using his own strength. Iqin could not accept it, but Hua ordered him to go, as he had to return all the Shaolin temple disciples safe and sound. The boys left and Hua took his horse to continue his journey. After a while, Hua was already in the Songzan sect. Seeing familiar faces there, Hua thought they were the Alliance warriors. They had attacked an important person from Jianghu, and thought that if they killed him outside the city, they would get away with it. Hua at this moment knew that it was good that he sent Iqin and everyone else home, otherwise they would have been stuck here. Hua also couldn't understand why they were all looking at him like that. Were they all spies of the Sky Path Alliance? Did he think that his monk's robe was too flashy and they were staring at him because of it? Or was it for another reason? But such robes are always worn on holidays. After all, it does its job perfectly. Hua knew that while they were focused on him, Iqin would lead everyone away from Jianghu. Hua was surprised at how many beggars there were. It seemed like Zhangzhou had lured the beggars to their side. Since the two main powers of Zhangzhou had already formed an alliance, the other sects simply had no chance against them. Things are getting more complicated. Meanwhile, Hua approached the entrance and was asked to go straight ahead. Hua thought they had given him a great place. He had already thought that if suddenly there was confusion, he would climb over the wall and no one would stop him. After a while, they began to knock on the gong and say that everyone should welcome the leader of the Heaven's Path Alliance, the sect abbot known to all as the blade swirling in the snow, the famous hero Hua Wuji. Hua thought that he looked quite imposing and had an icy aura emanating from him. Wuji began to say that recently there were rumors that a war would soon break out in Zhangzhou and the Imperial Army would destroy the Heaven's Path Alliance. But in reality, these are just dirty rumors spread by the demon sect, and they just want to distract people and take over Jianghu. At this moment, Hua was thinking that the princess had already returned to the capital, so why hadn't the emperor sent troops to Zhangzhou yet? Wuji said that in that case, they would write down all the sects that were willing to join the alliance, and all those who refused would be considered their enemies. Hua knew that he had brainwashed them and presented the confrontation between Jianghu and the capital as a fight between good and evil sects. Wuji then went down to Hua and asked if the Shaolin Temple would be willing to join the Heaven's Path Alliance. Hua understood that the Shaolin Temple had been on everyone's lips lately, and Wuji decided to deal with them in front of everyone. So Hua bowed and thanked Wuji for his trust, saying that he didn't think the Lord would notice their small temple and it was a great honor. He also added that he had heard that Wuji was skilled in martial arts and had high moral character. How could anything go against his orders? Hua knew full well that if he agreed, he would have to obey the alliance, which meant he would no longer be able to do whatever he wanted. So he said that he was deeply moved when he heard Wuji's speech, but he was still a Buddhist monk and could not make such decisions. So he had to go back to the temple, ask permission from the Buddha, and only then could he give an answer. Hua also knew that if he refused, his henchmen would deal with him immediately. Wuji replied that he was sure that Buddha would approve of the good deed and asked if the abbot was just trying to stall for time. Hua replied that the Lord had misunderstood him and the poor monk had told him everything as it was. But if he wanted an answer as soon as possible, Hua would ask the Buddha right now so that he could see the solution for himself. Those present began to laugh loudly and say that this monk was crazy, because no one talks to Buddha. Wuji replied that since this was the monk's will, then so be it, let him put on a show for them. Suddenly, at that moment, a man appeared and said that Wuji may have scared people, but he was not afraid of him. Wuji got angry and asked if he really wanted to go against him. The man immediately ran and swung his weapon at him, but Wuji managed to dodge it. Hua watched this from the side and understood that Wuji was too strong and he was not his opponent, so he had to get out quickly. Meanwhile, Wuji attacked the man, but he jumped over the fence and shouted that he was not bad at all, but he would come back for revenge. But as soon as the man jumped over the fence, there were shouts. And Wuji said that he had placed archers outside so that anyone who dared to leave the courtyard would be killed. The audience began to applaud and shout, "Bravo Wuji!" However, unexpectedly at this moment, an energy strike flew straight at Wuji. He started screaming that some rat had decided to attack him from behind. At that moment, the same one-eyed man appeared and asked if he had decided to chat before he died. He also said that they were all idiots. People began to ask if it was a one-eyed tiger. Some said that there was nothing to be afraid of since Mr. Wuji was the strongest master in the world. And just a second later, the Wuji warriors began to attack the warriors of the one-eyed tiger. A real massacre began. Two of the guards stood motionless and said that it seemed like they were doing fine without them and they could just run away. Suddenly Hua appeared, shouting for them to let him through. A warrior was chasing him, telling him bald head to stop. Hua asked him to calm down and said that they didn't know each other and why fight since he wasn't even in the alliance. Hua began to recite some invocation to Buddha, when suddenly something hit him on the head. He could not understand what his iron head had hit. A girl fell from the sky and the warriors began to shout that it was luck to kill her now. However, she immediately rose and with a powerful attack began to destroy everyone. She screamed for the one who dared to attack her to show himself. Meanwhile, Wuji told the one-eyed tiger that he was a scumbag who had ruined his plan. Let his death be a sacrifice to the heavens to celebrate the start of the tournament. They clashed in battle, and the one-eyed tiger said that he was too overconfident. Wuji replied that he was weak. Then the tiger said that if he fought seriously, Wuji would simply be unable to do so. At this moment, Jia screamed for Zheng and Sima to finally help her fight. The one-eyed man shouted for Luotsai to take charge of them as he needed to catch his breath. The girl replied that everything was on her and immediately rushed to attack. The warriors began shouting to Wuji that they seemed to be in trouble. Hua watched from the side and realized that they were the ones who destroyed the Zhongyue sect. And did they join the alliance? Or was the attack on Zhongyue ordered by the alliance from the very beginning? Hua assumed that the tournament was already about to start and it was time to leave. Suddenly, someone spoke to him. Hua turned around and saw a girl in front of him. She said that the monk was not with the Alliance or the demon sect and asked what he was doing here. Hua replied that he was just passing by and asked what she was doing there. The girl replied that she was just watching her father fight the one-eyed man. Hua was surprised and asked if she was really Wuji's daughter. The girl smiled and, releasing her claws, said that now he knew who would kill him. Hua got scared and jumped back and started screaming for her to come to her senses and let go of the sword. However, the girl continued screaming that she would take his life. And a second later she scratched Hua's face. Then Hua got very angry, because she also scratched his luxurious robe. He looked at her menacingly and said that the poor monk was not going to tolerate this any longer. He folded his fingers and used the first-level technique, Fallen Flowers. The girl was surprised because she had never seen such a technique. And from such an attack she fell to the ground. Hua immediately asked if she was okay. Hua noticed that she was not moving. He ran up, picked her up and said that it couldn't be because he wasn't very strong. But as soon as Hua touched her face with his finger, the girl looked at him angrily and released her claws again. She grabbed his head with her hand and started screaming for him to die. Hua smiled and said that it was not bad, but a bit weak. Suddenly, the girl's claws began to crack from Hua's head. She was scared and couldn't understand what was happening. She immediately took her hand back and asked him if he had an iron head. Hua replied that it was an invincible body and pure chi energy. Then the girl was even more surprised and asked if he really possessed pure yang. Tiyi Gong, Divine Kung Fu, all of them use yang energy. It is also needed to learn 9 yang Divine Kung Fu. Suddenly the girl started jumping for joy and saying that she was so glad that she had finally found a person with pure yang energy. Hua said that she was crazy and why did she care about his chi? Then she replied that he simply had to save her. Hua was indignant and horrified. The girl fell to her knees and began to cry. She said that she had been suffering from the disease for more than 10 years. Hua replied that he was not a panacea for all ills, and that he was a monk, not a doctor. The girl began to scream that only pure yang could save her. Hua replied that she should go to the hospital or to a witch doctor. There must be a wise man who could help her. The girl began to say that if he did not save Xiaohuan, then in less than 3 years Xiaohuan would die. At that moment, Hua thought that she would already let go of his luxurious robe. Out of desperation, Hua asked how he could help her. Xiaohuan replied that there were 2 ways. First, the abbot and Xiao should become lovers. But Xiao said that she was a decent girl and the abbot had no right to force her. Hua began to scream in horror, which he had not intended to do, even if she had asked. He knew that in this way he could save her and sign his own death warrant. Xiao said the second option was to use pure yang energy every day to expel the negative yin energy from her body. Hua knew that he should have said that he hadn't entered Xiantian yet. But since it was Wuji's daughter, how could he refuse? Hua replied that he had made a mistake in his last training, so his profound strength had weakened. It would take him a year or even a year and a half to heal it. Xiao began to shout that she could wait, but only if he could cure her. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man asked if Wuji still wanted to compete with him. Wuji replied that if he had not missed, the one-eyed man would already be dead. The one-eyed man said that it was his own fault. Then Wuji told him that he had a tough character but not much intelligence. Wuji used a technique and said that one day he would return and punish this mountain with his blood. The one-eyed man started shouting that he really decided to run away. He didn't have time to do anything and said that it was a demonic technique. Meanwhile, Hua noticed this from the side and was surprised that it was a bloody curtain. Meanwhile, Luo skillfully dealt with her opponent. She asked how he dared to look around while he was fighting her. Zhang ran away and said he couldn't do it anymore. Sim called him a traitor. He knew he was alone with her. Luo immediately attacked him and reminded him that she had told them not to get distracted. Then she used the technique. And right after that, Luo noticed Hua. Na thought that it was that bald guy who attacked her. Hua immediately realized that she had noticed him, so he told Xiao that he had to run and they would talk later. Xiao fell to her knees and began to scream. How would she find him later? Meanwhile, Luo was already approaching. She screamed at him, the pervert, to stop. Hua meanwhile knew that he should never do this. Xiao was angry. She couldn't understand who else was chasing her source of pure yang. Luo took out her sword and chased after Hua. He ran as fast as he could and shouted that it was unfair and how could he become a pervert even if he hadn't done anything. Luo continued to attack. Hua thought it was very scary and she had definitely reached the middle Xiantian. However, Hua didn't understand why she was so fast he couldn't run away from her. Luo said that no matter where the lecherous bastard ran, she would still catch up with him. Suddenly Xiao appeared and started shouting that she wouldn't allow it. Hua at that moment realized that this crazy woman was too close, and if he tried to fly away on the eagle, he would become a living target. So Hua started shouting for the lady to stop persecuting the poor monk as he had no bad intentions. Luo at this moment understood that the monk had mastered some of the Hoian techniques, but it was not enough to hide from her. Suddenly, Xiao used her technique and started shouting that she shouldn't dare touch the carrier of pure yang. Luo was indignant and asked if she really dared to attack her with such childish techniques. Luo then said that she was definitely out of her league and used her technique, striking Xiao upwards. Xiao flew back a few meters and, exhausted, hit a tree. Hua got scared and started screaming that the heavens wanted to kill him. Suddenly Luo appeared behind him and said that she had caught up with him. She was surprised and asked why he didn't run away anymore. Hua replied that he didn't think he could, so he would try another way. Immediately after that, Hua politely told the lady that her sword would not harm him so they could talk calmly. Luo wondered if her chi was useless against this pathetic pervert, so she replied that she had no need to talk to him. She grabbed him by the neck and said that if she couldn't hurt him, she would just throw him off the cliff. Hua started screaming that he shouldn't do that. However, Luo let him go. Hua screamed that he was very scared and that he would crash. Luo smiled and said that this is what happens to those who decide to grope her. Hua replied that she had no sympathy. Immediately after these words, Hua began to move his legs very quickly and then used the iron head technique. He hit his head on the rock and the rock started to break into many pieces. Luo couldn't understand what was happening. Soon she couldn't stand and started falling down. Her mask couldn't stand it either and came off. Now her face was visible. Meanwhile, Hua called the eagle to catch him and prevent him from falling to his death. However, Luo used a technique against the eagle and told Hua the pervert not to even think about saving him. Since she immediately understood what he was planning, Hua started shouting that she was crazy and asked where she got such hatred for him. Meanwhile, Hua was falling down and hitting the tree branches. He realized that he was falling too fast and he couldn't even grab onto the branches. He decided that he needed to slow down somehow and this should work. Hua took off his fancy robe and made a parachute out of it. He started shouting with happiness that he had succeeded. However, he did not notice the protruding branch and still fell to the ground. Luckily, he landed on his head, otherwise he would have definitely had to meet Buddha. Luo didn't land in the best way either. She started screaming that it was unbearably painful. Hua approached her and said that it seemed like this was their punishment for what happened and suggested that they not fight anymore. The girl began to spit blood and screamed that if he had not destroyed the rock, she would not have fallen. Hua was surprised that she had just coughed up blood, but still wanted to quarrel with him. Therefore, Hua said that the monk's heart could not bear that such a young and beautiful girl would die in the mud among the mountains. He also said that he followed the teachings of Buddha and knew the value of life well, and this pill would be able to heal most of her wounds. Luo replied that it was merciful and suggested that he eat his own pill. Hua replied that she simply didn't trust him, which was why she was so careful. In that case, he said that he would give her the medicine because a calm mind and selfless kindness are the pillars of Buddhism. Hua then asked that in the end, does it really matter who wins and who loses? Luo smiled evilly and asked if he wasn't afraid that she would be cured and kill him. Then Hua sat down on the grass and replied that if the lady decided to kill him, then that was his fate. Luo took out the pill and realized from the smell that such restorative pills were made in the southern Shaolin. The girl brought the pill to her mouth and said that if he decided to poison her, she would take him with her to the next world. At that moment, Hua took out a pill from under his sleeve and swallowed it. He understood that in such situations, you can't lay all your cards on the table. The pill began to take effect, and Luo felt her wounds almost completely healed, and her internal energy was also restored. So she decided to test Hua. She walked up to him and asked him if he wanted to join them. She offered him wealth and power and the chance to kiss as many girls as he wanted. Confused, Hua replied that the poor monk had renounced worldly goods and it was not good to change religion like that. Luo got angry and squeezed his head harder. She said that it was a lie and that he was in cahoots with the alliance and still pretended to be a noble monk. Hua replied that he came to the martial arts tournament because he was invited and he had no knowledge of the conspiracy. Luo thought about it and assumed that the monk could have accidentally bumped into her, so she let him go. Luo then said that many people believed that killing demons was the will of heaven. She asked why Hua had not joined the alliance then. Hua knew that it was a matter of life and death. If he answered incorrectly, these would be his last words. Hua began to say that demons, evil spirits, kill and frighten people. That is why they are called that. They can even attack the followers of Buddha, and their souls harbor evil thoughts and they will never help anyone. However, the battle between the demon sect and the martial arts schools is simply a matter of human desire for power, and there is no right or wrong. Luo was surprised and asked if he really thought so. Hua replied that this was the poor monk's true feelings. Then Luo said that this time she would believe him, but if she found out that he had lied to her again, she would find him even at the end of the world. Hua breathed a sigh of relief and thought that it seemed like she had calmed down a bit, which was a good sign. Then Hua turned around and looked at his miserable robe. And besides, it had started to rain. He suggested to Luo that they find some cave to take shelter from the rain. However, Luo replied that she would not sit in the same cave with a lustful monk. Hua suddenly crouched down so Luo could climb onto his back, but the girl replied that she could walk on her own. Hua replied that not all of her wounds had healed yet, and they had not been treated. If rainwater got on them, they would become infected. He also added that if she notices any inappropriate behavior from him, she might just kill him. At this moment, Hua was thinking about how she would take pity on him because a lot of people had seen her chase after him, and if she died, everyone would think it was him. And Hua cannot afford to destroy the Shaolin temple he worked so hard to build. After some time, they finally got to the cave. But Luo started sneezing nonstop. Hua looked closely at her painful appearance, but Luo called him a pervert again and said that if he came one step closer, she would not be responsible for herself. Hua immediately threw his robe over her and said that it was cold enough outside that she couldn't get seriously ill. Then Luo felt embarrassed and thought that it seemed like he was a really good person and could be trusted a little. Meanwhile, Hua couldn't contact either the eagle or the horse, and with their wounds, it would be difficult to climb the cliff. So Hua decided that all he could do was wait until the rain stopped and then look for his way back. Meanwhile, the system announced that a monthly lottery was available and asked if Hua wanted to play. And while Luo was sleeping soundly, Hua of course played the lottery. After some time, morning came. Luo woke up and found that the monk was not in the cave. She wondered if he had left, and suddenly she heard someone calling her name. Luo immediately got ready and went outside. She told them to stop yelling. The warrior girl was so happy to see her sister Luo alive and well. However, Luo ordered the warriors to stop staring or she would poke their eyes out. Luo asked the girl how they found her. The girl said that after the mess with the alliance, they were about to leave, when suddenly they realized that Luo was missing, and one of the warriors reported that she ran after the monk, and so they went to look for her. The girl said that they were wandering around, not knowing where she could possibly go, when suddenly an eagle appeared and dropped them a sign with her location. Luo realized that it was most likely the monk who had given them the message, but she couldn't figure out how he had climbed up the cliff. Meanwhile, Hua was climbing up the cliff. He said that with such a technique, one could even cross rivers. However, he had no internal energy left, so he assumed that maybe now he could do it. Hua made one last dash and managed to grab the reins of his horse. He exhaled with relief and climbed up. Hua began to thank his horse for always being there for him in the most difficult moments. Then he climbed on it and rode away. On the way, Hua thought that it was finally over, and he hoped that I-Chin and the boys returned back safe and sound. At the same time, the old man fought with the warrior and could not understand where he got such strength from. With his last breath, the old man realized that his ribs were broken and he could no longer run. He fell to his knees and began to scream that he was really going to die today. Suddenly a horse knocked him down. Hua also rolls forward and says that without traffic lights the traffic is useless. And the old man himself is to blame, you need to look around. Hua kicked him and asked if he was okay. However, the old man did not answer, so Hua thought he was dead. Then he decided that since no one was seeing, he could, in principle, escape from the crime scene. However, Hua could not forget that he was still a monk. So he put his hand on the old man and he came to his senses. Hua said that a monk is always responsible for his actions, so how could he just leave? In fact, the dam system gave Hua a choice: heal the dying man or instant death. The old man came to his senses and began to ask what this Shaolin monk was doing. Hua wondered where he knew him from. Then he asked the old man what he was doing there. And the old man took a black bandage from his pocket and tied his hair. Hua was horrified and, calling the old man Mr. Chai, asked what he was doing on Mount Shaomu. Chai replied that it was none of his business and went forward. Suddenly, the very warrior from whom Mr. Chai had fled appeared above them. The warrior began to shout that the old bastard had decided to run away after a couple of blows from his toad art. Hua rolled his eyes and asked if the spirit of that frog would really be following him everywhere now. Zhang looked at Hua and thought that he had seen this amazing bald head somewhere before. And suddenly he realized that this was the monk that Luo had chased after. And was he really still alive? Then Zhang told Hua that this old man had stolen his kung fu. Mr. Chai started shouting that it was a lie. Hua replied that they should contact the authorities to resolve the issue and that it was time for him to go. He realized that he had only just climbed the mountain and was not going to get into trouble again. Chai asked if he was just going to leave. Zhang replied that it was their fight and there was no need to involve outsiders. Then Chai took out a gold bar and threw it to Hua. Then he took out another one and said that he would pay if Hua helped him. Hua knew that due to the recent epidemic in Zhangzhou, the amount of donations had decreased greatly. And with this gold, they could buy food for the sick. Hua then told Mr. Chai that it was not about money and that he was just passing by. Chai began to say that he would give 2 gold bars for saving him. Then Hua immediately moved from the spot. He approached Zhang and said that killing would be bad for his karma and maybe he should forget about this conflict. Zhang thought that this bald guy was not so simple if he was able to escape from Luo alive, and Zhang was also too wounded to fight. Then Hua said that the gentleman seemed to be injured and did not want any trouble. He proposed a duel of 3 moves. Hua said that if he could not persuade him to leave this gentleman, the poor monk would leave immediately. Zhang understood that even though he was wounded, he was still one of the strongest masters, and in 3 moves he would definitely beat the monk. So Zhang didn't think twice and used his toad art, saying that in that case they could begin. Zhang decided that if he applied the Cho hold, the monk would definitely not be able to escape from it in 2 moves. However, Hua suddenly turned his head and used a lion's roar. From the surprise and the volume, Zhang was lost in space. Mr. Chai asked what happened and said it was really scary and impressive. Hua told him that he hated people who didn't keep their promises, so he definitely had to keep his. Mr. Chai replied that of course he would keep his word. Then Hua offered to give him a ride. For an extra fee, of course. And certainly not on his horse. After some time, Hua arrived at the Shaolin temple. All the students and close people were incredibly happy to see him. Hua first asked Mr. Chin if there had been any problems during his absence. Chin replied that everything was fine. The boys discussed how without the abbot, Shaolin seemed to have lost its character, and it was good that he had returned. Even the nameless old man began sweeping again. Hua watched from the side and thought that Laochi was moving like a ghost here and there. Hua greeted him. Laochi bowed in return. Hua then asked Chin if he was sure he didn't want to tell him something. Then Chin said that there was something related to the Heaven's Path Alliance. It was disbanded after the incident in Songshan. And now big and small martial arts schools are fighting for power. Without the Alliance's guidance, everything is out of control. The sects have gone wild, the bandits are running amok, and all this is reflected in the lives of ordinary people. And lately the Shaolin Temple has been donating a lot of food, and it will soon run out. And if nothing is done, they themselves will have to beg. Hua knew that the alliance was indeed of great importance. Therefore, Hua asked Chin to gather all the disciples tomorrow to discuss the future of the temple. The next morning came. The carriage with the lady was approaching Shaolin. There were servants and guards with her. The guy looked at the temple and said it was really impressive, much better than the Daciangosa temple. The servant asked his master whether any temple in the mountains could compare with the one in the capital. The boy then asked Wanjun how the relic of Sharaputra could have ended up in that hole. The girl replied that there are countries that seem strong, but in fact they have many internal problems. The guy immediately understood her hint. He couldn't understand why she suddenly dared to talk to them like that. Hua already knew about their visit. He guessed that Ning's fiancé must be the emperor's second son Zhao Yuankue. Hua was surprised that she actually brought him and hoped that he would be able to recover. Meanwhile, a great many hungry people had gathered at the entrance to the temple. They were asked not to push each other as there was enough food for everyone. Zhao watched all this and said that there was such devastation here. And if they could help him, he would send Master Li Ji to teach in this temple. Those present heard this and said that old man Li could only talk and was not fit to hold a candle to their abbot. Another guy came up and said that there was no point in chatting with these newcomers and it was better to go get some food, otherwise they would be late. Hearing this, Zhao was angry that they dared to talk to him like that. Ning asked him to stop, as he was already standing out too much. In fact, Ning couldn't wait to get rid of him already, so she asked him to follow her. Chen met them and said that the abbot was already waiting for them at the top of the Tower of 10,000 Buddhas. Ning bowed and said she was glad to see him. Zhao was surprised and asked if it was really Guan. Chen replied that the poor monk had renounced his previous name and was now called Chen and was happy. Zhao said that Qin had done wisely in returning his sister to the capital, otherwise his father would have raised an army against his son. Qin said that there was no point in talking about worldly matters anymore. Qin asked them to pass but said that the abbot had only allowed him to pass without guards and servants. The guy got angry and asked if they could ensure the safety of the master and what if something happened in their tower. Qin used a couple of techniques and told the boy that even if he went with the master, he would hardly be able to protect him in any way. Zhao left with Chen while the guard suggested that Zhao go and worship Buddha. On the way, Chen asked Zhao if he was afraid to go up to the tower without a servant. Zhao replied that there was no place on earth where he was afraid to go. Then Chen said that the abbot had closed the tower to ordinary people today, so there would be no one there except him. Zhao went to the tower, and while he was climbing up, he said that he was the emperor's son, and that they didn't respect him at all here. Suddenly a gong rang and someone told the master not to give in. Zhao thought they were making fun of him. He said that if it were not for the relic of Sharaputra, he would never have allowed him to be treated like that. He thought at this moment that if Ning hadn't brought him, he would never have wasted such a powerful medicine on him. Finally Zhao stood up. He told him to calm down, and if he didn't trust completely, he wouldn't be able to cure his illness. Zhao said that he had been to many doctors and no one could do anything, and it was unlikely that a young man like him could do anything. He replied that stubbornness narrows one's horizons. Zhao said that he could only trust himself completely. He then said that he was very confident. Zhao replied that he had read a lot since childhood, studying scriptures and military treatises. He asked him to look at this cup and asked how Zhao could see and count whether it was full. Zhao replied that it could be filled with sand. Then He poured sand into it and asked, "Is it full now?" Then Zhao said that just as an army has no permanent power, so water has no permanent form, you can pour water. He poured water and asked him what he thought now. Zhao confidently replied that the cup was full and He could not add anything. Zhao continued walking. Then He asked him why he was leaving. He said that Zhao was like this cup. He was well-read, educated, and always thought he was right. But in reality, Zhao only sees what is on the surface. He broke the incense and threw it into the bowl. Zhao replied that the monk was not bad, but the incense ash was too light. He then asked how much more Zhao thought the bowl could hold. Zhao was simply horrified. He noticed that she was not moving, and there were no circles on the water at all. He could not understand how he managed to mix water, sand, and ash into such a mass. In fact, He secretly added a little lime and then dried the mass with his inner strength to make concrete. He told Zhao to let go of his stubbornness and it would become easier for him to walk, and he would easily reach the top of the tower. Zhao said he felt a wonderful sense of relaxation in his body. Suddenly a loud scream came from the tower. The guard got scared and started asking if everything was okay with the gentleman. The terrible screams continued and the guard asked Qin if he couldn't lend his shoulder to his master even when he went out. Qin waved his hand and said that he could go. The guard ran to the entrance and was simply horrified by the appearance of his master. The guard asked what had happened to him. Zhao immediately and silently threw his cape over himself. He said it would take half a month to cure Zhao of the cold poison, and he would have to climb the tower every morning. Zhao bowed and thanked the abbot, who ordered him to go and have a good rest. Meanwhile, He couldn't understand why these rich people were always so stupid. Half an hour ago, He was throwing energy balls at Zhao and telling him to get the poison out of his body. Zhao said he had never felt so good. He told him that more than 10% of the cold poison had been removed. He also said that for all the trouble he had taken on, Zhao would owe him and made a money gesture with his fingers. Zhao replied that he had no words to express his gratitude. Hua could not understand why people in this world did not understand this gesture. Zhao said that he wanted to repay with a large sum of money, but Ning said that giving money to the abbot was like spitting in his face. Hua replied that he only wanted to help so we could talk about gratitude later. Night fell. Dufeng's 8 horsemen were passing through the forest. One of them said that he wanted to eat and there was a village ahead, he could look for something there. Another replied that they could not do this to poor people because they were not some kind of robbers. And have they really forgotten that their village was once attacked by the bastard Guan Tianzhao and only they managed to survive? One of the brothers fainted and the second said that they were already fainting from hunger and maybe they should ask for some food in the village and then give them back twice as much. The brother replied that in that case they would turn to the residents for help, but they just couldn't scare them. After some time they found themselves in a village and decided to go to a richer house to ask for help. They noticed a large yard with several dozen sheep. One of them said that he would like to stay there for the night because he had not slept in a bed for so long. The chief thought that in their time a simple family could not have so much livestock. The boys had already begun to imagine how the owners would give them a basket of groceries or roast lamb. Meanwhile, Lin Ro was sleeping soundly with that girl when suddenly someone started to break into their house and the dogs started barking loudly. The girls were very scared, they didn't know what to do and assumed that there were robbers on the street. Ro said that her parents were not home and the Blackie would definitely not be able to handle them. At this time, the riders asked not to be afraid of them and said that they only wanted to ask for some food. The girls were afraid that they wanted to take their sheep and not even pay. Then the girl decided to go talk to them because they can't just rob people like that. Ro said that they should not see them for any reason. In case they do something bad to them, they cannot be trusted. Ro suggested going out into the backyard and seeing if they could hide in the woods. One of the riders said that it seemed that no one was home since no one came out. Another suggested that their fierce voice had frightened the owners. Suddenly, one of them said that since the villagers were afraid to go out, they would simply take the sheep and leave and return the money later. So they decided. The brothers began to climb over the fence, and at that time an eagle flew over them. The eagle immediately attacked them so that they could not steal a single sheep. The riders could not understand what was happening. The eagle grabbed one of them and the others rushed in pursuit to prevent the eagle from eating their brother. The eagle carried him to the top of the mountain. After a while, the eagle dropped him on the roof of a building. The rider could not understand why he brought him here. Then the rider looked around and suddenly noticed the tower of 10,000 Buddhas. Then the rider thought that maybe some monk decided to teach him a lesson. The rider went forward. He noticed a huge number of students and decided to hide. He thought that if the other riders were nearby, he would not have hidden behind the tree. Meanwhile, Tai was training the warriors harshly. Suddenly the warriors kicked at the same time, counting. And suddenly the rider looked up and saw a beehive on a tree, which from such a powerful blow began to fall down. The rider started running and ran right into Tai. Tai asked him menacingly who he was and what he was doing there. Meanwhile, Laochi was calmly sweeping the yard. At that moment, the rider thought that he was definitely finished. Therefore, the rider decided to first take his grandfather hostage and then think about what to do next. Tai began to shout for him to let the old man go. The rider replied that if he let him go, he himself would be in danger. Suddenly Chin appeared and told Tai not to get excited and to think about what he could do with him. Laochi meanwhile said that by becoming a monk he did not harm anyone, because it was a sin. The rider abruptly snatched the broom from him and threw it away, saying that he had stopped sweeping. He also ordered him not to move. Chun asked him not to be impulsive and whatever his purpose, if he wanted to leave Shaolin Temple, he had to be prudent. The rider laughed and said that the old man was coming with him. However, the rider could not understand why he had the feeling that he was dragging behind him not a feeble old man, but a heavy stone slab. The rider slowly walked towards the gate and suddenly realized that he couldn't move it even a millimeter. Meanwhile, the rest of the horsemen were already close. They galloped up to the gates of the temple and began to shout for the brother not to be afraid, since they were already here. Soon they jumped off their horses and rushed into the temple. Tai took out his sword and said that they were bandits who had come to Shaolin to die. Suddenly Hua jumped down from the roof and said that it was time to stop this. The disciples were happy to see the abbot. One of the riders told his brother that they said that this was the monk who could talk to Buddha, and people had seen him perform miracles many times. Another writer said that there were too many of them and they had better get out as quickly as possible while they still had the chance. Hua meanwhile bowed and asked if the nameless monk was hurt. Lao Chi replied that he was not hurt at all. Hua then asked the writer not to harm him as he was just a dying old man. Hua also added that if he let him go, the abbot promised that Shaolin would feed and water them. The writer got angry and started shouting that there was no question of this since they had no chance of leaving here. Then Hua bowed again and said that the monks were not lying. Tai said that the abbot was so generous that they simply had to be grateful. The writer replied that no matter how he tried to persuade them, they still wanted to get out of here. Hua replied that this was good and that they could go their own way and that they would not pursue them. Lao Chi understood that they would take him with them. The horsemen left and took the old man. Tai asked the abbot in surprise how he could allow them to take a nameless monk. Hua replied that it was not they who had taken the nameless monk away but he who had taken them away. The boys were shocked and could not understand what Hua meant. Hua asked them not to ask about it and said that he would leave the matter to Chin. And if they did not believe him, they could go and see for themselves. The boys crossed the threshold of the temple and were simply shocked. The writer stood and could not understand why they could not move. They were shouting that this monk had planned everything from the very beginning. And as soon as this old man raised his hand, something happened. After some time, the writers were already sitting at the table and eating delicious food given by the abbot. Because they had been hungry for a long time, they almost fought for food. The monk told them not to worry because there was enough food for everyone. One of the brothers apologized for this behavior. Then he told his brothers that the abbot had said that after the meal they could ask him for money and asked if they believed that he would give them money. One of them replied that if the abbot had wanted to rob them, he would have done it long ago and clearly would not have taken them to the dining room. Then he replied that he still didn't think it was worth staying there because suddenly they would change their minds. So it would be better to just ask for money and leave. In that case, the two of them decided to go and find out more. However, when they went outside, they saw Chen talking to Hua about something. One of the brothers said that they were probably discussing right now what to do with them. Meanwhile, Chun told the abbot that he didn't understand something and wanted to ask. Hua replied that he did not have to speak so politely. Chun then asked why he was so kind to these bandits. After all, people don't change and he doesn't think that they are capable of getting on the path to correction. At this point, one of the writers began to think that they hadn't done anything wrong, so why did everyone hate them so much? Hua smiled and put a ladybug on his finger and told Chun that he was too cruel. Hua then released the ladybug, saying that monks should be understanding and guide the lost onto the right path. After all, they all know that rice should be grown on a water shelf. Because if you plant wheat or oats there, they simply won't take root. Chin said that these horsemen also had their own views on life and it was possible that the abbot's good intentions would not be able to take root in their hearts. Hua replied that everyone had their own truth, but only after passing the test of time could they understand what goodness really was. After all, no one can tell which dandelion seed will fall to the ground first, so all we can do is wait patiently. Hua then said that he did not know how they would land, but let the wind carry them. Chen replied that he was afraid that even if the writers accepted his philosophy, they would still not be able to become part of the temple. Hua replied that Chen was too fixated on differences. It was time to let go of the stem. Hua then said that people grow up differently and are created differently by nature. But his Budizi is tolerant of everything, and since they meet people, why cling to the differences when you can focus on what unites them all? Then Chen asked if the abbot was afraid that these people might lead his disciples astray. Hua said that it had started to rain. And he added that even a river that has lost its way still flows into the sea. And the heart of Buddha is strong, it is not afraid of being stained. And mutual suspicion is inevitable, as is mutual trust. But as long as people strive for good, they are going in the right direction. Hearing these words, the horseman burst into tears and told his brother to quickly gather all the brothers. The brothers gathered and one of them asked if they were leaving already since he had not yet eaten. The brother ordered him to shut up and ordered everyone to kneel behind him. They did so and began to say that they were the 8 horsemen of Dufeng, ready to take the path of correction and become monks if only the abbot would accept them into the temple. Hua did not think that they could cast aside greed and become Buddhists. He asked how could a poor monk refuse when he was asked so. A whole month had passed since then. And now Hua informed Zhao that the cold poison had been completely eliminated from his body. Zhao bowed and said that he would never forget his kindness. It was a pity that he was wasting his talent in a small temple and he could have gone with him to the capital and joined Daxiangosi. Hua thanked him and said that he was not seeking fame but simply wanted more people to learn about Buddhism. Then Hua put his hand on his shoulder and said that he should remember one thing: the bigger the palace, the better one should take care of the common people. Zhao left and said that he would think about his words. Hua got angry and thought at that moment that he was hinting at donations and not at what he, an idiot, thought. The only thing that consoled him was that now at least the issue with Nin was resolved. Suddenly he imagined her before him, and he immediately began to drive away bad thoughts, reminding himself that this body belongs only to Buddha. He then reflected that the Shaolin temple had already firmly established roots in Dengfeng. Now it was time to expand their influence in Zhangzhou. After a while, the system notified that the task was completed. Hua was happy and said that finally a new level. The system reported that Hua had completed the first task, making the Shaolin temple the largest martial arts sect in Dengfeng. Hua then decided to see what new things had appeared in the system after leveling up. But suddenly he was interrupted by an appeal. Hua turned around and saw Mr. Chai in front of him. He asked what he was doing here. Chai replied that he was already much better, so he came to say goodbye. Hua was surprised and asked how he could have recovered in just a month. Mr. Chai responded in horror that he was already completely healthy. He understood that this monk was a real scoundrel. After all, in just 1 month, Chai spent several tens of thousands of silver, and they took money from him for everything: massages, food, water procedures, medicines. Hua replied that since this was the master's decision, he did not dare to detain him, and wanted him to take care of himself. He said that he wanted to discuss something. It would be better if they talked in some secluded place. They walked past, began to drink drinks, and Mr. Chai asked if the abbot had heard anything about the white-haired demon. Hua thought for a moment and said that he had once heard rumors about him as a bloody demon. Hua knew that he had once led a demon sect that had dominated Jianghu for decades, but no one liked it. The white-haired demon wrote down all his knowledge of the blood magic he possessed, then divided his legacy into several parts and gave them to 5 students. And then Mr. Chai reported that Wuji had escaped using one of the white-haired demon's techniques. Hua was surprised and asked how this related to Mr. Chai. He replied that it was a long story. Chai told how he had been drinking and overheard that Wuji and his allies had hidden part of the bloody legacy. Then Zheng came in and intervened, saying that they had been whispering so quietly that he hadn't heard anything, and asked them to repeat it and tell him where the second part was. And so the conflict between Zheng and Mr. Chai broke out. And then Hua appeared and saved the master. Mr. Chai also said that it was said that the second part was with the husband. Hua thought about it and suggested that he was talking about the head of the beggars, the husband Ziliang. Hua knew that this guy was in cahoots with the Sky Path Alliance, and he might have the remaining parts. Meanwhile, Mr. Chai finished his drink and said that that was all he knew. Hua thought that he had a reason for just telling him such valuable information. Chai at this moment hoped that after he left a fortune in the temple, Hua would fall for this story and lose even more. Hua then asked him what he would do next. Chai replied that he wanted to return to Jiang'an and not interfere in other people's affairs anymore. Soon evening came, and Mr. Chai said that it was already late, and he would probably go. Meanwhile, Hua went and laid down on his bed. He thought that he would have to solve some things again. But what if he didn't need this inheritance? On the other hand, if someone else gets it, Hua might have problems. Meanwhile, the guy was doing his rounds in the temple before going to bed and reminded that it hadn't rained like this for a long time, so he definitely had to remember to put out the candles before going to bed. But suddenly he turned around and wondered why the door to the Arhat's hall had suddenly opened. He decided to come closer and asked Buddha to protect him. And as soon as he opened the door, he saw Tai's body there. The guy immediately started to sound the alarm. Everyone gathered on the street, but so far there were only rumors that Tai had been killed by bandits. Meanwhile, Tai began to come to his senses. He suddenly ran out into the street and began to ask where Su Kong was. Shin asked him to calm down and explain what happened. Then Tai explained that Su Kong had stolen the book with the dragon and elephant technique. The alarm was raised in all the temples that the book with the technique had been stolen. The boy thought that this couldn't be, and Brotherkin couldn't have done this. But Tai insisted that it was definitely him. The guy got angry and said that he lived with him every day and ate at the same table with him, and he never complained about Shaolin. Shin told them to stop and said that they didn't know what happened, so there was no need to spread rumors. Shin then ordered everyone to return to their rooms and not gossip, waiting for the abbot's decision. Shin also ordered Fei Hong to go to his room as well. Shin asked Tai to tell him normally what happened there. He said that today Su Kong came down from the mountain as usual to bring him wine. But he definitely put something in it. And when Tai came to, he realized that the book with the technique that he carried with him was gone. Shin became very angry and said that monks were not allowed to drink alcohol and asked why he still hadn't quit. Hua suddenly appeared and told Chun to calm down, since Tai was still very young. Tai immediately fell to his knees in front of the abbot and began to say that it was all his fault and that he had lost the book with the dragon and elephant technique. Hua replied that it was okay if it was taught outside of Shaolin, as it would allow more people to learn about the temple. However, Tai insisted that he must return the book and only then could he restore his honor. Hua said he had a plan for just such a case, and it was important to remember that monks were not allowed to kill people. Hua then told Shin that he and Tai should go to the city guards and tell them that Su Kong had robbed them and escaped. Shin said it would be done. Hua sent them on their way and said the sooner they left, the sooner they would return. Meanwhile, Hua was thinking that he was simply great, he fooled everyone. But suddenly someone called him. Hua turned around and asked why Fei Hong was still there. Fei Hong said that Su Kong was a very kind and honest person and he couldn't do such a thing. Hua was surprised and asked if he really stayed here just to tell him this. Fei Hong then said that he would find Su Kong and bring him back so that he could explain everything himself. Hua rolled his eyes and told Fei Hong to stop. He was thinking at this moment how fair they all were. But Hua couldn't let him ruin his plan. Therefore, Hua had to tell Su Kong that he had entrusted one matter on which the fate of the Shaolin temple would depend. He told Su Kong that he should become part of the beggar gang and gain the trust of Zilian's husband. Su Kong was surprised that the abbot would trust him with this. Hua said that he grew up on the streets and knew how to behave in such an environment, so he was the best candidate. Su Kong then asked how he could infiltrate the gang. Hua told him to talk Tai into stealing the book containing the dragon and elephant technique. Su Kong said that he would set him up and Hua replied that there was nothing to worry about since he would take care of him. Then Hua gave the boy a bell and said that if he was suddenly in any danger he could ring it and immediately be protected. After hearing the story, Fei Hong said that he didn't think that Su Kong had been entrusted with such an important mission. Suddenly Fei Hong asked the abbot if he could go too. Hua replied that the more people they tried to infiltrate the gang, the more likely they would be exposed. Then Fei Hong said that the abbot could rely on him and he would not reveal the secret to anyone. Hua thought that if the Shaolin temple had more time to prepare for the upcoming clash, it would not have resorted to such dastardly tricks. And fortunately, Hua can observe Su Kong using the eagle's gaze. And suddenly an incredible flash entered the eagle's field of vision. Hua immediately went there, and upon arriving at the place he felt incredible power, but he could not understand what had happened here. Suddenly, Hua felt someone's presence, and turning around, he saw a nameless monk in front of him. They greeted each other, and Hua asked if he knew what had happened here. The old man replied that of course nothing could hide from the abbot. And if something happened in the temple, he was right there. The old man said that he had a constant feeling that someone was watching him, but he could not understand why. Hua was embarrassed. And the old man said that in this world, no one could spy on him and remain unnoticed. At this moment, Hua thought that the old man's strength was simply amazing and no one had noticed his surveillance yet. The old man said that now everything fell into place and pointed his finger at the eagle. Hua said that the old man was very attentive. He said that he had picked up the eagle when it was a chick, and when it grew up, it turned out that it had special skills. Hua also said that he hoped that this would remain between them. In fact, Hua thought that it was not so bad that the old man knew about the eagle's eye as long as other secrets remained undisclosed. The old man promised to keep the secret. Then Hua asked him to tell what had happened here. The old man replied that someone was watching Shaolin very closely. Hua was very surprised. The old man said that an hour earlier he had heard the sound of a gong and then he again had the feeling that someone was watching him. The old man wanted to get rid of it, so he tried to hide in different places. However, this feeling began to gradually disappear only when he left the temple and went into the forest. And then he collided with her. Her blows were vicious and aimed at vital organs. The old man said that she was ruthless and cold-blooded. Hua was surprised that it was a woman. The old man said that this woman's strength was only slightly inferior to his and it was quite a strong fight. and when they were both at their limit, each of them decided to use their strongest technique, and during the clash, this incredible flash occurred. They were thrown in different directions, and the girl said that this meant that even in such a small temple there were powerful masters. Then she disappeared and said that they would see each other again. The old man said that when she realized that she could not defeat him, she immediately ran away. Hua was incredibly surprised that she was able to hit such a large area. Even the trees were scorched from the inside. Hua knew that he had already beaten many people with his wits, but with such strength no strategy would help. The old man thought at that moment that it was rare to see a young abbot in a stupor. He told the abbot that Shaolin was developing too quickly. Rumors about it were spreading throughout the world, so such clashes would happen more often. Hua then asked if the old man meant that they had few masters who could be a reliable support for the temple. Then Hua smiled and said that in such matters one should rely on elders. The old man called him a bug and told him not to dare to use him as bait next time. Hua remembered that he had already forgotten about the situation with Dufeng's 8 horsemen. The old man at this moment thought that although some trees were still standing, even they were rotten from the inside. Meanwhile, the tearful girl fell at the master's feet and began to ask her what had happened. The master said that she wanted to personally verify that the monk could cure Xiaohuan. So she went to the Shaolin temple. But it turned out that this place was hiding more secrets than she could have imagined. The girl asked what she meant. The girl said that she had gone to Mount Shamu the previous night, and as she was climbing up to the temple, she felt as if she was being watched. But no matter how much she searched, she couldn't find anyone. And then she ran into an old monk, and after just a couple of blows it became clear that his spiritual power was greater than hers, so she had to run. The girl got angry and asked who this old man was. The master replied that she was sure she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't remember. She assumed that they had crossed paths at a great battle. Then the girl asked him to tell her about this battle. Master said that many people died and went missing back then. 30 years ago, the first master of darkness in Jianghu led the demon sect and went against the main branch. At his call, demons appeared that had not been seen for centuries. All schools suffered great losses. Later, the monks Kong Fan and Kong Yin from southern Shaolin united to fight back against the sect's followers. But the forces were almost equal, sometimes one won, sometimes the other, until it was all over. In the great battle of Mount Shamu, the monk Kong Fan gave his life, but thanks to the help of his allies, he was able to defeat the Master of Darkness with one blow. And it is said that the Master's body still rests somewhere at the bottom of the lake. Then the girl asked what it meant that the Master of Darkness died. The girl answered that even with such special magic he could not cope with so many opponents. The Master promised Xiaohuan that she would teach her a special technique, after learning which she would be able to go to the Shaolin temple. Xiao asked what kind of technique it was. The Master said that it was one of the strongest techniques of their sect, the Wheel of Samsara. Meanwhile, at the Shaolin temple, Hua declared the temple's first martial arts tournament officially open. Tai and Tiger entered the ring and they engaged in an iron fist fight. The fans were divided into 2 halves. Then Tai and Tiger fought with ordinary monk students. And in one of these fights Tiger miscalculated his strength. Hua reminded them that these slogans were not just words and no one had the right to give up so easily. The monk replied that he was not offended by Tiger. Hua then asked him to give him his hand. Hua understood that the 8 horsemen of Dufeng had started a new life in the temple, but many could not come to terms with their past. So Hua decided to show everyone that they were the same students as everyone else here. So Hua took out a book from his sleeve and said that he had a secret book with a very interesting technique, and it would help them pass the time. In fact, Hua had taken it away from Zhang Yue in the confusion. The monk thanked the abbot for such a gift from the bottom of his heart. Hua thought at this moment that it would be a waste to leave this treasure in the Zhongyue school. So let her now help the 8 horsemen, or rather the monks, improve their skills and glorify Shaolin. Fei Hong looked at the abbot strangely and Hua told him that there was no need to make such a scene and undermine their unity. Fei Hong asked the abbot if he would watch the tournament. Hua replied that he had no time and had things to do. He went about his business, passing through a market where at every step they offered to buy something. Sometimes hot pies, sometimes souvenirs from Shaolin. But suddenly Hua noticed something was wrong. He walked forward and turned the corner abruptly. Someone unknown decided to follow him. However, the pursuer lost sight of him and could not understand where he had gone since he had just been there. Meanwhile, Hua watched him and couldn't understand why some beggar would follow him. Then Hua came down and asked him who sent him to follow him. The guy was scared and didn't even know what to say. He then bowed and said that he was just a servant sent by Master Su. Hua asked if he meant Su Kong when he said Master Su. The boy replied that he did, and Master Su instructed him to find the bald monk and deliver the letter. A whole month passed, winter came. People climbed up to the Shaolin temple and could not understand why the temple suddenly closed. Xiaohuan and her master Anrui also arrived at the Shaolin temple. Xiao asked the master if she thought they could cure her. The master promised that everything would be fine. Anrui also said that even if they fail, they will not lose anything except time, so it is worth trying. On the way to the temple, Anrui asked Xiao how the study of samsara technique was going. Xiao replied that she had already mastered it. Suddenly, a whirlwind appeared, making brutal sounds. Hua was surprised and thought, "Who is this?" Anrui thought that she had heard this sound somewhere before. Hua couldn't leave it as the whirlwind was gathering momentum. He went to reconnoiter and told I Ching and the disciples to take refuge in the temple and he would leave Shaolin to him. Hua approached the place and saw a black tornado in front of him, which was sweeping away everything in its path. The nameless old man was also there already. He said that this ominous aura had become even more powerful. Suddenly, the Lord of Darkness appeared from the whirlwind. He said that it was really Lao Chi himself who was meeting him. The old man was still alive. The old man knew he had to fight. So he bowed before Buddha and said that this gentleman was killing people for no reason and he could not allow that. The Dark Lord began to laugh and said that he did not think that Lao Chi would become a monk. The old man replied that 30 years had passed and the previous Lao Chi was now a simple nameless monk. The Dark Lord said that he could call himself whatever he wanted. But once he killed him, it wouldn't matter anymore. The old man began to shout that the demon must understand that even if he returned to Jianghu, nothing there belonged to him anymore. The world had changed. The Dark Lord replied that the old man had become too arrogant. If Kong Yin had not shielded him back then, he would hardly be able to talk to him like that now. The demon then told the old man that since he was acting so insolently, it was time to show what he was capable of. The old man began to use his technique. The demon was also quite strong. At this time, Hua watched from the side. The old man meanwhile understood that the Lord of Darkness was very strong and he would lose to him in less than 50 blows. The demon meanwhile smiled and told the old man that he had lived long enough and it was time to retire. Suddenly, Anrui appeared and started shouting for the old man to get out of the way. The Dark Lord did not expect this. Anrui used her strongest cold technique, after which the chances of survival are 0. However, the Dark Lord still survived. He laughed and said that it was close and he even managed to get scared. Anrui did not understand how this was possible. Then the demon decided to show her one of his little tricks. The old man heard the spell that the demon was casting. He began to shout that the demon was creating a thunder trigram. The Lord of Darkness began to laugh and said that this old man knew everything, and in that case he would reward him and this girl with a quick death. Hua watched from the side with Xiao. He said it was really scary. Xiao said it was such a strong lightning, but there was no thunder at all. Hua said it was because he used extremely powerful force to concentrate all his power for the strike. So the energy that would otherwise be emitted as sound is concentrated in one place, increasing the damage. Xiao was frightened and asked, "Then how loud is the sound inside the dome?" Hua lowered his eyes and replied that this fight was beyond his strength. Meanwhile, Anrui and the old man lay motionless on the ground. The dome had disappeared. Xiao couldn't stand aside and rushed to her teacher. The Dark Lord took out a piece of paper from his pocket and threw it towards Xiao, telling the pathetic little bugs to get out of the way. However, Hua blocked it with his body and the paper flew straight at him. But surprisingly, nothing happened. Hua already thought that this was some kind of secret technique. But suddenly, after a few seconds, he was thrown back several meters by a shockwave along with Xiao. They landed near a tree. Hua could barely speak to ask the girl if she was alive. However, the Dark Lord was shocked that this monk reflected his pure yang trigram. Could this bald man have a true yang body? Meanwhile, Anrui and the old man managed to get up. The old man asked her not to be reckless as the Lord had many tricks up his sleeve. Then the old man stood up and said that he had miscalculated something at first. Well, no wonder, because he hadn't had to fight at full strength for a long time, so his body had become ossified. The Overlord was only amused that they were still twitching. Anrui, meanwhile, launched an attack. The master said that it was not bad. The formula of life and death is not for everyone. However, this only awakened the excitement in him. Then the demon said that he had been wondering why her aura seemed familiar to him, but it turns out that she was from the heavenly palace. He also added that while they were stalling for time, he would prepare something interesting for them. Henriette asked him to stop him. The old man rushed to attack, and the demon shouted that the time had come. There was an incredible explosion from which the earth shook. Meanwhile, Tai, Tiger, and Ichin came to the forest to figure out what was going on. They were shocked by what they saw. Now they realized that it was not the wind, but a continuous flow of internal energy. The demon, meanwhile, admired the old man's strength and said that he would keep his energy for himself when he destroyed him. And suddenly the old man realized that he had fallen into his trap and the demon was absorbing his inner strength. The Dark Lord enjoyed it and shouted that it was incredible power, just enough for several techniques. Henriette stood to the side and knew that she couldn't do anything because she had used up all her internal energy. Meanwhile, the Lord of Darkness continued to amuse himself and said that they were very lucky to become his victims, the 6 ghostly puppets. Then he cast a spell and the puppets' eyes glowed red. He ordered them to listen to him carefully. The demon said that he was a busy man, so he instructed them to kill everyone within a 10-mile radius and also bring him the Yuan essence.